so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in. I was hell-bent. I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction. Maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? Are you faggots paying attention? God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse.
What's up, guys?
Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. All my days really numb, but shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up. I suggested you just keep a zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe that.
How's everybody doing tonight?
You can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit.
My dad's still in the hospital. They checked for an enzyme for a heart attack. It was negative. They're going to try him on some new medication that's kind of like a long-acting nitrate. 2 new medications. They're going to observe him for 24 hours, and then maybe he'll get to come home.
I am back. I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But aside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot to multiply. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse.
My dad is 62.
Lose your mind with me.
He's had a few heart attacks and open heart surgery twice. Not in the greatest shape, but at least he didn't have a heart attack this time. He's just barely old enough to qualify as a Scott McKay fan, I think. Uh-oh, look out. The Huntsman's in chat.
Train, no money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. But trauma free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain, back to work, and goddamn, I can feel the change. play it cool, and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal, but I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye, and the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. So I sit back and relax.
Come on down and come on down. Come on down, everybody, and get y'all something, something.
Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this. I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me. It's hard to believe, and everything around me is so diseased. So
Dude, the phone line plays the whole fucking time. Like, even when they're watching videos and not taking calls, you can hear him like refusing calls in the background and taking messages and people's names and ringing, and they have no idea what they're doing with the phone, do they? And they've got two people. They could have one person that hears everything and one person that just hears what goes out to the show, which would be awesome. Like, that'd be great to have two people in the studio. That's why you usually have multiple people controlling audio in the studio. I have to hear it all and try to figure out what you guys are hearing. It's aggravating. You think they could figure it out. Is your grifterator running? Oh yeah, that's all from Groiper, man. If you're on Gab at all, he's exclusively on Gab, at _Groiper. He's the one who makes all the action figures and a lot of the damn pictures I share and post on Telegram. I'm hoping to use some of the real good ones for the little documentary thing we're putting together on a certain Doe individual.
I take 2 steps forward and I take 3 steps back. You can hear the contradiction, maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness and pain. And you getting no relief.
All right.
Am I saying? Paying attention, God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on.
Telegrams where we all hang out and pick on each other when we're not here.
Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone.
All right, boys, here we go.
I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of
Oh, I forgot to end the music. Hold on.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
And
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
yeah.
Get some office, about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Get some office, about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
And yeah. Woo.
Woo!
And
Mars in the house.
hey. The song, the jab, pine needle tea,
Underground Doms save the children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel,
Med bed.
martial law,
17, 45, 10 Days of Darkness, Digging Tunnels, Dogecoin, The Evergreen, 19, Vaseline, boom. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Well, Johnny, you can go to Mommy's basement. The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
I think I started some shit. Piss 'em off, it's about to get lit. Get the bass in the beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, 'cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
We are now the news.
Welcome everybody. Let me get on the background image that's still up. That should have already been down. It's been a weird day, but thank you for joining us. I'm Will Bard. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. My camera's not even on for some reason. Who knows? It's been a rough day, but we're here. Let me get my camera up. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate it. Apparently, I just fucked up everything. Where's the main camera mirror? Okay. Well, there it's playing. Let's see if it comes on. Anyways, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. I'm Will Bard. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. We're going to do a show tonight. We'll see how... Apparently, it just isn't working. I'll work on that in a second. Anyways, we're going to do a show tonight either way. We're going to push through, get one out. If you're curious, the only announcement I have really is we have, if you want to support the show, we have Cult Club, which is a redirect to Stream Elements. We have buymeacoffee.com. If you're coming from Facebook, that's the easiest one to use. We also have the GoFundMe still going on. And I didn't tell anybody, but... hoodies are now live. Go fund me. I'm starting the bot now. Hoodies are now live on the merch store. If you're interested in a hoodie, they're up, ready to go. You should get free shipping on it. If for some reason you don't, this is USA only. If for some reason you don't get free shipping on the hoodies, let me know. Let me dive into this video. This is ML giving us a warning. He wants you to come on down and come on down. Come on, y'all, everybody, come get a little something, and we'll work off that. Let's let him talk while I figure out my camera, and we'll go from there.
Hello, y'all. This is ML Caster with the Redneck Renegade Radio. I'm coming before y'all today because I have a serious message I need to share with you. Some of you may not be aware, but there are some very significant events that are lining up for next week. Some of those events very well could set off a firestorm in our nation. But I'm afraid that some of you here are not aware of those events, and that's why it's my duty to come before you and make you aware of those events. Now, I'm not telling you to take my word for it. I'm asking you to do your own research and then share that information on with others so that you all can be prepared. Okay, here we go. August 11th, for the first time in our nation's history, FEMA and the FCC plan on a nationwide emergency alert test. This is going to be.
This is the second time they've done it this year. I don't think this is the second time they've done it this year. But okay.
On August 11th. This is
actually the only thing unique about this test is that you can opt out of this one. No, I'm sorry. The only devices that will be getting these tests are people who have opted in. You're automatically opted out of this one. If you opt in through text message, you will get the alert.
Message will be sent out to TVs, radios, and cell phones. This has never happened.
It comes to your TV, radio, no matter what. The cell phones is the one you have to opt into.
Before in our nation's history.
I pulled up the press release for it.
Why are they doing it all of a sudden? Why is a great question. Because also on August 10th, 11th, and 12th, there's another major event in our nation. Happens to be in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. That event is Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium.
He's so extra. Like, look at all this personality shining through.
During August 10th, 11th, and 12th. Don't you find that interesting? That FEMA and the FCC are going to plan an emergency broadcast alert test during Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium during those 3 days. Why would they be doing that during that time period? Very interesting. There's also another event that's happening on August 11th. It has to deal with Julian Assange. Okay?
Uh-oh.
The head government star witness against Julian Assange has recently come forward and admitted to fabricating his testimony and his accusations against Julian Assange. So on the 11th, Julian Assange has his final day in court where he should be released now that all the charges should be dropped against him because the star witness lied. Why are all these events happening at the same time? Very interesting, don't you think? There's another thing that's possibly happening, allegedly happening, and that is that our illustrious government officials, both Congress and the Senate, are planning on taking an extended recess during this time period. Well, look at everything else that's happening in our nation right now. They're planning on more lockdowns. They're planning on implementing more of those rules and wearing the blankets on our face. They're planning on other events as it relates to the Valvoline. So, folks,
The Valvoline. I thought it was the Vaseline.
get prepared.
Valvoline's what I run in my engines that are knocking. Little Valvoline.
Face. They're planning on other events as it relates to the Valvoline. So, folks, I'm asking you, get prepared. Get your homes in order. Get supplies as much as you possibly can.
So the person he heard it from is clearly that old man that told everybody else. I don't think he heard it from anyone else. He clearly heard it from that old man. And I don't know what else to say. He clearly heard it from that old man. And here we are, listening to a repeat of that older man.
Because things are coming to a head.
He even says the same thing, like, folks, get your houses in order, make sure you have this. He clearly heard it from that video we heard it from last week.
You don't think that the deep state and those within the deep state are going to allow these events to go forward next week without trying to interrupt them.
Uh-oh.
Try not to allow us, patriots and citizens, to know what is truly happening.
No, I do not think they're going to interrupt them because I think half of them are being put on by the deep state, the cabal, and the same people that want us to fucking freak out and go to the streets with hardware and make a big scene so they can bring down the iron fist. So no, I don't think they're going to interrupt them. You're playing you're playing your part. You've read the script, your costume fits, so you play the part, brother.
There's major events that are broken loose today in Arizona. Most of you aren't aware of it. Some of you probably are. The events that have transpired, please excuse me, but the events that have transpired today are serious. The Senate for...
It's a shame he couldn't figure out how to get it in focus, though, huh? I don't know if he's trying to do fake bokeh. Like to make the background blurry. That's what bokeh is like a object in the foreground in focus, background's a little bit blurry, like softened. But one, he went too far with the focus, and two, you don't do bokeh on a green screen.
Arizona had petitioned and subpoenaed the software company that provided the software and voting machines during the 2020 election. All right? That company decided they weren't going to show up. Yet, a whistleblower from that company did show up.
Oh, no.
Testified to their intimate knowledge of what really happened on that day in regards to these hardware and the software provided by this said subpoenaed company.
So, you realize, as emotionally tied and invested as everyone is in the November contest, you do realize that one side's going to call foul and have evidence, then the other side's going to call foul and have contrary evidence, then the other side's going to come back and call foul and have contrary evidence. We might be quicker waiting on another election.
This
Good luck.
whistleblower has blown things wide open. Things are heating up, folks. Get prepared. Share this message with as many as you possibly can. I love you, and I want you all to be safe. God bless.
He's locked down in his bunker. Maybe that's why his camera's out of focus. It doesn't do good surrounded by all that concrete. I don't know. He'll try to figure it out, I guess. We'll be looking for updates from MLM or whatever his name is. ML. I think his name's ML, but MLM is multi-level marketing, and that's what they do together. So we've got some catching up to do. Would you rather catch up with Scotty Too Hottie and the video he put out today, which might actually still be live? We would just have to back up and watch it. He's got one video. Or would you rather catch up with that crazy bitch that thinks she's married to Michael Jackson and Donald Trump is her father, her illegitimate father, and she's been trafficked, and she has more celebrity relatives now. She has many, many, many more celebrity relatives now. I'll let you guys choose. I'll be watching the chat. There's a whole lot more Scots. We're gonna do both. I just asking which one you want to do first. We're gonna do both. Yeah, Scott first. Looks like Scott won first. Here we go. Revolution Radio. This is the tipping point. Chahurston W was on there earlier, and he was kind of a dickhead. Let's see how it starts.
We're gonna do the ball. See how the cover you find it? See the government, the industry, be that organized.
What the hell is playing, Scott? Are you watching TV? Oh, there it is.
We hold these truths self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and
his audio seems to be better.
instituted among men, having their just power from consent of that never inform the government.
Usurpations.
It is the right of the people to all board to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles for organizing its powers in such form as to them seem most likely effective, safety, and happiness. Prudent deed will dictate the government's long established should not be changed for life and training and constitution.
You guys pick Scotty.
More disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, the right themselves abolishing the forms which they are coming. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursue
The hell did you?
the same object, events
The hell did you just fall over at the computer?
is designed to reduce them under absolute despotism. It is the right. It is the duty to throw
It is their right. It is their duty.
off such and to provide
Don't worry, he fixes it this time.
guards for their security.
Mo in the house. Ellen Vargas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is August 2nd, 2021. My name is Scott McKay. I am your host here on the Tipping Point Revolution Radio, the information warfare platform from the home base of Patriot Street Fighter. Welcome to the show, folks. If you're brand new here, you are always in for a treat because you get the information, the news, and everything else in being at this place from this in a fashion you're not going to get it anywhere else in the world. We cut out the dogma of mainstream media. We cut out the rhetoric of all the scumbag politicians worldwide that have been lying to you for your whole lives and wrecking this planet and humanity in its wake.
They just got home, Kimberly. They're doing well. Mariah and the kids just got home.
As the guest, we're going to tonight a real high-speed intel drop.
This is quadruple speak because he was already double speaking.
The rich Asian gets some intel. She's going to give us a 15-minute blast. Also have Brett Johnson
15 blasts from the back.
And Brett is something you'd want to know to you regain your economic sovereignty back in through common law systems and practices. Anyways, we
So he uses whatever his recording device is, and he uses a laptop. He has those microphones turned on. And he's trying to use this microphone as well. That's why there's a few delays. There's going to be processing delays between wherever this microphone and how it processes, blah, blah, blah. There'll be milliseconds, but you can tell them. Like if, I think I have another microphone. Like I can turn on two microphones, and they'll be slightly different and delayed and back and forth. Like he's got multiple microphones turned on. He ends up fixing it, so we don't have to listen to it the whole time. My dad, now that everybody's here, my dad, they did a blood enzyme test. There was no heart attack. He's just having some issues with the hardening of like smaller arteries and veins, and they're trying him on some new medicine. He's still in the hospital. They want to try him on some new medicine and observe him for 24 hours, and then maybe get him home. He's going on a long-acting nitrate because he's been taking his nitroglycerin, kind of like candy. So they can get him on a long-acting one, I think.
We are going to go quick tonight to get through some of this information before Kirsten comes on. Folks, if you're new to Revolution Radio, I'm actually going to
Revolution Radio.
Why we continue to have challenges ever since we came back on our show here. We seem to be going through a problem with the microphones. So
hello, everyone. This is John Michael Chambers.
Now you just muted yourself. And the commercial. Now we're all muted. Oh, God. Scott, what'd you do? Okay. I actually was really, really bad at streaming. A lot of my videos, I took down like older stuff because I kept getting strikes on them, and they were like old and I didn't care about them. But yeah, I just tried figuring it out. When I first started, I had a cheap microphone, but thank God I had it. Mariah bought it for me, but it was like a $30 microphone. It came with a stand and all kinds of shit. I plugged in USB, and the whole time there was like a high-pitched whining sound in the background. And it took me probably 3 weeks of episodes to get that out. He unplugged it. Yeah, I see the cord hanging now. Sounding good, Scott. Good on my end. See, I left you guys a little treat in here. A little bit of silence. Well, this is awkward. I wish he'd do the rest of the show. How funny would it be if he did the rest of the show like this? And anybody that said something in chat, you could tell he was yelling at them. Get your forking ice hole out of here if you don't like what I'm saying. But he was just mouthing it all. Scott, we see the cord hanging. Scott, this is the cord here. Oh, no. Oh, no. Usurpations. Oh, no. We're all the way back to the title sequence. Oh, goodness. Scotty, you got it. You sort of got it. You might have it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. I'm not positive. We'll work out the kinks. Pat Riot. Well. We're all the way back to the title screen. We'll be right back with Scott McKay. Bet you won't. Oh. He has nothing but issues this whole show. Just wait. Just wait. Nothing but issues the whole show. Everything's fucking been shit today. And this made me laugh. This made me laugh for a while. Wait till you can't get a hold of Kirsten and he starts texting her. He should have Doug and Doe and Mark help him with his setup. And I found Doe and Mark added a new guy to their lineup. I don't know his name yet. I've been looking for it. Yes, hoodies are live. If you want a hoodie, you can type in !merch or go to cultclub.com/merch. Yeah, hoodies are live. But they added a new guy to their lineup. I've been searching for this guy's name. Maybe we'll figure out who it is. We'll just have to wait and see. But here he is. I feel like I've heard his voice before.
I want to go ahead and address this morning before it gets any further out of hand.
Does anybody know who that is?
I've already had a couple parents. I don't have kids in school anymore, but I've already had a couple parents contact me and said, basically the governor said that the mask mandated to schools is over with.
Who's that guy in the corduroy hat?
Teachers are telling the kids that they will be reprimanded if they take the mask off.
Strange fellow. Anyways, back to the vocal expertise of the audio, the audio savant, if you will, of Scott McKay. Hipster bona fide. I wish it was leather like Scott's. There's Tommy Boy back in the chat. I heard you've been preaching a little bit. I haven't seen you in a while. How's the cheesy poofs going? Well, another 3 minutes down. I've got it sped up to one and a half times speed. Let's see how long it takes. When did we turn off the audio? When did we unplug? We unplugged at 1:05:25, and we're now at 1:01. It's 4 minutes so far. 4 minutes of dead silence. Okay. Let's skip ahead. Here's 5 minutes of dead silence.
Radio as is mysterious to row. There's a lot of people, folks on the back end of Revolution Radio, that do a lot of work to make these shows happen. And this can happen because this is a privately funded platform worldwide, and it is you, the listener, that validates the information we bring to you.
He found the plug. It's plugged back in now.
By donations, and if you're on the website of Revolution Radio, you of course can go ahead and hit the donate button there.
This is the number one radio. This is the number one ascension, spiritual realm, political, far right, QAnon endorsing, Trump supporting radio show that's never been on the radio. That was a good call there, Rolo.
And donate at the top, or you can become a patron by hitting the pay button there, orange button, where you can set up a monthly if you'd like to support this network and its shows. And now you can also scroll to the bottom if you like, and you can grab a address for Terry Ackerman, one of the producers. Check out the Revolution Radio, and that off, and all those people that make these shows and greatly appreciate. And let's see, still trying to figure out why and what the hell is going on here on my end. I know we still have an echo. Can't figure out why.
I can't even tell.
And Sir Patrick, I'm gonna.
It's not bad enough so you can tell Scott.
Back from Mike to our system mic. See if that's the difference. Got to get this.
It's probably the echo of all those people who passed away waiting for you to come to their town that you promised to come to when you said you were going to join the tour, and then you skipped out on like 90% of the dates and stops you were supposed to be at.
Go the hell out of here. Can't tell if we got powers that be working against us, trying to this operation.
The powers that be are not fucking with your audio, Scott. All that's handled on your end, brother. All of that is handled on your end.
Let's see the microphone. Let's see what happens. Let's go right back to this microphone, and I'm gonna kill. I'm gonna see how this is working right now. Let's see, Sir Pat Rabbit. Let me know what you're hearing on that end right now. See if we've got
Sir Pat Rabbit
broadcasting voice here than we did a minute ago. This might
Sir Pat Rabbit is another radio host on Revolution Radio that's not on the radio and never been on the radio.
A system issue more than it is. Okay. Sounds like at the moment on one end I'm good.
Got to be a system issue. It's got to be a Scott issue. Look, all the software does, it's your computer, it's your hardware. All the software does, whether you're using Zoom or OBS, is it takes the video, it takes the audio in sync it compresses them, squeezes them down into a smaller package, and fucking sends it out. That's it.
Are we good? Are we a go?
Go, team, go.
Looks like we're good.
Navy audio seals, move in.
As it is, let's see if we can get something accomplished here. But thank you for your support of Revolution Radio by donating, folks. We have...
Now listen to all these messages. Whoop, 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 whoop. Now we can hear everything on his desktop. Whoop.
A couple of tech issues that we're working out, but
New message from Chahurston.
what I want to do in a minute here, I'm going to go ahead and jump in and bring on Kirsten W. so we can get some of her intel out to all of you. There's a lot of stuff happening all over the world. Once again, everybody's impatient. Everybody keeps bitching because they're not seeing this, they're not seeing that. I did, on our show last night, read some information that came from Real Raw News about the flooding that's happening throughout Europe. I'm sure this is being controlled by the White Hats, the HARP system, weather control systems, to cause flooding, to flood they're flooding these dams by directing water flow from other water sources into these dams to smoke out these bastards that are trafficking kids, torturing, murdering, supplying the adrenochrome machine, the clowns in America, of course the CCP, and the Vatican, and the religious order that puppets it.
His enemy list keeps getting bigger and bigger. Hold on, let's back up for a minute.
Smoke out these bastards, directing water flow from other water sources into these dams to smoke out these bastards that are trafficking kids, to flood they're floods about the keeps bitching because they're not seeing this, they're not seeing that. I did, on our show last night, read some information that came from Real Raw News about...
No one's seeing anything. No matter how many times you claim that Real Raw News told you that 5,600 kids washed up from a sewer system, it's just not true. No one's seeing anything.
About the flooding that's happening throughout Europe. I'm sure this is being controlled by the White Hats, the HARP system, weather control systems, to cause flooding, to flood they're flooding these dams by directing water flow from other water sources into these dams to smoke out these bastards that are trafficking kids, torturing, murdering, supplying the adrenochrome machine, the clowns in America, of course the CCP, and the Vatican, and the...
Well, at first I thought it was some of my settings. Maybe I didn't have a great connection. But this is really in focus. His banner's really in focus. So he's sending a shitty, he must have a bad connection, but he's sending a shitty output to the whatever. He's like in I don't know, like ADP.
The religious order that puppets itself as Christians that certainly are not, or whether it's Muslim, Christian, many Hindu, different religions, they are all front operations for the satanic.
There's five already.
Not all of them, but the larger structure of all of it is controlled by these satanic forces. In any case, these dams are being...
Satanic forces.
Hundreds and thousands of babies' bodies are rising to the surface of the water. They've already been traumatized, tortured, and
oh, I'm sorry. Hundreds of thousands of baby bodies. Hundreds of thousands of babies' bodies are rising to the surface of sewer systems in Europe.
Killed in these type of satanic rituals. But there's definitely information that's now come to the surface about all of that. Those are the things that are happening. So there are things happening around the world under the radar. Pardon me, as I'm still trying to get over what has befallen me a couple of weeks ago, battled back. By the way, there's one note I do want to make. Many of you are asking about the general. They have given us, let me see, I know a lot of people are wanting to send well wishes to the general. He did have a stroke. He's having he's having ups and downs at this point. I think I mentioned his speech is affected greatly. He's lost his control of his left side and some other things. So all the prayers that are coming from all of you around the world, we greatly appreciate it. If you'd like to send him a card and lift his spirits, I'm going to give you an address here. I will also plant it somewhere that you can grab it as well. But you can go ahead and put...
Hope his dad, on a serious note, hope his dad recovers well. The thing that I ever saw the worst, that freaked me out the worst, that literally like put me in tears and like fucking saw like my life flash before my eyes was when Ollie was little. He had his first seizure, and he was warm to the touch. He was foaming at the mouth and kind of humming, grinding his teeth. All I knew is I was trying to get his temperature down, so I put him in the bathtub, packed him with like frozen water bottles we had, tried to get Mariah to snap out of flapping her arms and screaming, and then we took him to the hospital as quickly as we could get him there, and we set him up in the bed. Well, when we first got there, I come running in carrying Ollie. Still had him packed with ice, but had a blanket around him, trying to keep him cool, like his groin and his armpits, packed with frozen water bottles and ice packs. And I come running in. Well, they wanted me to. He wasn't crying or screaming at this point. He wasn't in a seizure, but they wanted me to weigh him on the scale. And I kept trying to get him to stand up, and he wouldn't stand up. But I didn't think nothing about it. We just woke him up out of bed. He didn't know what was going on. He wasn't wanting to stand up. So finally we got him on the scale, kind of half-ass balanced. He kept trying to fall over. Anyways, we put him in the bed, and the doctor came by. Nurses come by, and they kept trying to do an IV and couldn't get it. Then a doctor came by and started talking to him, and I went to hand him his sippy, and he reached for it across his body in a very awkward way to get it with his right arm. And I thought, that's strange. And the doctor saw it too, and he's like, well, get him down and make sure he can stand up. And I got him down out of the bed, and I went to stand him up. And the doctor didn't tell us this, but apparently it's common if you don't pass out and go to sleep after a seizure, especially a child, that they can have temporary paralysis in one side of their body because of the how much energy is exerted during a seizure when their whole body's moving like that. And the doctor didn't tell us that it goes away within, so much time. He didn't say anything. The doctor just kind of gasped when it happened. But, I went to stand him up, and the whole left side of his body was paralyzed. And he, fell to the floor, and I picked him back up. I was freaking out. The doctor didn't tell us anything. He just, he just kind of, looked amazed about it and left the room. I flipped out. That is fucking scary. Less scary with an older person, I would think, but still scary with a kid, man. It freaked me out. I could already see his whole life, paralyzed, one side of his body paralyzed. Oh, God. It was bad. But, yeah, it is scary. I hope your dad gets better, Scott.
You can put the general on there if you like, or Sam McKay, care of is one of my sisters, Michelle Thompson. And that'll go to P.O. Box 653. P.O. Box 653 in Phillipsburg, PA with one L. Phillipsburg with a U, one L and a U. And the zip there is 16866. I'll say this again. Sam McKay, the general.
By the way, it usually clears up within 25 minutes is what we were told after a seizure. Ollie's took almost an hour before he regained enough strength to stand again. He couldn't stand or walk or anything, but he did regain full strength in his body. The doctor said if he would have fallen asleep and been passed out and we wouldn't have messed with him, that we probably would have never even noticed it because they regain that strength while they're asleep. But he never went to sleep. He was wide awake the whole time.
Care of Michelle Thompson, P.O. Box 653, Phillipsburg, PA, 16866. That's what's important to get right is the zip code. So big shout out to our friend Stephanie over there in Phillipsburg at the post office for helping to facilitate this box so we can start getting the inpouring of love and respect.
Scott is making thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars a week. I'm sure. And he got someone to donate a P.O. box. Jesus.
For the general right to his hands rather than being passed on through me verbally. Anyway, so thanks for your concerns. I'll keep you updated on him. The war continues as he would expect me to do, and we simply are going to step up.
He's epileptic, slightly. When they did the test, he felt it, but he was almost 2 years seizure free and going to come off his medication. He had one about a week before his 2-year mark. In his sleep, so it's not like he's having seizures all the time. He's just having seizures randomly, sporadically. First we thought it might be because the fever caused the seizure, but it turns out that the damage on his brain that caused his speech delay and everything else actually played a part in causing the seizure, and the seizure caused the fever. When his whole body kicked into overdrive and was shaking and blah, 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 it turned into a furnace.
Our operations at going after the scumbag class in this world, we don't stop until they're dead, in a box, buried, rotting, worm-ridden corpses. That's what happens.
Wow, he's really stepped that up. Dead, buried in a box, worm-ridden corpses is when we stop. We don't stop until decomposure has taken over their bodies. Wow. Wow.
Here from this platform, it will not stop until
I really like that name, Angler Management, because I always get pissed off when I go fishing. I always think it's going to be super relaxing, and then I end up hung up or like a backlash for the 150th time that week. I like that name.
we win, and I assure you, we are going to win. We are winning. The cabal is in a death spiral, and we are going to refashion this entire planet in a
I can't believe he went all the way to decomposure. So Scott's backstory real quick. He tried to join the military, he claims. He passed one of the tests. It was one of the top pilot candidates for the whole Navy. Then they did budget cuts. He couldn't get in. Then the Marine Corps called him and said, "Hey, you still want to be a pilot?" And he said, "Of course." Fork, yeah. They said, "Do you have a physical?" He said, "No." So he didn't join. He didn't go get a physical. He just didn't join. Then he became a bodybuilder, where he wore a banana hammock and oiled himself to pose on stages. After that, it looked like he had headshots made because he wanted to be an actor. Turned out he just joined a multi-level marketing scheme. Then he went into different businesses like solar, and solar was his latest, biggest one, but he's been in a couple different ones with like real estate agents and housing and blah, 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 but solar was his latest, biggest one. Basically what his company facilitates is if I own a contracting business that does solar, I pay them a fee. They advertise nationwide on all of social media for free estimates. When they get a free estimate and it's in my area, if I've been paying them, they'll tell me to go do it. I go do the free estimate. If they get, if the people that get the free estimate decide, if the homeowner decides to do it, I make the money because I paid the fee for the. It's almost like it's like just an advertising service for contractors that do solar panels.
In a way that our Creator intended, which is abundance for everybody. I'm going to go ahead and grab one of our favorite Intel.
Here we go, Hurston time.
Kirsten W. here. Bring her on, and let's see if we can get her to give us an Intel blast. She seems to have things coming through every day, virtually every day. Let's see if we can get her.
The party you are trying to reach is not accepting calls at this time.
Well, she said call me on that number, so I did. So
he also claims that he helped. He was a campaign manager a couple times in Los Angeles and California. I honestly think when you see his headshots, he went to California to become an actor. And he's got this weird story that he's only told like twice, where he was doing a read with some famous actress, and right in the middle of it, he stood up and said, "No, I don't want to be part of this. No man can control me." I don't know. He's only ever told that story twice. And it's a really weird story. He wanted to become an actor, ended up in the multi-level marketing, and then on to solar and different things. But he also claims about when he was in California, he was a campaign manager for some campaign, and he also ran for state senate where he lost resoundingly. But they were surprised at how well he did in a completely blue county or area district, I guess. So they tried to convince him to run in a different district where he would win. And again, he said, "No, I have to be a millionaire first because I don't want anybody to control me." And they said, "But wait, if you just stay with us, in 5 years, we'll have you in Washington. You'll be calling the shots." And he said, "No, sir, I will not be tarnished with your offers of fame and fortune. I'm here for the people that I don't know yet."
And W, you better get it together when you're dealing with Patriot Street Fighter. Are you there?
423-755-3893.
Didn't work.
Pick up after the beep, and from here, I'll pick up. If not, leave a message. Thanks.
Do you want me to call you back?
Voicemail. Hurston, voicemail. Apparently he's messaging her and calling her. She claims that he was dialing the wrong number, but that was clearly her voicemail. That was Hurston. Yeah, I don't know about that one. If you're asking about Tara Tarpity, She's been feeling under the weather, not been feeling good. Travis, when you see him in chat, he can answer you better. He's been in contact with her.
Okay, let's try this one more time.
Beep.
Kirsten W., you may be missing your opportunity for the intel blast.
She's in Singapore. He's sitting here making fun of her, saying she doesn't breathe. She doesn't stop to take a breath. It's 15 minutes of wind tunnel. I guess he thinks those are compliments.
Okay, give her one more shot.
You've reached.
Okay, watch this. I'm going to send her a text. Let me try this number she sent me. Let's see what this one does.
You are trying to reach us.
Okay, watch this. WTF.
Oh, no.
I'm calling you and you're not picking up, and there's a worldwide audience sitting here waiting for intel, period. What in the forking hell is going on over there? Question mark. There she is. What are you doing?
Okay.
I thought you were calling me.
Yeah, we've been calling you over and over. I just sent you a text right here.
You saw the wrong number.
No, I called the exact one.
You called the wrong number. It's got your fucking voicemail, Kirsten. How did he call the wrong number if it's your voicemail?
You sent me, and here's what I just texted you. WTF, I'm calling you and you're not picking up, and there's a worldwide audience sitting here waiting for your intel. What in the forking hell's going on over there?
Okay, well, I'm here.
All right, so here.
I'm here. I don't know if she knows this is live or not, but it does not sound good.
Illustrious Kirsten W., the crazy rich
He said
agent
Kristen.
seems to have some of the best intel sources on the planet, and the reason I want to tonight, folks, is because when she calls me up, she can hit a gust of up to 1,000 words without taking a breath with intel. It's like being in a
1,000-word gust. Okay.
Intel coming at you, so it's always a lot of fun.
Makes sense.
So I was just telling Kirsten that we're looking at the flooding that's going on throughout Europe. I already covered that last night, talking about the flooding happening all over the place in Europe and all these dead bodies, infants' bodies floating to the surface that have been in these dumps underneath, these cities and countries in the large tunnel systems for the trafficking adrenochrome machine by the clowns in America, the Vatican, the CCP, etc. So we know those things are going on.
Jesus, dude.
All the people are bitching about, hey, nothing's happening. What's going on in the undercurrent of the takedown operation that you're hearing in the last couple of days?
Okay, so in the last couple of days, we talked about the arrest of Justice Roberts, right? You know that already.
Yeah, we do. Some of the folks here do not. So why don't you just go ahead and cover a little bit of that information?
Okay, so you have Justice Roberts, that was the block, just like, Dan Coates was a block, right? So Justice Roberts...
By the way, I just want to interject this. That's Senator Dan Coates from Indiana, the distinguished senator that we had for years, who we found out is a forking scumbag.
By the way, the dam still hasn't burst as far as I know.
Cabal puppet, likely pedophile, who was the director of national intelligence before General Flynn became that. I think Flynn became that afterwards. Anyways, so I just want to always make sure that these people understand that these people that they once revered, like Senator Dan Coates, is nothing more than a scumbag, cabal paid player.
Okay, so we have two things that happened, right? As he was arrested on July the 7th, which I was the only one to report, basically you had the Supreme Court going extremely right when they said that none of the illegals that came in to the United States illegally could get permanent citizenship or permanent residency, the green card. And then it also went very right when it said none of Trump's emoluments could be sued. So that's two very right, going way to the right, and then we know that he was arrested, and
I knew it. Another arrest, of course. They're all always arrested. I can't. How many times have you guys heard that the same person has been arrested, or a nameless, faceless, like, oh, they're rounding up all the governors, they're rounding up all the blah blah blahs, and these staffers and these other people, or that the same person has been executed?
Time ago, when I did my Chinese intel with you from Taiwan, we have the fact that President Xi is working with Donald Trump. And here's some proof. The two defectors that were sent here, one being the head of security for
She's
China,
just a dude playing another dude playing a woman.
to help Donald Trump. And the main one, Dong Jiwei, had so much, intel.
Don't she weigh? That doesn't sound like a real name.
All of this, all this information on all the corrupt governors that took bribes from China. They were called.
Could have been Doji weigh. Like, how much does a Doji coin weigh?
By two people that should not be in charge because, isn't the Biden administration in charge? So we have Admiral Rogers and we have Secretary of State Pompeo calling in 32 governors that are corrupt, and 6 of them never left the building, so they were seized. And going onwards, we have a little intel for you that might maybe confirm that your AOC might be flipping, because you just said that it wasn't the Republicans' fault that moratorium on the...
Uh-oh, Ollie, is it go time, buddy? We've been talking about you on the show. All right, it's not news time, everybody. Hold on to your hats. This is going to be a spicy one, I can already tell. He's over here raring to go. Let me get some... Now, buddy, you're going to have to stop throwing stuff.
That one was Mommy.
All right, come on over.
Oh, seems that we have breaking news. Ollie, are you there? Can you hear us? Ollie.
Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Cat class is still going. Night news, with that night news, with that night news.
Okay, that's all. All right, you want to show them your piggy bank? Did you make
where you
it?
Painted that at?
Where'd you paint it at? Where'd you paint it at?
Your piggy bank.
Ollie, where did you paint it at?
I go
at church.
At church, not school. You're ready to go back to school, though, aren't you? You can't touch the microphone, buddy.
Don't my pen.
School Monday.
Going back to school Monday?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Tell them what all you did today. I'll take that till you talk.
What'd you do today? Shopping just now with Mommy. What'd you buy shopping? Some food for your belly?
Yeah.
What'd you get? Ollie, talk. You're hitting the microphone. Just talk. What'd you get at the grocery store?
I know.
Tell them that first. We Bubba. And that, what did you... What was it that was so big you couldn't finish it?
Pizza.
Pizza?
Big pizza. Show them how big
A
with your
big
hand.
pizza? How big?
It was so big.
You're not even that big. Okay. And then what? Then you went where?
Ollie, then what did we do? After we ate, we did what?
Language. After you ate, what did you do?
We got groceries. And then we took Morgan and Ayla home. Well, Morgan came back with us, but what did you do at... How'd you get your boo-boo? Oh, sorry. Tell him you fell over a skateboard.
Yeah.
You got a boo-boo where?
I'm not going to show you.
On his knee. He fell off a skateboard.
Oh, no.
Oh, Bob both knee. Both.
You broke your knee?
No, both of them.
Both of them.
Both
He got
knees.
both of his knees skinned
Oh, my
up.
goodness.
Jackie, her baby
That's from the
stuff.
hospital, buddy. You took stuff to Jackie? Did you go see
Yeah.
Jackie?
Yeah.
And what did Jackie have in her house?
Puppy.
Puppies. Lots of puppies.
You know where Bubba and Mo is here.
No, they didn't go in. Hard to listen to music.
Stop, bud. I'm not holding you up. Just set up on your own.
Somebody asked if you like school. You're going to kindergarten.
You like school?
I know why I go, cause it's so boring. Cause no give me chicken nuggets.
It's
boring and
no
they don't give you
nuggets?
chicken nuggets?
Yeah.
Aw, man.
No.
And
mustard.
What? They'll give you chicken nuggets this year. You get to go to Bubba's school. Make new friends and go to a big school.
Alright, bud. Let's just tell everybody good night. You gotta
Good
go
night.
to bed.
Always not new.
Say love you. Say love you. Say love you.
Love you.
Bye.
What are you doing?
He's
Brad?
messing with the glasses now. He just wants to play. He's gonna cause somebody's ears to bleed through their headphones.
It's time for
Bye,
some
buddy.
melatonin. Knock you out.
Time for half a bottle of NyQuil at least. That's fine. He don't have to do it.
Yeah.
All right. That was Ollie with the Not News, sorta. not the greatest showing, but he tried. Liam's not doing game train tonight. He's got a friend over. So we'll just move on with the show. Get back into Kirsten and Scott. Thank you for hanging out with the kids. They really do enjoy it. I don't, but they do. So thank you for that. Let's hit this Scott video back up and see what's going on.
Tenants and all their rents and everything was not signed. It was the Democrats. So she might be flipping a little bit. And we have the fact that now we are...
I'm always afraid that I know some people, I do. Like I watch YouTube all the time with headphones, and I'm always afraid he's going to hit the mic so hard or like twist the cord or something and make like a screech or a loud ass noise that's really going to hurt somebody's ears. Because I've done it before.
Exposed that Melinda Gates
Melinda.
is the one that gave the military the information that, Bill Gates had some children at the Wyoming ranch, which they raided. And, So
that has been widely debunked, even as far as neighbors coming forward and saying that at the supposed location of this Bill Gates ranch, that they're being harassed by people showing up to see the crime scene and trying to get on this land and look for the tunnels and make sure the military cleaned them all out and shit. Like, it is a mess. And even neighbors are coming forward on social media, not on the big, evil, scary news, but like on social media and Reddit and Facebook and saying, look, leave us alone.
A little bit more information there was some video of him making this little girl wear high heels and say that, she should make mommy and daddy happy or some weird stuff like that. Anyway, they've been chasing him. Of course, they say that, so a little bit more information there was some video of him making this little girl wear high heels and say that, she should make mommy and daddy happy or some weird stuff like that.
So I'm not denying that this video may actually exist. There may be a video of a relative or someone known in the Bill Gates family saying, oh, look at you, mommy and daddy's going to be so proud. And they'll find that clip, they'll use it, they'll claim it was from his torture video, blah, blah, blah. But it more than likely just had to do with, seeing a little kid and making small talk with a little kid. Like, come on now. They try to twist everything.
They've been chasing him. Of course, they finally got hold of Fauci after months of chasing him, and he was seized. They got him in D.C. when they thought that he had actually run off to one of his 3 residences that he purchased in Panama, Argentina, or the UK, but they seized him.
Hey, Beer Man, Angler Management bought you a 6-pack. Thank you very much, Angler Management. Love the name.
At the apartment in D.C. He just appeared there and they got him. So Melinda Gates has,
So Scott does claim he uses Kirsten a lot for intel, but he also claims that he has the Guardian group, the Bloodline family, the Guardians of the Galaxy that call him up. I think it's that blue chick that got thrown off the cliff by Thanos, but I'm not positive, that call him up and give him intel.
Bill wants to get back to her get back together with her because, obviously he's attached, even though he's a pedo. But she's more attached to the cash, obviously. She doesn't want to lose her cash because the military knows that he has been doing this stuff for a very.
Who's he talking to? Does anybody see his mouth moving and nothing happening? Who the fuck is he talking to?
Now, Bill wants to get back to her get back together with her because, obviously he's attached, even though he's a pedo. But she's more attached to the cash, obviously. She doesn't want to lose her cash because the military knows that he has been doing this stuff for a very long time. And he's made way.
So they get caught in these lies all the time where they claim that, Bill Gates hasn't been the real Bill Gates for 10 years. He's a clone, blah, blah, blah. That is, they just play it off. They're like, oh, yeah, he is. But I thought you said you arrested him and tried. Oh, yeah, it was from the other Bill. Or the clone was doing it. The clone Bill was doing it too. And they catched them both.
Over $10 billion from the, what can we say, the jab.
He's talking up a storm.
When you talk about the
one that
cash,
starts with a P,
one of the
and
things,
the one
Kirsten,
that starts with an M,
Kirsten, hold on a second. Kirsten, hold on a second. There's something that people need to understand when you're talking about she wants the cash, folks. Here's the deal. I think the executive order is 11001 or whatever it is. That executive order Trump.
Oh, come on now.
That went into effect. When was that, Kirsten? Probably early 2018, where anybody involved
and hasn't been enforced on anybody.
Crimes against humanity would have all of their assets seized, which would be, of course.
Roger Stone. Thank you for joining us. We have a celebrity in the chat. One Mr. Rogers Stoned.
The people of the stature of Gates, of the stature of Zuckerberg, of the stature of the multi-international corporate conglomerate, all these companies and CEOs, including Walmart, all these companies that are involved in trafficking of kids for the adrenochrome machine, they lose every single asset that they've got. That's why she would be so concerned about the cash. Yet whether she's guilty or not of any of the sick, twisted crimes, I don't buy into the fact that she's not. It's just by default, if she's aware of this kind of stuff, then that makes her an accessory to all of it. If she didn't participate, which would make me actually, I would be stunned by that. Anyways, that being said, you also mentioned that there's a nuclear reactor that's malfunctioning at Three Gorges Dam. Not everybody knows what the Three Gorges Dam signifies.
Hold on just a second. Let me make sure I'm not the crazy person here. He just claimed that there was a nuclear reactor at Three Gorges Dam. Does anybody know what's wrong with that, class? I'll give you a hint. Nuclear power and hydroelectric generation are not the same. There is nothing nuclear inside Three Gorges Dam. There can't be. There can be cooling towers. There can be. Why would you have a nuclear reactor in a dam? There cannot be a nuclear reactor in a dam. Even in China's shoddy ass building, could you imagine? Nuclear reactors sometimes melt down. And when they melt down, would you rather have that 2 blocks away on the ground or inside a dam that could potentially drown millions of people? By the way, let me show you something right quick because I'm getting tired of hearing this. This might not have anything to do with you, but hold on. This pops up in my video feed all the time. I'm sorry, in my Facebook feed all the fucking time. Here you go. Let me find one. Give me just a second. Oh, shit. I should have clicked open image in a new tab. I'm an idiot. Open image in a new tab. Do you guys know what this is? And sometimes they look like this. Let's see. Where's the one I just saw? Okay. Sometimes they'll look like this with steam rolling out of them. It's just a cooling tower, okay? It's not a nuclear reactor. This can be hooked up to steam. This can be hooked up to any type of hot water generation. This is just cooling. It doesn't mean that there's a nuclear plant there. It's just cool. It's only cooling. There could be anything making the hot side of that, okay? You have these sometimes, they're called parabolic cooling towers, I think, is the design. Parabolic, maybe. I can't, that sounds right. But it's just a cooling tower. Anything could be cooling from that, right? We could just run a boiler over here, make steam, and then run it back in there and cool it off. Like, it doesn't mean that there's a nuclear tower or there's nuclear there. Are these used a lot in nuclear? Yes, but the reactor is not here. This is just water popped in here. Actually, they're completely empty. Let's see if I can find a picture. They're actually completely empty except for the pipes and shit that go in them. From the inlet, and then a condensation flow and blah blah blah. Hold on. Inside cooling tower. They have a catch basin below them a lot of times. Yeah, it'll look something like this. Let's see, where's a good one? Open image in a new tab. So like this. All right, so all this is popping. There's a place to catch water underneath this, but there's probably another 100 feet above this right here where there's nothing. It's just air. It's just a trap to cool this down. Here's what the underneath looks like, where they catch the water after they cool it. So all they're doing is they're recycling their steam or whatever. Here's how it runs off the tower. But again, this doesn't mean nuclear. It's just a cooling tower. So this is the water that got caught in the sides and runs off the tower and hits the catch basin below to where they have water again instead of steam. But it doesn't mean nuclear. Is it used a lot of times? Yes, because it's an effective cooling tower. They also have big long square cooling towers or chillers, and they cool it back down with. This is just an effective design. It causes a draft to be pulled through it. The water helps cool. The air helps cool. Oh shit! Tablet with the big dono.
George Soros told me Billy Boy Gates couldn't fuck anyone because he suffers from blue dick of death.
I don't know what that is, but I don't want to find out. I don't know what that is, but I want to find out. Thank you for that big donation there, Tablet. I appreciate it. Are you drunk donating tonight? Is it your turn tonight? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But yeah, this is how the water comes back down. It forms on the sides. It pulls back down. It puddles at the bottom. They pump it back out and use it again. It doesn't mean nuclear. It can. There's obviously making some type of heat there and probably power generation, but it doesn't always mean that. So if you see one on a map somewhere, you can't automatically say that. It is nuclear, because a lot of times it's not. Well, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it is. Somebody sent another image. Let's see what this is. A technical drawing. It looks like. Yeah, here's a drawing of it. Let me zoom in. Boom, boom, boom. Oh God. So there's a condenser that flows back into. Let's see. There's a wind turbine. There's a boiler, and a feed water pump. So feed water goes to the boiler. It goes through it's not a wind turbine. It goes to the turbine as steam. It's a steam turbine. And then it goes into a condenser and a cooling tower where it's turned back into water and comes all the way back through. There's a circulation pump, water reservoir. It's even got the temperatures in here. But this is one that's operating off a boiler, so this one wouldn't be nuclear. A nuclear reactor only gets hot and fucking and makes steam. Like it's still steam power generation. We used to refuel them. Like you go in there and the fuel is like nuclear rods, and you change out the rods. You're only allowed to be in there so many hours, then you got to rest for so many hours. But just because you see a cooling tower doesn't mean that it's a nuclear site. And I get that a lot. A lot of people will send me a message and be like, oh yeah, and there's a nuclear plant close by. And then I'll look and it'll be something completely different, or an old cooling tower that hasn't been in service for years. It's just an effective design. A lot of plants use them, especially if they're unlimited on height, but they don't have a lot of width, because the lower... There's some places where you can only build stuff so high and you have to get permits if you're going to be above 60 feet or 50 feet or whatever. Those are usually low square ones or long, like oblong-shaped ones. And they'll have a chiller built into them if it's not effective enough. But you don't have to have nuclear to have that type of tower, is what I'm trying to say. And I get messages at it all the time.
It's where they've got, underneath there, they've got the massive Bitcoin mining operations there. Requires a tremendous amount of power. Again, that is a cabal.
But one thing you wouldn't do, I guess the whole point of this, the reason I stopped the video, one thing you wouldn't do is put a nuclear reactor inside a dam, because you already have hydro there to make power. You don't need anything nuclear. You have hydro, and it's making power just from the holding back of the water and the gravity, turning a turbine. And from that, you're already making power. That's like saying, hey, where are we going to make our new bomb-making plant? And they're like, I don't know. Let's put it at the base of Hoover Dam. It'll be underground and protected, and it'll never blow up. It'll be fine. Like, of course they wouldn't do that shit.
Operation, as we've understood, you'll probably verify that. But the Three Gorges Dam is now in a situation where they bring the Three Gorges Dam down. That's going to eliminate the actual transportation mechanism, whereby they're bringing this machine of body parts and adrenochrome and live children, down through that through those waterways to be trafficked out through the seas and around countries around the world. So what are you hearing about right now with the Three Gorges Dam?
Okay, to be precise, the reactor is linked to the Three Gorges dams. The Three Gorges Dam has so much damage, it's 3/4 of the way.
So if the reactor is linked, the only link they need from the dam is freshwater inlet. It has nothing to do with the dam whatsoever. That reactor could melt to the fucking ground. And the worst thing that could happen is there'd be radiation there. Like, it cannot affect the dam. It doesn't matter if there's 1,000 of them linked to it. The only link nuclear needs to water is freshwater intake. That's it.
Down.
And those are typically not in dams. They're in they're in a almost like a maze set of locks. So fish and wildlife and people can't swim into them, and they'll have a pickup and a discharge pipe, and they'll be in still water. Like maybe they might be at the lake. It could be at the Three Gorges Lake. There could be a pickup there, but it wouldn't be attached to like the dam. They don't need pressure water. They need still water.
But they are not completely destroying it, because the patriots are concerned about human life, and as you know, the elites or the cabal is not. So that would be a black ops. So the weather warfare, what they've been doing, are all black ops. They don't care how many they take out. And talking about the children that were found in Germany, the 600 children, those were children that were brought in. They were not children that were indigenous to the area. So they were not, from there. They were from other places that were brought there. And so the three...
So you have freshwater intake, typically not for cooling. No, it's all the intake for the plant. They're using it to make steam, but it's got to go through a water treatment system. They don't They can pull it in for cooling, as in a shower, like a cooling tower shower. But if they're going to pull it in to use it in the plant, it has to go through chemistry first. Like they have to make sure there's no hard water in it. They have to make sure there's no excessive calcium. They have to make sure there's no like lime scale, all the shit that would fuck up the inside of pops. You can use that type of water for cooling, but typically they'll just use the regular plant water for cooling. But it's just a flush. All they're doing is they'll pump in moving water over a bunch of hot pops, like a shower.
Three Gorges Dams is attached to 27 nuclear reactors. It's attached to the Bitcoin mining. It's mostly attached to the big pharma and the Wuhan.
Oh, it's attached. Listen to all the things that it's just a fucking dam, lady. It's just a fucking dam. Listen to all the things that it's attached to.
They were from other places that were brought there. And so the Three Gorges Dams is attached to 27 nuclear reactors.
No fucking way. They don't need the dam for a nuclear reactor. What would possibly...
attached to the Bitcoin mining. It's
27 nuclear reactors, Bitcoin mining, and big pharma. Bullshit. It's just an electric fucking generating dam, lady. It's a dam.
Mostly attached to the big pharma and the Wuhan lab. So if I'm telling you, thank you, Dan Scavino, for promoting me, Mr. Dan Scavino. Basically, if I'm telling you that Bill Gates was nabbed in his very insignificant house in Myrtle Beach, which is not one of his fancier homes, thanks to Melinda, and the one reactor's down that's attached to
that's cool, Bio, no?
Three Gorges Dams, and the Three Gorges Dams is almost finished.
She said 3 times this previous week. 3 times this previous week that it was coming down tomorrow. She said it on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Basically, all they have to do is drop a rod of God on it, and it's done. But it's never...
Listen how fucking stupid she is. Listen how stupid this statement is. It's the Three Gorges Dam is just barely hanging on. It's just it's almost done. It's almost done for. It's getting ready to burst at any minute. All they'd have to do is use the most powerful weapon ever known to mankind, and that would finish it off. According to you, these rods of God wouldn't matter if it was a brand new dam. They just cut the fucking ribbon on it. Why would it be almost done and they've got to use the most powerful weapon known to man? Are you kidding me? A well-placed explosive charge will fucking take out an entire dam. It's easy. Know what you're doing. Know how it's built. A well-placed explosive charge can take out a dam easily.
Going to be able to be repaired. It's
not even a big one.
So what does that mean? That means one nuclear reactor down. That's Three Gorges Dams attached to the 27 nuclear reactors, and Bill Gates sees plus the Three Gorges Dams down equals Big Pharma's done. And if you think that the CIA are bad, Big Pharma is a gazillion times worse. They are more ruthless. They are more powerful. And of course, Trump's guy that was lowering all the prices for the pharmaceuticals was murdered in a parking lot, Dan Best. And of course, the couple that was manufacturing the HC, you know what I'm talking about, in Canada, that couple, I don't even want to say the name, but the wife's name's Bunny, okay? They were taken out, and they made them look like it was a satanic ritual or something they were doing. So, and of course, the most recent one, of course, is Mr., what's his name? Mr. Sign, the one that wrote the book on the, what do you call it, tarmac meeting between Christopher Sign, the tarmac meeting between Val Jarrett and Bill Clinton, and he was right, and he was supposed to touch.
It is hard right now. I know there's been some deaths that everybody wants to call suspicious, and that's one of them, the Alabama guy who wrote the book, or wrote an article and a book on the tarmac meeting between Clinton and the the head of the DOJ. But you have to take into account unprecedented times. We're having more people taking their own lives right now than any other time, anyways. Recently, I mean, it's not like the Great Depression where people were leaping from buildings, but being locked in your house, being cut off from the world, being all the stuff that everybody's going through, losing everything. A lot of people are losing everything. Hell, I'm one of them. A lot of people that you guys know and watch are losing their fucking ass. There's going to be more people taking their own lives.
Testify at Bill Clinton's tribunal, and he was writing a second book about how the Clintons were harvesting adrenochrome from the children.
Yeah, of course. We would expect nothing less from these animals.
He was just getting ready to write an adrenochrome book. Just getting ready. Oh, he's so close. So close.
Anyways, always great to hear from you and get some good feedback or good intel.
Sorry, I was 3 minutes late, but I'm reliable.
Yeah, I was calling, but when I was calling your home phone number,
I don't know what's wrong with that number, but
it said it wasn't taking calls, and then your other one was going right to voicemail. But it doesn't matter. I get what I want. I'm gonna keep coming after you until I get you on the phone. And I got you.
I'm available for the king of YouTube. Always available.
You're the king. You're the king. Don't let them take advantage of you. You're the king.
There you go.
They're trying to make money on you.
Should be coming out soon. Anyway, it's honored to be on, and I'm glad you're back. And we hope that you're taking the elixir. And Sasha Stone loves it. He takes it multiple times a day. So one big dropper full or two will.
She's doing an ad on Scott's show.
Alleviate all the problems, and
Jesus.
Your dad, and maybe you can give him some of that.
She has no chill.
Thank you. I'll pass it on to the general, ladies and gentlemen. Kirsten W., the crazy rich Asian with the wind tunnel intel. Good to have you here.
Love ya.
Love you too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So there you have it. I wish I could have her. I wish I could actually be on a radio show, and she doesn't know that we're on a radio show or even a Zoom, because the best intel, or at least the speed with which it comes at me whenever she calls, it's just 100 miles an hour. It's, on the camera maybe or the microphone, but I had the most fun because she will not take a breath for literally 30 minutes just firing tons of intel at me. Anyways, so we have our next guest coming up here in a minute, Brent Johnson, looking to see if we can get him to pop in here as well. But in the meantime, some of the things we'll talk about.
So he has a second guest coming on, Brett Johnson.
Okay. He's going to give us a shout. He's going to give us a call. And he's become a valuable cog, and there he is. Good evening, sir. How are you? Good evening.
I am doing great.
I know you're
I'm doing great.
You're not local. You're somewhere else in the world than where I am, so there always seems to be a little bit of a delay in our conversation. Good evening, sir. How are you? Sounds like somebody's.
Oh God, here we go again.
I know you're.
Doing great.
You're not. Yeah, trying to figure out.
I'm here. We're getting a little bit of it. Yeah, I know we got
a bit of an echo.
Problem.
Yeah, all kinds of crazy stuff going on tonight. Anyways, give me 1 second. I'm just going to look at the tech side again.
Here's where he makes his claim.
Doing okay. Checking with sound guys on 2 different platforms. Make sure everything's coming through. I have no idea what the hell's going on tech-wise, but when I don't think I might have told you this earlier, but whenever I was trying to get a live stream up on YouTube, everything was echoing, and it was starting to happen again tonight. Can't quite figure it out.
No, I heard it, and when you did that, it sounded perfect. I don't know why, but just as feedback, when you changed mics, it became perfect.
Yeah, and I can't figure that out because what I did was I'm hearing.
Oh God, we're back to the title screen.
Platform. I'm on Skype's platform. I'm also on American Media Periscope. All these platforms, but that's the issue. None of those are the issue. But when I switch my mic over from my studio mic here to the computer mic itself, it doesn't sound to me like it's broadcasting through the computer mic, but it's stabilized something. Something doesn't make sense. I can't.
He's got that stabilized audio. You know the stuff that you do for video? He can do it for audio.
Figured out, but at least we got some stable sound. Anyways, some of the things I want to talk to you about tonight as I introduce you folks. Brent Johnson.
He also claims that he has multiple people being the audio person on multiple websites. That doesn't make any sense. Whatever you send out when you're streaming goes the same to everybody. So if I'm right now I'm streaming to Facebook and YouTube. You guys, one of you is not going to get audio and the other one not. One of you is not going to hear shit loud and the other one hear it quiet. Like I'm sending the exact same thing to both you guys. But my audio is not stabilized, so.
As an expert in regaining your sovereignty, your financial and privacy sovereignty, and his company, Freedom Bound International, has been doing some work for me in establishing these kind of common law trusts, things that protect you from the now defunct and bankrupt United States Corporation information.
They're setting up common law trusts. They're trying to become sovereign citizens. That's the big new thing, and they're paying for it. Used to be, when this sovereign citizen movement first started going, you had to watch some YouTube videos. You might buy a book, but the actual becoming a sovereign citizen was completely free. You just had to declare it in the right format, file the right paperwork, or sign it and have it notarized to keep it in your safe or some shit. But now you got to pay for it.
That was sent to me today by a new friend and contact from Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, and I'll just call her sister because she's a former nun for her own privacy reasons at this point. But she'd sent me a number of documents before they were scrubbed that illustrate.
Didn't we hear about a former nun? Didn't we do an interview or watch an interview with somebody who claimed to be a former nun? I was a former nun. Who was that I watched that on? I can't remember.
Great that the U.S. corporation is defunct. It is gone. It's finished. But in the meantime, that doesn't mean the cabal players are going to stop playing dirty, playing unlawfully, playing illegally, just like the 911 hit whenever we were ready to implement Nassar law and the Bush faction, the leader of the Fourth Reich, the Nazi war criminal scumbag that the military has dealt with. These people had stopped all that from happening, even whenever Russell J. Gold and David Wynn Miller seized the Title IV flag in 1999 in the 18-day period after the second and final bankruptcy of the United States. So we did not revert back to British sovereignty under the British Crown.
No, Madison was not a former nun, but she did star in a movie called "Hit It Like a Bishop." She was dressed up like a nun. I only watched it 2 or 3 times. I couldn't tell you the storyline, but "Hit It Like a Bishop." All rights reserved. 2015. You guys can check that out. "Hit It Like a Bishop."
Even so, the U.S. Navy signed on with that flag, and him as the commander-in-chief and postmaster general. And yet the cabal still went forward with doing what they do. They don't really give a shit. They don't create a legal system or any legal framework because they want justice and they want a society that can conduct itself in an honorable fashion. They create those laws to box you and I into a box canyon because they never, ever abide by the laws that they create. Anyways, with all that being said, the mechanisms with which he is an expert at implementing for people like me puts us in a situation where we can at least have some protection from the long arm of the scumbag political and banker class. But even more so important in this conversation tonight is because of his contacts worldwide in the intelligence community, etc., he sees the emergence of the cabal takedown from a different viewpoint and a different vantage point, and that's why I'd like to have Brent Johnson on with us tonight. So thank you, sir, for taking your valuable time.
It's actually spelled BITCHSUP, like bitch sup.
From where we are in the world.
I should have said that.
So that's what I'd like to talk about. What, from your point of view,
is ELDC.
Say to these people is say, what's happening? Nothing's happening. You know, all these things are supposed to be taking place, but I can't see anything.
The first thing before anything else that I want to say is I want to send out love, blessings, and prayers, and I want you all to join me to the general. Okay? And I am very, very pleased. Okay, I know that he's up and down, but I'm very pleased, okay, that he has made some progress, okay, because 2 days ago, we really did not have much hope, and now we have a great deal of it. So I want you all
He's hard to hear.
And what I mean by that is literally, I'm not saying it as a characterization, I'm saying it literally. In the U.S., the supreme law of the land is the Constitution for the United States, which, by the way, that's the name of the document, the Constitution for the United States. The Constitution was made for the government. Today they call it the Constitution of the United States. The word of in law means belonging to. Constitution doesn't belong to the government. It is above the government. And the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. People in the administrative end of government are regularly violating the Constitution. That means they're breaking the law. That means they are criminals. Now, when you understand that you're dealing with
Okay.
you also come to understand that trying to fight them by using the law doesn't work because they're criminals. If you have somebody robbing a bank and you go up to him and you say, hey, buddy, did you know that robbing a bank is illegal? Do you really think he's going to stop and thank you and go home? No, he's probably going to shoot you, okay, because he's a criminal. So the reason
Maybe.
you have all these scumbags, as you put it, okay, doing what they're doing is because they are criminals. You can't go to them and show them the law, the Constitution, and say, you see, this is the law. You've got to get your act together. They're not going to get their act together. They are criminals. Once you understand that, you understand the environment in which you live. It's like you live in a neighborhood that is crime-ridden. But the crime is not necessarily coming from your neighbors. It's coming from your politicians, your Anthony Fauci's, okay, your endless stream of bureaucrats and elected officials, okay, who care more about power than anything else, and they're not concerned about your rights. And so that's the playing field. That's what we are in right now. And you will survive. You have a better chance of surviving if you accept that and understand that.
And are willing to fight. And are willing to fight back. You have a better chance of surviving if you fight back. Sitting still is no longer an option, folks, and that's why, as we went around the country on this tour, it was to try to kick all these hornets' nests to get people active. Fortunately and gratefully, what I learned was the fact that people are taking action. They're taking action all over the country. And as Sasha Stone pointed out to me the other day, Scott, it's happening around the world. The media is not showing all of us, showing you, but the people are going after their government. They're fed up. And those of you who sit on the sidelines.
There is something going on around the world about federal governments and transparency and demanding equal treatment between politicians and the regular people. But you're doing a discredit to that movement.
And just
for sure,
for somebody else to do it or bitch because nothing's happening.
Seems like you're almost doing it as a job.
And this reminds me of my friend Michael Zildjian sent this today. It's one of my favorite quotes from Mark Twain back in 1904. And that quote is, in the beginning of a change, the patriot is a scarce man and brave and hated and scorned. But when his cause succeeds, the timid now join him, for then it costs nothing to be a patriot.
Nothing to be a patriot. Yes, absolutely. One of my favorites as well. Absolutely true. And by the way, I don't want to hear people, I don't tolerate it, telling me they're taking away my rights. They're taking away my rights. Your rights are God-given. Your rights are more a part of you than your arms and legs. You can lose your arms and legs. You cannot lose your rights. They cannot take away your rights. What they can do and what they do is violate your rights. And guess what? When someone violates your rights, you have a choice to make. What are you going to do?
I'm trying hard to hear him. He's so quiet.
I got you on the GoFundMe too. Kirsten is full of unintel.
Unintel. Kirsten is full of unintel. Thank you, Solitaire. I appreciate it. Thank you for that donation and the GoFundMe. Appreciate it.
Out it. Exactly. And you get
He does sound like RDS.
What Scott is saying is absolutely correct. We are in a state of war. Make no mistake about it. They're not firing the cannon and the rockets, red glare and all that. You don't see that happening, okay, in your neighborhood. But we are in nothing less than a war. And it is a war between good and evil. It is a war between dark and light. It is a war between those who want to rule the world and those who want to be left alone to enjoy freedom and independence. And that war has been stepped up in the last few years, and we're now seeing it more and more. But it's no less of a war, and I urge you that you should live your life understanding that right now you're in a war zone. Okay, because in a war zone, different rules apply. You know, you are not necessarily safe going to the store. Okay, you know, with all the CRT, the critical race theory, if you're white, you're in danger. Okay, but you don't have to be white to be in danger. If you're black, you're in danger as well. If you're male, female, old, young, it doesn't matter. You live in a war zone, and you are well advised to understand that
He's telling it to him kind of straight there.
There's a point. Yeah, there's a point I want to make on this because, you know, as the Luciferians have done throughout all of time, they've taken any good meaning to any word or anything good about culture and they've inverted it 180 degrees upside down
about culture,
with the complete opposite connotation. And so when you're looking at, for example, when you look at anarchism, you know, you look at the people, when you talk about anarchy, what they have displayed in terms of a visual image of anarchy is just complete, utter, you know, lack of any type of control or order or lawfulness, etc., etc. But the simple reality, what anarchism stands for, and I know I'll get beat up because, you know, that's what trolls and shills and dipshits do whenever you make a particular...
It's what trolls and shills and dipshits do. Get me beat up.
...particular statement that goes against the general cultural orthodoxy bullshit machine. But as I had written this down in the past, that anarchism stands for the liberation of the human mind from the dominion of religion, the liberation of the human body from the dominion of property, the liberation from...
We all know what anarchism is.
...shackles, the restraint of government. It stands for a social order based on the free grouping of individuals. And as it's followed up with, true freedom requires sacrifice and pain. Most human beings only think they want freedom. The truth is, what they yearn for is the bondage of social order, rigid laws, and materialism. The only freedom man truly wants is the freedom to be comfortable. Now here's the challenge with this. Because with freedom comes great responsibility. And that responsibility means that we all have to defend the freedom that has been born of the blood of the American patriots from the Revolutionary War, the soldiers, and all the soldiers, the Allied soldiers around the world in every conflict throughout the history of time in the era of when the bankers got control of the world. So when people say that they want freedom, we have to question exactly what freedom means to them, because freedom for them is the comfort of security. And that's why Franklin said that, you know, anybody who would give up their liberty for security in time shall have neither, because that is the simple fact of the social order of this planet under this Luciferian dominated matrix, that people are afraid to be free. What I found is they are afraid to be free. It's like being an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur sets sail to accomplish something that is not yet done. Go into a job, go into work and make money at an established business is much easier, and the security and predictability of all of it makes people feel more comfortable. Why we revere the entrepreneur in American society or the world is because whatever is going to sustain their life doesn't yet exist. They not only don't have work to do, they have to find a way to go out there and create the work. And once they create the work, they have to perform it. And they have to perform it successfully enough so the market will actually bear a value.
He's just putting shit together now.
Deliver that value. And that's a very trying, scary situation. You've done it your whole life. I've done it my entire life post-college, with the exception of 6 months. I've been self-employed, startup companies, etc. But one thing that does come from, if people can understand the value of freedom, is not having those shackles. Like you and I both know that, and I've said this many times, I would rather work 80 hours a week for myself than 40 hours a week for anybody, any day of the week, because when you are in that type of a situation where your security is driven by...
When you're selling a discount card to multi-level marketing
by your own
to a company that was run out of the U.S.,
you don't have to go find the energy to work because you're basically feeding your own baby. But when you're secure and you're taken care of and you have that guaranteed paycheck, that mindset is exactly parallel to how the world, or especially the American
Scott something, I can't remember the guy's name, but he's Keith something.
Functions that we
he's a sovereign citizen guy.
As a group, outside of the shackles and restraints of government.
The multi-level marketing company that Scott worked for, Duplo or Dupley or something, Doubly, got kicked out of the U.S. for being a pyramid scheme.
Because there's always a price to pay whenever you put those things in the hands of government. They want a pound of flesh. Then when you put the political class in there, and they're made to believe that they certainly are powerful and more special, they will stick their boot heel on the back of the necks of their people while they're face down in the mud, so they can maintain the position of power and what they think is influence, which is nothing more than being controlled by the Luciferian order. So this is what is the biggest challenge for me in this operation called Patriot Street Fighter, is to get people willing to fight for their freedom. And it's no different than the post-Soviet era. Once they had freedom, what did they do with it? Now that they have it, they can't rely on a government paycheck, a free flat to live in. It comes with responsibilities. But if that scares anybody, I would say imagine you being handpicked to be born in this.
Yeah, this is what you have when you pretend to be an expert on a topic and there's literally no one there to challenge you. You don't accept challenges from chat. You don't accept challenges from people who disagree. You don't accept challenges from anybody on social media. You don't accept instead, I beat that woman up and left her laying on the side of the road in a ditch in the pouring rain after I threw her out of my car on Twitter. Like, this is what happens. This is what you grow into. This asshole.
Era, in this transformation of the human species into this.
I'm going to skip ahead in just a second.
Leap. You get to be part of it. You get to fight for it. You get to experience it. And you get to become who you were born to become in the process of fighting for that ultimate global freedom. And so I hope that people can see a different landscape in front of us than what you've been programmed to believe your whole life through the idiot box, through TV shows, through movies, even comedies, whatever. It's even music. And I love country music, but it's still a constant programming machine to distract.
Scott loves country music.
To keep you from looking in the direction that I've always promoted, so you can regain. Live stream media programming machine obviously did exactly what I said they would do then. They would declare Biden the winner no matter how big that the landslide was, because that's what they were going to do, is to steal the election. And I made all these predictions prior to that night actually happening. But the simple fact is, people would ask a question: how is this even possible? How can they get away with this? And the best explanation to help you understand it, folks, is that...
Wait a second. What prediction did you make? Hold on.
I said that Donald Trump will win 80% of the popular vote. He will win every state except New York. I said he would win California. Now, of course, we know that the projection of the live stream media programming machine obviously did exactly what I said they would do then. They would declare Biden the winner no matter how big that the landslide was, because
that's not what he said. He said that there wasn't a chance that he would lose. They were going to do everything they could, but he was still going to be overwhelming. They couldn't keep up. The machine wasn't big enough. It was going to be a repeat of 2016.
What they were going to do is to steal the election.
The next day, he come out, and that night during the election and said, oh, they're doing this, they're doing that, they're doing this.
Made all these predictions prior to that night actually happening. But the simple fact is, people would ask a question: how is this even possible? How can they get away with this? And the best explanation to help you understand it...
I don't give a fuck how much you think people love Trump. He did not win 49 fucking states. No goddamn way. No goddamn how. 49 states? No.
Folks, is that the Luciferian order, the control mechanisms that they put in place, is pale in comparison to the control operators they put in place, the vast number, the magnitude of the people that they have implanted or supplanted in positions of decision making at all levels of governments and bureaucracies and foundations.
You having a... What the fuck? Is this a serenade? What's playing in the background?
And it's not just here, but all across the world in the United States. And people say, well, it doesn't...
listening to Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com. And we'll be right back after this message.
Did he just get chopped off for a commercial break? An unplanned commercial break? Like, fuck this guy. We got to make some money here.
You still have the that they're telling the truth as opposed to fiction.
And Genesis chapter.
Oh, this is awesome.
And there were giants in there.
He's still talking in the background.
When the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, indicating that there were giants before the Nephilim.
I'm going to get copyright struck for the music.
Join us in space. Let us take you to the place inside your mind where thoughts divide and mysteries unwind.
Everybody's talking.
Every Monday evening right here on Revolution Radio at Freedom Slips.
He said, looks like the intermission came on out of nowhere. We're going to have to stop. I will be right back. He talked for another 3 minutes, a death metal break.
From 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern.
Man, what was that cartoon that used to come on? Megalopolis or whatever? The death metal cartoon. That cartoon was funny.
Time. And you will catch
Trains off the tracks. That's right.
With our great host, Lorian Fenton. Come listen in as she shares her amazing stories from the past to present, along with all of her guest secrets to the future. That's the Fenton.
I can't help it. You guys wanted it turned up. It was turned up.
10 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Revolution Radio. Oh, and you don't need to expect us. We're already here.
Now we got the echo back. Awesome.
Galactic Interstellar Council on Revolution Radio Studio A.
Listen to these commercials.
Join us as we traverse the starseed paradigm. As expressed in the time-space continuum.
Starseed paradigm is where they believe that there are special star children, basically like the charismatic, over-the-top dictators, good leaders, bad leaders, special people in our world are actually star children who were bred by aliens.
Love and light. Integrating this conscious unity into the galactic paradigm. So welcome all, both terrestrial beings and galactic beings as one. So be it. You're listening to Revolution Radio.
If you think for 1 second that the Capitol will ever treat us fairly, you are lying to yourselves. Because we know who they are and what they do. This is what they do, and we must fight back. You can torture us and bomb us. Fire is catching.
This information in the communities.
Oh, thank God we're back. I was afraid we missed something important.
They take a paycheck. They say what they're told. Bullshit machine. I don't watch like Sean to you. This plan under happening around Ben, the wonderful art, financial empire. One.
Oh yeah. While we're taking a commercial break, we ought to all take a commercial break. And now, time for an ad in collaboration with PSF. Hello, folks. It's Will here. In collaboration with PSF, I would like to bring you this special announcement to you in an uncertain time. I know that we're all looking for information. The greatest commodity on today's market is information. Where do we find this information? How do we interpret this information that we see? Well, one place that we can look to for this information is our fearless leader, Donald Trump. And we at PSF would like to do a service announcement to let you guys know how to decipher this information. Now, there's a couple things that we all know. When you see Donald Trump with silver hair, it's time to buy silver. Silver futures are going through the roof. It's time to buy silver, no matter what other commodities you own. Sell them, buy silver. This is literally someone of a higher power looking out for you. And we know, or we should know, when you see Donald Trump with gold hair, it's time to buy gold. Forget silver. Sell it all. Buy gold. It's going to go up. You're going to make money. And physical gold and gold futures. Buy gold when you see gold hair. It's pretty simple, but there has been a confusing time for us patriots out there. That time would be when you see Donald Trump with orange hair. What do we do when Donald Trump has orange hair? Think about it, folks. It's not that complicated. When you see Donald Trump with orange hair, I want you to think PSF. Orange, oranges, tangerine, fruit, right? PSF. Everybody knows that PSF stands for Patriot Street Fighter. But it can also stand for Patriot Street Fruitcakes. Make sure you invest in fruitcakes. Physical fruitcakes, fruitcake futures, fruitcakes for your neighbors, fruitcake ingredients. When you see orange hair, when you see the fruit of orange hair, you think PSF. And never forget, Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us for this public service announcement. PSF is fruitcakes, is not associated with Cold Beer Confessional in any way, shape, or form. Please be advised, we cannot condone any activity done with fruitcakes, any money lost because of fruitcakes. If your neighbors hate fruitcakes or you're allergic to fruitcakes, all we know is that Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us. Okay, that was our latest ad done in collaboration with PSF. I actually get paid 17 cents. Double that. Double it up. 34, 32, 23. Skull and Bones. 34 cents every time I play that ad. So we're rolling in money now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Scott McKay here, your host of The Tipping Point on Revolution Radio, the information warfare platform of the Patriot Street Fighter operation that has taken the fight to the enemy, the global power structure, everything that's based out of Washington, D.C., the City of London, and the Vatican, the trifecta of the criminal empire. One, conducting military operations as a military assault weapon on humanity, Washington, D.C., and we've got the City of London, the financial controllers, and the Vatican, the so-called spiritual arm. And if they are the spiritual arm, they're the spiritual arm of Lucifer, Satan, Baal, Moloch, their god, the one that they worship. But do not worry, because they have been dealt with and they have been handled from the cardinals right on up to the Pope. There are things that are happening around the world that are not visible to the people because they are not prepared to understand the depravity or the depths of it that has been happening to humanity on this planet for a very long time. This radio show exists to bring this information to you because you cannot get it from mainstream media. You're not going to get it from Fox News like Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson, or Laura Ingraham, the personal favorites of all of us. Of course, I don't watch any of them anymore because the simple fact is they're simply part of the bullshit machine. It might be controlled opposition. Or
if you don't get it from Scott, you can't get it.
They say what they're told to say, and that's it. That means you're never going to get the truth unless you come to a place like the Tipping Point on Revolution Radio or Patriot Street Fighter. If you want to follow what we do at Patriot Street Fighter, all things can be connected right at scottmckay.us, at scottmckay.us. You can, of course, get your Patriot Street Fighter battle gear like you see I'm wearing here. I got Get in the Fight t-shirt with the tomahawk on the back. Make sure when I'm on my bike, that's the...
When I first joined Telegram, I was banned from so many people's Telegram account, groups, that it wouldn't let me join any new groups. I had to make a whole new account.
The one thing that's always visible, if it isn't Save the Kids, is a Patriot Street Fighter tomahawk. And it's interesting now how anywhere I go, we seem to be recognized. At least if I have a ball cap and a hat on. If I don't, a little thin on top, look probably 10 years older without it, so I can actually hide in the communities that I...
Oh. He's trying to pull a Tim Pool. You look a lot thin on top. You're a bald motherfucker. And it's not so you can hide within the community. You're not hiding. It's not Superman going into a phone booth and changing and everybody's like, "Oh my God, where did Clark go?" Come on now.
At least if I have a ball cap and a hat on. If I don't, a little thin on top, look probably 10 years older without it, so I can actually hide in the communities that I'm in and not have to be so public and visible. But not that I have a problem with that, because I love all the people in the Patriot Street Fighter Army. But at that website, scottmckay.us, you will see the shop there where you can get the Patriot Street Fighter gear. It's a lot of cool stuff.
If you buy me a tomahawk, I don't want to misspeak here. I will be at your house. I will bring the tomahawk.
Stuff. We are revamping all of that right now. Narrow the focus on that. That's where you can also get the Patriot Street Fighter tomahawk Kids seem to love that. Of course, I would be encouraging kids to get the tomahawk because it is a pretty sharp weapon, although it is a peace pipe as well. And also, you can connect over there. For most of you know that we were getting ready to do business with Mike Adams before the war started. And we finally, because of the supply chain issues that were making an issue for his operation, and not only that, the quality.
Jayco sells special shampoo, regrows your hair. I wonder why he never gave Scott any. Or Scott claims that he's been in that doctor's personal med beds. Why didn't it fix your hair, bro? A med bed can regrow a limb, but it can't put more hair on your head?
Control operation that Mike has there with his manufacturing and product testing laboratories down there. Pretty tough to meet the demands of the high quality, because that's the integrity with which he conducts not just his life and his work against the cabal, but his own business as well. So it took us many more months than if I'd have gone somewhere else, but we waited because I knew he's the guy that I wanted to do business in the wellness industry, because that is the basis and backbone of all of my career, the vast majority of my career, from the national competitive bodybuilding stage down to the wellness industry.
Let's be real. Mike Adams is just like Black Rifle Coffee Company. He peddles to a conservative base so he can sell supplements to a conservative base, and he's the only one that would have worked with you.
For many years. And so in part of...
You're not exactly going to GNC, brother. It's not happening.
The battle that I'm taking to the enemy is to help people redirect the dollars that they're spending on shit that makes them sick and virtually kills them from the corporate food production machine, what leads them down to the big pharma pipeline into the grave. I decided that we would start offering different products. The first one being the collagen product. And if you haven't done any research on collagen, you might want to just go to my website and click on the link that'll take you to psfhealth.com and learn about what collagen can do. I think it's one of the greatest health products they've come out with in years, and this is extremely high quality for an incredibly affordable price. I get feedback from people everywhere that they're enjoying the product, the results, the energy that they feel, the strength if they're working out in the gym, the skin conditions changing, the elasticity, joint issues, all these things that are now being repaired by this wonderful product. So again, you can go to scottmckay.us and get to the link, or go right to psfhealth.com for the collagen product. And we also have our relationship, pardon me, with Sovereign Advisors, because as many of you heard me talk about, I am very, very adamant about wealth, or I should say capital preservation. Capital meaning wherever you have money, the IRAs that you may have, or money in the bank, cash, et cetera, et cetera. I don't trust, of course, the system that we know that they're trying to restart, which they never will.
Collagen peptides.
Banker system.
Look at the picture they used.
It is.
That's his Hollywood headshot.
They're going to try to do it. But what I can tell you is this. The fact that if something really goes wrong and you have your cash or capital set up in these financial markets, in the stock market, in IRAs, and those things crash, and you're at a certain age, you get wiped out. There's one thing I've been confident in since 2006, as I've been a proponent of it, is precious metals, specifically silver. And the thing I like about working with Sovereign Advisors is that as they manage, I'm not talking silver certificates, I'm talking hard asset, whether it's coin or 1,000-ounce bars that are stored in a depository. Those particular items can be liquidated instantly and transferred into gold if gold is becoming the mover in the economy at that particular moment in time. So there's really a management opportunity to increase your wealth. I'm not a proponent of wealth accumulation, because I am not that guy who is an expert on any level. But capital preservation is just common sense. The accumulation of wealth through that, to me, as I've learned, seems absolutely automatic because of where we're headed with a new gold-backed currency worldwide. It's already been underway. So if you'd like to get an appointment with Dr. Kirk Elliott over there at Sovereign Advisors, you can just click on the link right there on the website at scottmckay.us, and you can get connected up there. There's a few other things that I'm going to introduce as we move on here in the coming weeks, things that I think are really important for being prepared for this shift, this dynamic shift that's going to happen in the world on all levels, economic, financial, certainly spiritual, but I don't have any spiritual products to offer. I leave that to the real experts. Anyway, so Patriot Street Fighter is obviously the basis with which we fight this war now. And the great news is that as we continue to roll this operation out around the world, this movement
problems with internet access, they can actually type in or connect up with a phone call to be able to listen to what we're doing here on the show around the world. So for the second half of the show, we're going to get back to our guest, who is an incredible American patriot, extremely well studied on aspects beyond the Constitution, especially the regain or the preservation of financial and individual sovereignty. We have Brett Johnson with us, and he's going to give us his intel drop. So we're ready for that, sir. Do we still have you?
Yes, you still have me, and I will. By the end of the show, I will also talk to you a little bit about what you said, sovereignty, and how to set yourself up so that you become invisible and can actually live your life without being bothered by these creatures out there. But first, I want to give you an intel report. Now, the first thing I want to say is you commented at the end of the last hour, Scott, how some people are saying, how did they get away with it? What I want you to understand is that they didn't get away with it. They didn't. Like you said correctly, it's all a movie. The movie, this part of the movie, you're in the audience and you're saying it looks like they got away with it. That's true. It looks like they got away. They didn't get away with it. The military have all the facts. The Arizona audit is going to be released this month. It will bring down the election. After the audit is released, Biden and Harris will be removed, and Trump will be reinstated. That's the first thing. It is coming, guaranteed. Okay, absolutely. Okay, Trump is still the president. Okay, and that has not changed. I saw a photo just the other day, and granted, photos can be photoshopped and all that, so you can always say to me that's not true. But
now let's skip ahead and see how they wound this up.
Not going to be charged taxes on this.
This guy was on for an hour and a half.
Those notifications will go out as soon as the fines and penalties are completed, which could be as early as tonight. Okay, we've had word. The most recent word has been by tomorrow. Now that could change because in the middle of all this, there's been a massive amount of fraud on the German bonds. They found 74% of the presented bonds were actually fraud. They were forgeries. So they've been very, very careful in moving through this process, and it has slowed it down quite a bit. Some people have been waiting for 10, 20 years for this to happen. But as this happens, it's going to be a trigger for a lot of things. Okay, the RV will begin. The Arizona audits will come out. Okay, Biden and Harris will be removed. Trump will be reinstated. Okay, and all of this is part of the military operation. It is not controlled by China. It is not controlled by the Chinese elders, as some have suggested. It is all a military operation. In the midst of this, Nisara and Gesara will be announced publicly. Now, Nisara and Gesara have already started. Okay, the actual law was implemented in I think it was 1990. It's been around for 20 years, but it hasn't been implemented. As Nisara and Gesara are implemented, administrative law is going to go down the toilet. And we are going to be restored to a proper constitutional rule of law, common law, a factor in life.
Makes sense.
Common law is based on God's law. Those announcements on Nisara and Gesara will come very
sovereign citizen, Nisara Gesara, birth certificate bonds.
Broadcast system will then be activated. And over the EBS, there will be an 8-hour video presentation repeated 3 times a day for 10 days that will expose all of the atrocities that you have heard about but haven't seen proof of. Not just the election fraud, but
I don't know what his name is, Ken or Kenneth something.
Horrendous.
He's a sovereign citizen guy.
Of children in these tunnels. And they're not going to show you everything. There are some things you should not see. Okay, you just should not see. There are some things that will give you nightmares. I have been told things that have happened that I will not repeat because I will have nightmares for the rest of my life just hearing.
Bullshit. He's been told things that sound so horrible he can't repeat them because he'll have nightmares for the rest of his life just from hearing them. Bullshit. Bullshit. You don't get PTSD from someone telling you a story.
Some of what has been
Every word of it.
done to children. You know, so you're not going to see everything, but you will see enough.
Is within us, and with that, we can. Our only limitations are our imaginations, and we can create this wonderful world where we're integrated with Mother Earth, with this sentient being, and all the life on the planet, the creatures on the planet, where we live harmoniously, and you can travel. You know, the world. You know, whether you're talking about the portal systems that exist on the planet, that usually are the reason why we go to wars in places like the Middle East, because there are portals which could transport you instantly to different places. These are the things that sound so surreal. Sure. It's hard for the average person to believe. But this is what the cabal and these criminals protect through war and destroying as much of these evidences to keep us. And it's, if you can just imagine that when we get to this point, like the Nassara funds. I believe, the Nassara funds, when they start coming out, there's got to be a measured distribution, because we can't have everybody in this country or the world acting like an NBA player that came out of the ghetto and got a big contract and then burns through all of it, destroys everything, and they end up completely poverty-stricken. So
I'm sure that it is going to be done in a very effective way. These people have been planning this for decades.
Yeah.
This is not anything brand new. I'm talking about the White Hats here have been planning this for decades. There is something else I also wanted to mention. All the stuff about masks and vaccines, and don't take the vaccine if you haven't taken it. Hopefully there'll be some way to fix you, okay, if you have taken it. But all of that's going to disappear. All the COVID stuff is going to disappear. It's not going to be with us.
We've heard this before.
So that's just another factor.
He's got to get new stories.
Don't let them push you around. Radio.us, freedomradio.us. I do a Tuesday show, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a conference call. You go to there, look up conference call. It'll give you all the information how to get on there. There's a button there. Join Brent on Telegram. It'll get you into my Telegram.
Freedomradio.us is who this guy is.
I have a second room on Telegram called Lessons in Liberty. You can't post in it, but you can download. Currently, it's 12 audio files on a number of issues: global currency reset, sovereignty, IRS income tax, the right to travel, trial by jury, the legal system, Second Amendment. There's a whole lot of stuff there. They are free downloads. They're between 20 and 40 minutes each. They're invaluable. You should share them with everybody you know. It's called Lessons in Liberty. Just go to the main Telegram room and ask for the invite link. And it's in there right now, but it'll be there. And, somebody will give it to you if you just ask for it, if you don't see it there. I can't emphasize it enough. This war that we are fighting, we are all soldiers of God in this war. We all have to take a stand. We all have to participate. You don't get to sit back with your six-pack of beer and your football game on Sunday and forget about the world. You don't get to do that anymore. Okay?
Yeah, you do if you want to. That's why America's free.
For you to take action to make the world a better place, and you do have options. We can help you find out what those options are. By the way, you can always call and set up a consultation with me if you want to talk about your specific circumstances. I'm very, very available. And I will regularly come back with Scott, because Scott and I are cut from the same cloth. Scott is a brother in freedom, a brother in truth seeking, a brother in patriotism. And, I would do anything to help protect Scott. By the way, all of you need to pray for Scott. Scott is taking...
It kind of says more about this guy than it does about Scott, though.
Okay, it's a dangerous thing. He is doing something that is extremely brave, extremely courageous. And you need to send your prayers constantly to Scott, that he is healthy and he is well, and that nothing bad happens to him, because we need him. We need him with us, and we need you.
Gotta have him.
God bless you all. And I'm going to turn it back over to Scott for for any last minute thing he wants to say to me, and he wants me to say to you. Go ahead, Scott.
As always,
monopolize long enough.
that's why I had to hear. As always, you certainly bring tremendous power to the conversation and the education on not just the critical liberty and freedom is, but from the architectural side of all of it, how we can protect ourselves. And of course, I know Brent for a reason, because he is one of my protectors. And everything that you said.
He's one of your protectors. What?
In lockstep with how I see this battle and this war. And again, I like to say this over and over. Some knucklehead was hitting me on probably one of the chats about, he always talks in military terms, whatever. He's not a soldier. He's not this. He's not that. But again, that always comes from the lower vibrational dark energy people.
I'm lower vibrational dark energy. Okay.
Satan's minions. They don't even know it, but they are.
Satan's minion.
The simple fact is that this truly is a war. General Flynn will tell you the same thing. He'll talk about the Army digital soldiers.
General Flynn won't even speak to you.
This is not going to be won with bullets and bayonets. It's going to be, and not even won with ballots, because we've seen how they've been able to just steal an election, steal a presidency. Well, at least
we stayed to the end. He mentioned me.
But
again.
But this is information warfare. This is overcoming this immense hegemony of the global media machine, which is nothing more
than Satan's minion, because I don't want him using the Purple Heart.
It's essentially a news program, news show, any type of talk show, with soap operas, with movies, or any type of thing.
Thank you for listening.
The actors go to work, they carry out their script. And I mean literal.
I'll add him to the list. Thank you, BB.
It's a literal script. And they have to act out a certain way, just like politicians. Same thing. Same exact proverbial script.
Thank you for listening.
The actors go to work. They carry out their script. And I mean literal.
He called me an actor in front of a camera, and I'm carrying out a script.
I don't mean this is not.
What twisted mind wrote this fucking script?
Proverbial script again. It's a literal script. And they have to act out a certain way, just like politicians. Same thing. Same exact dimension that they operate in. And then
I don't have a script, guys. This is all off the cuff. Sometimes I'll have notes for timestamps, so we don't have to listen to all this, but still.
Projected out across the world. It's a reception for media bombs, which is on virtually everybody's wall. They sit there like drones. Captures our brain. We're programmed by it. And that's what we're left with, the architecture in this world. And it's done what it's done. So, ladies and gentlemen,
why do you do it, man?
Again, very grateful for all of you. Thank you very much for being here tonight. Thank you, Frank Johnson, again, for a powerful voice.
I won't say a goddamn word.
This is Tipping Point on Revolution Radio every Monday, 8
I don't understand anyways.
Folks, see you next week.
You want to understand why we do it?
Have a great night.
They want to understand.
This is the best part of the whole thing. Hey, Hooch, why you do it, man? I won't say a goddamn word. They won't understand. That's right. We're gonna skip. We're gonna hop into Lydia, the lady who is married to Michael Jackson, who is the illegitimate, trafficked, missing daughter of Donald Trump. She can hear people's thoughts while going down the street, and man, are they jealous that she's the daughter of Trump. They also like to fuck with her by all wearing, everybody she's seen for days and days and days, months and weeks and years, has a shirt that says The Don, and she used to speak to Donald Trump as a child when he dressed up and posed as a cable man. And she just remembered on the last episode we did with her that the cable man once said, "Oh yeah, you're my daughter." And she just never thought nothing about that. Here we go. This is Lydia Chlamydia.
An enormous response. For the fourth time, Lydia Durham. We've had quite an enormous response to the interviews with Lydia. 99.9% people that are fully supportive, fully believing, and a little percentage of people that are skeptical. Now, me,
That is a bold-faced lie. You think her claim is Donald Trump's her dad. She can hear people's thoughts. They're jealous about her. Everything I just explained. For years, people followed her around in shirts that said the Don, trying to give her the clue. She used to talk to Donald Trump as a child when he posed as a cable man and said, "I'm your father." He has been tweeting at her secretly. All his tweets have a double meaning to her. And Michael Jackson is the father of her children. She's going to go on to claim that she has a very, very, very famous mother and some other people in her life. And you're telling me 99.9% of people believed it. No way. I'm out here actually spreading the truth, and only half the people believe it. Probably less. Fuck out of here.
Me personally, as a human being, as a father, as a man, I appreciate skepticism very much. And as everybody knows who's seen the interviews, I encourage it. And I encourage people to ask questions, intelligent questions, skeptical questions. I've asked, as Lydia knows, and you all know, I've asked people to come forth with questions. The last question, if you will, and I'm not going to excuse myself for my sarcasm, the last question or skeptical comment that we received was on one of the videos that was posted on YouTube. So I think it was the first or second video, because the third one was just posted on Telegram. The simple skeptical comment was bullshit. So I responded to that, obviously. There's really not a question there, so I can't really address whatever this woman's question was, or this man acting like she had a woman's name, because we've never heard back from her, even though I had told her she can contact me directly. I'm not going to waste time on that. Basically,
yes, that is Charles Manson.
We've
very
done
observant.
3 interviews, and they've been shocking. Okay. After the first interview, we received some questions. We answered them. After the second, we received more questions. Lydia answered those questions directly as I asked them. Lydia Durham has made it very clear. I'm
not gonna give this away, but man, it is good.
In multiple interviews now that she is willing, ready, able to do a DNA test. Am I correct on that, Lydia?
Do it.
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. There was one comment saying, "Good luck getting DJT." They used DJT.
I don't know about Norman. He probably masturbates a lot. I would say he masturbates.
Okay. Good luck getting DJT to agree to a DNA test. So another rather ignorant comment, because that's neither here nor there, because as people know, despite my sons and I still being in this situation with our family in Switzerland, people know very well that I know Joe Flynn, I know Garrett Ziegler, I know and have talked to people like Sidney Powell, and that's just...
He doesn't know Garrett Ziegler, so I don't know about what a relationship he has with the other people, but on his social media page, he just shouted out and said, "Oh, thank you so much. Garrett Ziegler finally shared our story on Lynn Wood's page." He's never spoke to him. He just shared a story of this guy's, the medical kidnapping. The more he does interviews like this, the more I fucking doubt any legitimacy to his story.
First degree, and then second degree, one person away. I know pretty much the rest of the entire team. Never had any direct contact with President Trump. Never had anybody that actually told him directly what's going on. But the reason I'm bringing that up is that it's pretty clear that that President Trump and those around him have been following, if that's the proper word to use, Lydia's story. Definitely aware.
Why do they have that picture of Sasha Stone up there with Donald Trump?
And most definitely now aware of the fact that by no coincidence, as Lydia has really coined the phrase, by no coincidence, Lydia and I were brought together. The next question, skeptically, I'm going to address really quickly, and then we're going to go into some things. And before anybody busts my balls for saying a bunch of stuff and not letting Lydia talk in the beginning, she's going to be talking. There's just things I need to say for Lydia and for the credibility of this entire situation. I guess the best way I can put this is I've sent Lydia's interviews directly to people, high-level people, the aforementioned people we're talking about. If I've sent them on WhatsApp, they've had double checks blue. We all know what a double blue check means. Red alert, a red READ alert, red receipt, Telegram double check. People are seeing these, okay? And not just people that were around President Trump and still have either direct or secondary degree contact with him, but also one extremely, extremely famous person out of Hollywood who's presenting himself and might in fact be true, fighting for the rights of children. And I've had direct cell phone contact with him as well. You can guess it might be one of probably 2 or 3 people in Hollywood. And he's asked me not to say his name at this point. And for the time being, I won't be saying his name. Basically, we've done this. Lydia's put herself up for the DNA test. Here's the story, quick summary for everybody so they know, okay? Lydia Durham found out she was adopted when she was 9 years old. Is that right, Lydia? Roughly?
Yes.
Okay.
Roughly maybe like 8, 9, yeah.
Okay. The situation with her adoptive parents was the adoptive father. And we're talking in generic terms here, okay? We're not going to get into the details. Anybody who doesn't know the details, we can go ahead and address those again. Ask Lydia to address that again. But basically, abusive, adoptive father, highly abusive in many ways toward Lydia, as well as to the adoptive mother. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay. Lydia, of her own volition, convinced her mother for her and her mother to leave the adoptive father. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay. And this is when you're roughly how old? You're a teenager at this time, something?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Now we fast track 2018.
You can't narrow it down between 13 and 19? Yes. 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 I wonder when she's going to start snapping her finger. Man, she looks ghetto.
So
acts ghetto, I guess.
Comes into her life in disguise. Okay. And we're gonna.
Oh no.
Meet hammer these bitches.
Meet hammer these bitches. Thank you very much. That was BB72 with a donation. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for that.
We're going to get into some pretty hardcore stuff here in just a second, because I really want to help full circle this whole thing in terms of what this whole Patriot Digital Soldier Q movement believes. And if we do, in fact, believe all these things, and you believe all these things, I'm saying you to the audience, things like John F. Kennedy Jr. is alive, Diana's alive, and Michael Jackson's alive. These people are alive. There's really no reason not to believe Lydia Durham's story at this point, because she actually has more evidence alluding.
Wait. His justification for believing her story is that we believe crazier shit. So why not just, the earth is flat, JFK Jr.'s alive, we're under a giant glass dome, Princess Diana, we believe crazier shit. Why can't we believe this crazy shit? How do you sell a fucking story like that? I'm starting to see why they took your kids. Like, I know that's a fucked up statement to say, but I don't think it had anything to do with anything other than your wife jumping out of a building to get away from you, from the 8th story, and you being batshit crazy.
But let me come back to the point. So DJT in roughly 2018 comes into her life. Having been in disguise. And Lydia, please correct me, because I'm summarizing everything.
Right. No, it was 2002 or 2002 or 3. He came in as Wayne Hampton.
Okay. 2002 comes in. And then in 2018.
2015, 16 area, he had an alias and he called himself Gator.
Okay. When's the period that he worked for?
Gator don't take no shit. Gator take care of his bitches. That Gator? That's a different Gator. I think you saw something else. Wayne Hampton. Gator. Gator put a hole on the streets.
Comcast.
2002 or 3.
Okay.
He was the cable man.
And what's the connection Comcast President Donald J. Trump? What is that whole little?
Well, President Trump always, like, if you notice, he always brings up like Comcast and them being kind of like bad or whatever. Like, he's always talking down about them. But like, if you think of how they did the undercover boss kind of thing, it's similar. You know, when these people have different aliases and they're doing different things, they could actually get hired under this alias, you know, work for a little while with these jobs. Meanwhile, they're really seeing how the business is run and what's really going on. You know?
So you think he was on an episode of Undercover Boss when he came to visit his illegitimate child who had been trafficked and missing, and he wouldn't like claim to?
Know why they're doing as a regular employee. You know what I mean? So that's basically kind of what he, I guess, was doing.
Okay. And the last time you were with Jeffrey Lee being the, from what you've explained, the in disguise, one of the in disguise names for MJ for Michael Jackson. When was that? That was 2018.
That was 2018, 19, yeah.
And was 2000.
By the way, she didn't realize that she was actually married to Michael Jackson until after he went on tour. Then she was like, oh, shit, you're Michael Jackson, aren't you? He's like, yeah, I am. Yep. Yep. Thriller, you know?
2018, 19, the time when you were telling the story in the last interview about how he basically let you know who he was at that point.
Yes.
Okay. What was the last thing that you can remember him saying to you? Was it, see you soon, see you around, goodbye? Was there any?
Well, he called a couple weeks ago, not even. And I remember telling him, you need to end this death hoax. I'm taking hits like never before. And you need to end this death hoax. And he just kind of giggled. He goes, well, you know. And I said, no, don't say, well, you know. End it. And then he goes, oh, I'm doing what I have to do. I said, I don't care what the hell you're doing. Just damn end it. You know? So basically, he wouldn't say much over the phone because he does that. He always diverts because, you know, he used to go into like, you never know who's watching or listening. Mm-hmm. So when I say things, you know, he answers in certain ways. The plus positive about this, though, back in 2019, when I told him, end your death hoax, he said, no, I'm not. This time when I said, end your death hoax, he giggled. He did not say no.
Okay, so just to be real clear, because a lot of people haven't seen your interviews, and that's a couple comments we get once in a while. They're like, what's she talking about? And why didn't she explain that? And for the thousands of people that have followed your story, they all know you've already explained certain things.
It makes more sense now that you guys remember the song Lydia Jean by Michael Jackson. I was always wondering why he named it that. That makes more sense.
And just to repeat, sorry for the people that think I repeat myself and I'm cutting Lydia off. I'm not. I'm actually doing it for your clarification for the audience, new viewers.
What?
When did he indicate to you the first time, Jeffrey Lee, that he was in fact Michael Jackson? Was it 2018? 2018. And then he called you, you're saying about 2 weeks ago?
Right.
Come over here and tell him.
Day, which is June.
Waddle your big ass over here. I done paused the video.
Song, the Michael Jackson song.
What is it?
Jean. Why are you saying Lydia Jean? Stop.
Because it's a fucking joke, Mariah. Her name's Lydia. What the hell's wrong with you? Raising a house full of retards. You can go back to your lady work, stupid bitch. Her name's Lydia, not Billy. Do you think that joke would have worked? Stupid. Climb back in the fucking kitchen where you belong. How did your chain get lengthened to this extent?
July 30th of 2000.
Right. He called, or I mean, 2 weeks or a couple weeks, something. I'm pretty sure. I think I announced it on my page. So
yeah.
You know, it's somewhere, you know, like within the month or something like that, because the page is only not even 2 months old. So it had to be like within a month or something that he called, you know?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now, folks, ladies and gentlemen, as crazy as all this sounds, there's a couple other points. Now, number one is, and I'm challenging anybody out there, to.
Okay. Here we go. Here's our challenge, guys.
Okay. If anybody can prove that Lydia Durham and I are friends in any way, that we've had any sort of relationship or friendship in the past.
I can immediately prove that you've done 3 interviews together and you know each other before you made this statement right here. So what are we doing? That's Sriracha Stone in the background with Donald Trump. They're friends.
Together. And that this is some sort of like mutual massive psyop between Neil David Suits and Lydia Durham and trying to get exposure for my kids or her thing or whatever it is. Bring it on, because that's the thing that's so hardcore for me, is that I never heard of Lydia Durham before. And no offense.
Neither has anybody else, including Donald Trump.
Never heard her name. And she's pretty active on Twitter, and so was I back in the day. Back in the day being up until, I'm still.
And I damn sure know Michael Jackson hasn't.
But back in November, December, January, when I was doing a lot of like communicating with Joe Flynn and milking.
I got this meat chain you can strangle on. What are we doing?
Make that really clear in case anybody
wants to choke on it, babe.
My life is a very transparent life, and it's not a cliche that I use transparency in media. It's actually, I think, a really, really good way to live, because then you don't have skeletons in your closet. But just to get that clear and out of the way, because that question was brought up by one person privately to me. Like, did you know her, or what's the deal? Valid question. Absolutely not. The bottom line is, this all sounds really crazy, but it's pretty clear at this point that unless, and I will caveat this by saying, and Lydia knows I will, unless the woman on the screen right in front of you has massive mind control power at a truly MK Ultra or above MK Ultra level, to be able to create this facade and do all, et cetera, et cetera. The situation we're dealing with obviously is rather real. Now, why would this happen? So I was going through, I was discussing it with a colleague of mine who does investigations as well.
This guy's crazy.
Lydia Durham has quite clearly been used as some kind of leverage since she was born. A lot of people know who she is, including her father, Donald Trump, including Michael Jackson, fiance, partner, father of her children.
MJ Ultra, that's right.
Made it pretty clear in the interviews I've done. And I came into this thing recently, like a few weeks ago, a month ago, something like that even. Made it pretty clear. Lydia's willing to take a DNA test. Lydia's been very frank and honest long before I popped into the picture.
So it's incredibly easy for Lydia to agree to do a DNA test and never get busted, and she looks like the good guy, because Donald Trump is not going to take a fucking DNA test to prove a random person he's never heard of or met before is not his daughter. Idiots.
Picture as a journalist to interview her. Everybody knows my position was, I'm not here to prove or disprove. I'm here to get to the bottom of it. And the more I keep finding out, is the more keeps leaning toward the fact that, again, unless this is unbelievable mind control situation over tens of thousands of people and high level context to create fake birth certificates, fake marriage certificates, and all sorts of stuff. This is all very real. So we're talking about leverage. We're talking about ransom. They've been preparing, obviously, for a long time to release the information to reveal who Lydia Durham is. What's interesting is that, going back to what we were talking about, Lydia, I'd like to know what you think of this. The people that are online, the, Q or Patriot or Digital Soldier, we all know there's pictures passed around all the time of JFK Jr.
Right.
Millions and millions of people that believe he's still alive. Same with MJ, right. Same with Diana, Princess Diana. If you can, and it's a hard thing to do, put yourself objectively, like outside of yourself. When I said earlier in the interview that if people actually believe all that stuff's real, that stuff, those people being alive, do you think it would be out of the question to believe that if those people are in fact alive, that they did in fact have families as well?
Right.
I don't believe that any of those people are alive.
That I don't understand what's so hard to believe with this. You know what I mean? Because also think about this. Why out of all the people is Donald Trump the one that has been going after human trafficking so hard? Don't people think?
What are you sure you're not Doug Kuzma's lost daughter? Did you just say human trafficking?
Maybe it's really quite personal to him. And, he has the power. He has what it takes. He has everything he needs, and he has certain people behind him that have, they've been setting this up for a long time. So out of everybody, the passion that he has in human trafficking, that passion that he has to stop certain things that are going on, could it be that he had a daughter out there that they've done this to and used as leverage, and he couldn't say anything, so he had to work a plan and do what he had to do to be able to expose what's going on?
And this is what you're saying, Lydia.
That's it.
And this is the logic of you, because I mean,
perfect sense.
Every time we do an interview, what happens right before we hit record?
Oh, see, Johnny.
Tell everybody what happens. What do we do? What happens before? Like
between me and you?
Yeah.
Oh, we're just on, and we're getting, like you just tell me that, come on and answer, the best of my ability, and just be me. Just be me and answer to the best of my ability. That's basically all you do.
Okay. So, and this is the thing, is that, and this is why I am, unless I'm one of the tens of thousands of people that's under a spell, which again, it's no use in even saying that anymore, because there's no way everybody's gone radio silent on me to this degree. And that Lydia hasn't either been arrested or institutionalized already, or charged with falsifying the persona of a daughter of the president of the United States. So basically, it's clear they've been preparing for a long time to reveal who she is. Certain things had to play out, even though I was involved and still am involved deeply in the investigation on the November 3rd situation. On one part of it, it's clear that certain things had to be revealed. And I don't know how you feel about that, Lydia, but like I as a person, and I see it online a lot among just people I know here in Europe and back in America, a lot of people are really just freaking had it at this point.
Yes, they have. Yeah, it's wearing and tearing. People are starting to feel hopeless and they want to give up. People are saying, I'm tired. I can't take this anymore. Because it's everybody's life has literally been affected in one way or another. And another thing, when we get on here, another thing you do is tell me that you're just absolutely amazed with the responses, that you're receiving after these interviews from high level people.
Well, not the lack of response.
The lack of response, the media silence, the reaction from them, and it's letting like, wow, this is really deep, and if, there's no way that this could be made up. It just doesn't happen. Nobody can make this up. It's just the way it is,
And this is the thing, and the way that a lot of people
don't fight in the chat.
Like tens of thousands of people in conversations that are passing between Telegram and Facebook and YouTube and cpssocial.com, where people are also starting to talk about you, and you're talking as well, is that they've been preparing to reveal this for a long time. This plan had to play out regardless of a fraud in the election situation of November 3rd. It's quite clear that what the world is seeing right now had to be seen so people could actually see the reality of how freaking bad it and scary it would get.
99.99999% of all people believe this. Only 0.0000001% questioned it.
And that Olivia, again, now I'm doing it again with the Olivia thing. It's the Olivia Newton-John thing, the joke. So Lydia's situation is quite clearly her life, ransom, leverage, who her father is, how Michael Jackson fathered her children, is quite clearly, as it is breaking, as we say, D-class, is quite clearly the primary pinnacle key information for the center of the plan to take down the deep state. And President Trump, I mean, unless didn't see the news correctly back in 2016, 17, and throughout his presidency, his first term, he talked about taking down the deep state. He said, it's deeper than he ever thought, et cetera, et cetera. So it makes sense that your situation would be at the center pinnacle, and that they would have let it play out, despite how I can't even imagine how agonizing it also must be for them, because people have said too, and I know you've read this, is, well, if she really is Donald Trump's daughter and really is the partner, mother of Michael Jackson's kids, why didn't they like slip her a few $1 million and like put her, because things obviously have to play out. And
why would she have to be abused as a child? Why would her husband have to, or the stepdad have to attack them? Why would they have to live on their own? Why would they have to be poor? Why would she have to secretly meet Michael Jackson? Why? She's not integral to this story. She's a nobody.
And we see it in our world. And that's just, again, that's the reality. That's not me making up bullshit excuses.
Okay, the president has a daughter that was trafficked, when she was...
You skipped ahead, by the way.
And I'm not cutting you off, which exactly...
No, go ahead.
Which explains why even before he became president, he was very clear in his position about people that hurt children, and fast process. We all know the famous tweet. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to try to quote word for word. Right. We all know. What's that?
Missing children.
Right. Missing children.
He said, when are we going to, something about finding the missing children or something. I can't remember word for word either. But it's
all the sickos and to round up all the people that hurt children and rapid trials and
oh yeah, that stuff too. And that's what I'm saying. So we really need this, but we the people as a collective whole are actually helping Trump. And even the people in the witness protection, we're helping to set them free, because there are certain people that are blocking the D class. But with us doing what we're doing, and I had, a lot of people on my channel, and think about it. If this wasn't true, what I was saying, would I sit there and be cheerleading for all the people that are calling the big news stations with this story? Hell no, I'd be scared as I'd go, oh man, so yeah.
Come on now. What big news station is going to pick this up?
I can't take it no more. I am Billy jacking their asses with a roundhouse kick to the face.
Oh no, Mrs. Huntsman coming with a roundhouse kick to the face. Look out. Don't hurt them. In a video game.
It's getting
now you'd be like, oh shoot, man, now I'm gonna have to talk to a real journalist, and oh my god.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh my god, you're sending it to people that are right next to Trump, so you know what I mean. I mean that's just a nutcase would do that. So my thing is,
but the thing is, hold on, and this is I'm going to address something because people are going to bust our balls for it after this interview.
Okay.
I know they are. It's not that a nutcase would, it's that a con would. A con would be nervous. If you, and nutcase too, but you're clearly, and nobody needs to be a freaking psychiatrist or a psychologist to be able to see very clearly. You have no symptoms of any psychoses whatsoever.
What? Wait. She could hear people's thoughts as she was walking down the street, and they were thinking, man, I wish I was the president's daughter. Must be nice to be the president's daughter. I wish Trump was my daddy. While she was walking down the street, and she didn't put it together until she was several decades older.
Conversation is fluid and coherent. You're not going off in any delusions. You do not appear to be hearing voices or seeing anything. I think we're all pretty clear on that. But if you were in any way
she saw several thousand people all wearing a matching shirt that said The Don, following her around for years of her life.
You have hundreds and now thousands of people calling CNN, ABC, NBC, MSNBC, their local papers, And what I see in you in terms of like the evolution of Lydia Durham, it's not like you needed to go to even a higher level. It's not just higher. It's you're getting calmer and calmer. You're getting more and more centered. And
because this is what she wants. This is her disease. Attention. Attention.
That to me is the absolute biggest proof of who you are, because you're getting Please go ahead, please.
No, I was going to say, because that's all I really want is just the truth to come out, this nightmare to end. And not only that, this story being who I am, being that I am Donald Trump's daughter, being that he's the, president of the United States that's fighting against human trafficking and the center of all this stuff, right? Being who I am, I'm basically being used, not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. I don't mean I'm being used, but being, I'm the example of, what's going to really free the rest of the world from this corruption. So when they put this story out there with me and my children, and it's going to bring other people out of witness protection, then it's going to say, well, why were they in witness protection? What's going on? Oh my God, President Trump had this daughter, there's a plan, and who's doing this and who's doing that. And then what's going to happen is, CPS is not going to be able to do this no more the way they're doing this now. They're not going to be able to just traffic people the way they're doing this right now. And I'm sure they're not going to get it because they don't want to have lawsuits for everybody having like major PTSD or what depressions or whatever. But, CPS was trafficking children. How did they do it? They did it like this. They're not going to go into gory details, but they're going to hit the basis of this was happening. This is who was doing it. And this is how they were doing it. And we're stopping it. Bottom line. So when this story about me and my children come out,
Geraldo Rivera,
the whole Pandora box open, and people aren't going to get away with these crimes. They can't just do this anymore. Then they'll be able to put systems in place, that help the people. So you can't easily do this anymore. So this right here needs to bust loose. And I mean ASAP, now. And I think I'm honestly believe in my heart through certain things I receive during the day, Donald Trump and the rest of them who want the D-class to happen, okay? They're rooting for us to do what we're doing. So this way it forces the question, okay? And the question cannot be ignored. And now we
got to get to the new interview. So I've been skipping ahead in this one, but the next one we're going to watch, she's got some new relatives.
Of me and my children, who's involved with everything who's been actually using me and my children as bait or leverage. So if those particular people have anything to do with what happened, the abuse that I've suffered, the death threats and the...
What kind of shit dad leaves their daughter in a human trafficking situation to say it's part of the plan, the people need to see it?
Attempts and all that, the trafficking and all that, of course they don't want it to get out because they had something to do with what the hell happened to me.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there's a lot of reasons for it to be kind of stopped, and because it's going to expose a lot of people. And it's also going to expose how they took a girl and her children that didn't even know she was his daughter at that time. They took this girl and children and abused the hell out of them, tried to kill them, poison, whatever you want, blow up cars, all that. They took an innocent girl and her kids to go after Trump. Meanwhile, they sat there, Russian collusion, this and that. This conversation.
All the distraction bullshit, right?
Yeah, all their they persecuted him. Meanwhile, this man has a mixed child and mixed grandkids, why they're calling him a racist, okay, that they're torturing the hell out of him, mega hate crimes against, and trafficking her children to other criminals, okay, in the background of all this. There's a lot of people that don't want that coming out because that's really, something else. So,
by the way, the beloved Madison Marquette opened this crazy portal. The crazy door opened with her. Now everybody's coming through it.
They don't have a problem when it comes out, but you got him and who's with him trying to get it going on. Plus, think about this too. Why did JFK Jr. have to go in witness protection? Why did Michael Jackson have to go in witness protection? And all of them, right? So when
both JFK Jr. and Michael Jackson went into death. That's not witness protection. That's just death. They're dead.
In that this is going around, I'm like a centerpiece, like right in the middle.
That's exactly what I was saying. That's exactly
right. So when my story comes out, they'll have to come out, and then they could explain, well, I went into hiding. I had to go into hiding because of this and these people being after me. So it's not only even just me and my children, what they've done to my dad and me and my children. Now it's going to come out, well, you were trying to kill Michael Jackson. You were trying to kill Junior. You were trying to kill Diana. You were trying to kill this one and that one. All for what? Protecting people, protecting children, protecting humanity. Who was doing it? It's just the whole thing, as they say, the corrupt disease temple is going to come down on its head. Well, there you go. I'm like somebody told me, they said, you're the keystone. I said, well, I don't care what I am at this point. I just want it over. I just want the truth out and this to end. That's all I want. That's all I want, people. So I'm here to tell everybody, get the videos out, get the interviews out, get my page out. Let the news reporters go on that. I don't care if they show up while I'm.
Yeah, you can't randomly attack people. I don't care what they did on another channel. You can't attack them in the chat. Just because they're a mod on another channel doesn't mean that you can have a little fight in the chat. We don't fight like that. And if Travis sees it, I'm sure he's gonna time you out. That's the way it works. I'm sorry. If you can't be part of the channel, I understand. But like, I can't just have people fucking fighting in the chat all the time.
Shopping later today. Go ahead. I don't care.
All you have to do is not fucking. If you can't stand each other that much, all you have to do is not fucking speak to each other. But we can't. We can't just attack people.
That means the truth is finally coming.
That's the thing with Lydia Durham. Is Lydia Durham's not hiding, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And Lydia Durham will take a DNA test. She will go to wherever she's asked to go to authenticate. And every question I've asked Lydia Durham, she's answered. Every piece of paper and evidence I've asked for, she's gotten to me more now.
What paper?
To kind of really look at and study anymore. That's what I wanted to do.
The only paper she might have is a marriage certificate to some man, but she claims that she got married to Michael Jackson under his fake witness protection name.
Tonight, Lydia.
So how would that even prove anything?
I'm sure there will be people, as you and I know, who are going to go, well, they didn't talk about this, and what's the real, and how come, and really, who's the mother? Okay, let's go back to, and I'm not saying there are.
I don't like trying to chat on Liberty's channel either. Like, I get timed out too. Well, I used to. I don't so much anymore. But I used to get timed out too for making jokes. But that doesn't have any relevance on my channel.
There are not some people on your channel who are faiths other than Christians, but let's just talk in terms of like a Christian ethic for a moment and the concept of faith, which is actually a scripture I read this morning about faith and the importance of faith, which you and I have talked about before. So will I. And then you can ask intelligent questions, and you can ask the right questions, and you can ask the questions that haven't yet been answered, because perhaps you'll have all of
There's one more interview as soon as we get down to this. That's why I'm kind of skipping through this one.
If they really want to get down to the bottom of this, like you say, not to discredit or not to credit, but they really just want the truth and to get down to the bottom of this, they could call and demand they know if Donald Trump, news stations or wherever, and demand if Donald Trump has, an unknown daughter named Lydia Durham, and they would like to know what's going on. Go ahead and make the phone call. Start demanding the information and demanding a response.
Again.
I mean, it's as simple as that, You want to know the truth?
No one's going to pick up that news story.
As we all know, there are certain journalistic outlets. There are, I think, a couple people still at Fox News that Donald Trump talks to. I know there's obviously people in Newsmax, One America, other places. So I'm quite confident some of them are watching this because there's a whole little electronic package going to the gentleman that runs One America, who I've talked to and corresponded with a lot in the last year or so, roughly a year, 8 months, the son of the owner. And he can't deny he knows me either, because we've had too many conversations and we've exchanged too many emails. I'm not here to make him look like a schmuck at all, because he seems a very nice guy, apparently. So is his father. His father apparently is a really good friend of President Trump's, and that's the reason why his father started One American News, is because of your father. But I'm saying the big time journalists with the big audience, and I'm not talking about the YouTube influencers, and I'm sure
they're not going to speak about it.
Like 107, who hasn't taken my offer to call me, even though I talked to his buddy today, and he acted like he really didn't know. I said I went off about Juan the other night. or Wayne or the idiot himself. And yeah, he's an idiot, and it's a psyop, folks, and criticize me all you want, but real journalists. If there's other big journalists out there, I consider myself a real journalist. I just have a much smaller audience, and it's transparency in media, folks. It means it's straight to the bones. There's nothing.
OAN wouldn't touch this with Mike Lindell's dick. Mike Lindell's news service's dick. No way.
Show you about it. But Fox, CBS, NBC, ABC, MSNBC, One America, Newsmax, The Washington Times, The Washington Examiner, The Washington Post, The New York Times, The Los Angeles.
Yeah, I get preemptively banned at channels too. If they've seen my videos, they preemptively ban me.
With President Trump's media, I wouldn't say press secretary. Now I don't know if he still has that, but like his media person or whomever.
PR is the word you're looking for.
Question's true. So Lydia Durham, you're an angel. You're a warrior.
How are you?
Thanks. God bless you and protect you. And I know you and I will be talking really soon. Offline a little bit, and then let's keep this going and push it and push it and push it and push it and push it. Because if they were going to tell you to shut up or me to shut up.
I want you to stay here, but you're going to get banned if you keep this going. I haven't seen Tara talk shit to anybody in my chat room.
These first 3 interviews.
I mean, she responded to you, but I mean, what am I supposed to tell her? She can't respond to you? When you say she's related to a mass murderer or a shitty mod or like you're attacking her, like she's got to respond.
Every single parent that has been victimized by this disgusting, evil, wicked system, okay? And every child that's not back home with their caring and loving parents that aren't really neglectful and abusive, okay? Because really, like I said, when mine and my children's stuff come out, being who we belong to, okay, that's going to free a lot of children and going to help a lot of parents, and the quicker we could get this done, that means it's not another day CPS is going to go and just steal another kid, because when that comes out, they're going to go, whoa, man, they're not going to be like, well, let's just keep up the same routine. They're going to go, oh, shoot, like we can't just do, they're not going to be doing that like that.
And I'm glad
this will stop it.
I agree, it will. And that's why I've really, and I appreciate, I want to thank you just publicly, because everything you try to do to really help get the word out on CPS Social. Almost 10,000 people have seen either the promo pieces or some of the stuff that's come out, and only like 75 people have signed up. So I want to congratulate and really commend the 75 people. And I really want to let people know.
I'm going to skip ahead to the end of this, and we're going to go to the new one. We'll probably watch the majority of it, because that's where she comes out with the claims for her new relatives.
The negotiations for the
who
United
are awesome people.
Decades with other countries like Iran and Venezuela. And there's never been this kind of situation with this American family being detained in this country, especially somebody that has level 1 fingerprint clearance like myself.
If you told me that CPS showed up today and took this woman's kids, I'd be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And so there's the international aspect, and this is the thing: is everything happens for a reason. You're the keystone, Lydia Durham, and we're gonna push this thing. We're not gonna. Your thing is not gonna drag on. Your thing, okay? So I say thing in terms of like I'm looking at media wise, okay? It's not going to be. Let's see how it goes for a few weeks, and I'll get back to you. And let me talk with my friend, and I'll make you a promise. No, we're gonna push this thing, and we're gonna push it hardcore until I get a freaking call from somebody that says, okay, we're going to make the announcement tonight about Lydia and we're authenticating everything. Or I get a call from somebody saying, okay, we want to interview Lydia. And it's like somebody like one of these people, like Joe Flynn or General Flynn or Linwood or one of these freaking people that I'm in either contact or just 1 degree of contact away with, because your story needs to be authenticated and brought out there, because it's going to change the freaking world. And God bless you. And we will have you back if you will be so kind. We will have you back on Transparency in Media very soon.
Okay. Awesome.
Have a
Glad
great
to
night.
do it.
Awesome. Oh, no.
Thank you, Lydia Durham.
You've lost him, Huntsman. That was your last chance to intervene. You missed it. All right, here we go. The 5th and final interview where the new relatives come out. Here it is. For the first time ever, after this guy did it. Brand new.
For those of you, that's not what we're here to discuss. We're here to episode of Transparency in Media. My name is Neil David Suits, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is interview number 5.
Strap up, boys. It's going to be a rough one.
There have been a lot of people supporting Lydia, some people criticizing, some people skeptical, and quite a few people criticizing me for the way I've been doing these interviews. That's not what we're here to discuss. We're here to dive right in to the questions that have been asked. Now, I put a request out last Saturday, a couple days ago, to everybody, asked for everybody to post the questions on my channel with the word question in all caps. Took a little while for that to catch on, but it finally did. I put a deadline on because there's a lot of preparation getting ready for an interview like this. And for those of you that don't believe it, ask around. There's a lot of preparation plus a lot of post-production that needs to go in. There's going to be nothing edited in the middle of this interview. Once we started, we're going all the way to the end. So I put a deadline on of 11:07 a.m. I went ahead and still copied and pasted and took all the questions that were on my channel for Lydia Durham, even past 11:07 up until about 2-3 hours ago, which is as much as I could possibly give in terms of time for preparation. Lydia was given these questions less than.
By the way, just to clarify, we don't time people out and ban people for fucking arguing because we think anybody needs this protection or this or that. I get fucking tired of seeing it, and then I can't concentrate. Like, I fixate on it, and I want to know what's going on. I'm trying to look through chat and read it, and I'm sure the mods get tired of fucking seeing it. I want my chat full of people fucking yelling at each other. I don't care if you fucking meet in somebody else's chat and kill each other in a video game. Just don't do it here.
An hour ago, not to create her answers, but so she had an idea, because this is a lot of questions to ask one person in one interview. And a lot of these questions have already been answered. And so we're going to do our best in this interview to make this less than an hour and 15 minutes, because it's very well reported in mainstream journalism, alternative journalism, YouTube influencer journalism, and everything, that if we go past an hour and 15 minutes, it's not going to have the impact. So let's get past any criticisms and understand that Transparency in Media with our guest, Lydia Durham, is now giving you exactly everything you have wanted. All right. So Lydia, thank you so much for being here with us again. It's a lot of interviews that you've been doing. This is 5 interviews in less than a 2-week period of time. And
what's up, Wacko Smack?
Really personally, because it's extremely exhausting what you're doing. You've been doing, this is the 5th interview you've done with me. You're on a chat every night. You're constantly, and this is the audio, the voice chat I'm talking about. You're constantly on your channel. You're doing everything you can.
Might as well get comfortable. This is going to get good.
And I just want to thank you. I'm not going to take a lot of your time talking, but I really just wanted to give you my most sincere thanks for coming on again and allowing your audience and the skeptics to get all of their questions answered, even those that you have to repeat again.
Absolutely. And I thank you for doing it, Thank you.
It's my pleasure. All right, we're going to dive right in. So ladies and gentlemen, if you see me looking down, it's because I'm looking down at the questions. So these are word for word questions that have been posted on my channel. Lydia, question number 1, what is the exact current situation of each of your 3 children? Meaning, where are they? How old are they? And who are they living with?
Okay, well, the oldest one, he will be 24 on August 8th. So he's in New Jersey right now. He's on his own. Okay, so that's Daniel. You have Anna Marie. She's the one with the Asperger's, and she is 20, but it's more like she's, 12 because due to the Asperger's, and she's in a facility that helps, children or people with me, but it's more like she's, 12 because due to the Asperger's, and she's in.
By the way, I'm leaning closer and closer towards the illegitimate child of one Doe Kuzma. When she leads off with Ashburgers. She has Ashburgers. They've been cooked beyond charcoal. They are now Ashburgers.
In a facility that helps, children or people with those kind of disabilities right now. She's there. And then you have the youngest one, Clifford, which is 15. He is in St. Petersburg, Florida right now.
I would say very, very, very slightly smaller than probably other hoodies I've got, but they don't shrink. I don't remember what the tags that they're made out of. They don't shrink, but they're very slightly smaller. I liked mine a lot because usually the size I get is just a little bit too baggy, and this one felt like it fit right. So just a little bit smaller.
Right now with certain individuals I definitely do not approve of.
closer to a t-shirt fit than a hoodie fit.
For everybody
Probably.
really quickly. And forgive me, everybody who already knows a lot of this, but this is also with respect to the people that have no idea who Lydia is and are just getting introduced. Clifford is your youngest, right? And that's clear. Okay. And he's in St. Petersburg, Florida. And when you say people you don't approve of, there was another journalist who deals in CPS issues that addressed that.
Thank you. I lied to most of them, and they think I'm predicting Gassara and Nassara, but they're here anyways.
One of the two people who kidnapped Elizabeth Smart years and years ago in Utah. If people want to know more about that, please don't pester Lydia with the questions. There's other information about that available, and the video that this other journalist did regarding the potential alleged tie-in to this on who this woman is, but specifically, quite clearly, Clifford's not in a good situation. There's no question about that.
The dog.
Correct.
Okay.
He's a giant fucking red dog. Where would he be in a good situation? He crushed a school bus full of children, like just walking down the street. Where is he going to be in a good situation? Come on now. What, you going to put him in a giant pound? Send him to the moon prison to guard it? People will see him.
Brandon, this is question number 2. The guy Brandon with the cherry drink, the kid who grew up around Michael, aka the Jackson 5, was he a member of New Edition?
I don't think so. And I remember the last name. It's Brandon Howard, for those who want to look it up. Brandon Howard. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Question number 3. Do you have any idea who your birth... And okay, again, please, people, for those who have been on her channel and know a little bit more, don't come down on Lydia and don't come down on me for this. We're trying to get questions answered for everybody. Some are more in detail for people that know, and some are for people that don't know anything. So question number 3, does Lydia have any idea who her birth mother is, and how is it that she found out that
Who is her birth mother? Very, very intriguing question.
her father is President Donald J. Trump?
From what I was told about my birth mother, it's Whitney Houston. So,
excuse me? Who is your birth mother? Who is your birth mother? Please say it again.
told about my birth mother, it's Whitney Houston. So.
Whitney Houston was fucking Donald Trump, and they had this. They had this. Oh, man. She is clearly not showing any signs that she's delusional. She's not having any visions or making any wild claims that she can't substantiate. Obviously, she's not having any type of mental issue here, okay? We can see that clearly. Got it. Got it.
And as far as the Donald J. Trump thing, well, when Donald Trump got into office, and we all know him famously for using his @RealDonaldTrump Twitter account, okay? Certain things would be going on around me in my home, in my privacy, or when I went out, okay? And next thing I noticed is certain things were happening around me, and he would respond to whatever situation is happening around me through his Twitter account. So I started noticing these things happening, you know, and I said, well, that's kind of weird. You know, that's strange. And then, you know, it kept happening. And, you know, at that time, Jeffrey Lee, aka MJ, at that time, you know, would say, oh, well, what was posted now? Or say certain things that would draw my attention to what is going on between my home and Donald Trump's real Twitter account. Okay. And he would be signaling like everything that's going on around me constantly. This would be every day. This was an everyday ordeal. So then I said, well, what is going on here? You know, so it kept going on, and there were certain things that led up to him basically using that account the same way he uses that account, like people say between Q or this and that, like how he does it. It's the same exact kind of coding, but it was directed directly toward me. So when I took a good look at him, I said, wait a minute, because he tweeted something and it had the name Wayne in it. And he kept trying to attract me to the name Wayne. And I was speaking about the gentleman Wayne that around 2002, 2003, who I sat with in Union, New Jersey, worked for Comcast and all that. So, and as I'm speaking about that, he starts tweeting the name Wayne. When I took a good look at him, it then dawned on me, especially from his side profile, Donald Trump's side profile, that's Wayne. You know, and and I'm like, what is going on? So, and then even after I said that and stuff like that, he was like tweeting to verify that I'm right. You know, just very strange thing. So it so happened that the one day I decided to say, well, why don't you acknowledge your unknown daughter right under his Twitter account? And when I did that, his very next tweet about 15 minutes later or something like that was daughter of the Heartland. You know, so there's a lot of stuff. And plus people walk up to me talking about being the president's daughter. And as they're doing that, he's tweeting away. So there was a lot of different
That's
things.
right, Stephanie.
Also, I said, wait a minute, you know, because he started tweeting about Gator, like something with the Gators, like Florida Gators, something with Gators. And I said, well, wait a minute. That's right, the alias of Gator, you know. And then when I got that, it's like, next thing I know, I can't remember where he was, but I remember after I started saying, wait, he had an alias of Gator too, which used to come visit me at the house sometimes, right? And he signed some kind of a green helmet, and on that helmet it said it had a Q, but then it had Gator right there. You know, there was so it was just very interesting.
So lots of very, and this is the thing, it's very similar, as you were saying, to the whole Q thing, is that you know, he's very interestingly sort of avoided, gone around the question of answering directly about Q, and yet at the same time we all know that he's answered the question very clearly. So there's the parallel again, Lydia Durham with Q out of Donald Trump. Now, obviously this question's been asked a lot. It's important that people obviously keep themselves in the mentality that they're already in, of, okay, if y'all believe John F. Kennedy Jr. exists, that he's still alive, and that Princess Diana is still alive, and MJ's still alive, we have to be obviously at least open to the concept, as I remain open to the concept, that if these people are still alive and they have alternate lives and double lives that they're having to live to protect themselves for a greater cause, that it's quite realistic to think they might have another family, and that their information released in public is misinformation. Okay. Whitney Houston.
I have a feeling that your mother was also a blood relative, and so was your father. You know, like daddy, uncle, and mom's sister. I think that might be part of the issue.
Born on listed publicly, Wikipedia, that kind of stuff, as being born on August.
They don't make drugs this strong. I've done them all. They don't make drugs this strong.
9th, 1963.
Not even that new Chinese shit.
This person saying 14, almost 15 years old at the time of your birth, Lydia, because you're born in 1978. Your story's not slowing down, and it's getting ready to make national news. This could be very damaging, but the truth does need to come out. I want to see a happy ending here, but this is very...
Has he got a leech on him? The fuck's on his neck?
Very concerning. So I'm not going to ask you to address that yet, because a couple questions down, a little bit later, it goes into the specific question. But I wanted to give everybody the respect of reading and posting their questions and comments, or comments that are posted with questions. So we are going to address that, but there's a build up to it. They're asking if you can show more proof, pictures, videos, etc. Lydia, can you please confirm with me for your audience and for the listeners right now, if people go back to your Telegram channel, which was started on June 3rd, I believe, all the way to the top, and granted, you posted a ton of stuff, audio, video, pictures, that they would be rather inundated and overwhelmed with lots of pictures, because you posted tons of pictures, videos, audios, and things like that. Is that correct, or is that not correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I would love, as I've told you, I'd love to be able to include all the evidence that you've shown me and gotten to me, most of which has been posted online, but some which hasn't, to cut into this interview. But we did that once a few interviews ago, and most people didn't, the skeptics, I'm talking about the skeptics here, didn't even take the time to pause their screen and then just blow up the image so they could actually see what we were posting, the letter from a new divorce certificates, things like that. So that everything is on Lydia's channel that she's put out publicly. And there's a lot on there. There's a lot, folks. So this is not a way of Lydia or myself avoiding that question, but it's impossible to post everything more in this interview. Question number 6. Please re-explain MJ's whole nose job thing. These are verbatim questions, everybody. These are not my words. I'm not understanding how he's hiding it under the alleged white MJ mask. Even the photo you shared doesn't resemble his old nose.
Right. Okay. Well, I know that I was told that the reason he made his nose smaller I thought it was because of Joe Jackson, but I was told, no, it's actually easier. You could always put something bigger on something smaller. So nobody would ever expect him to walk around with a regular sized nose, because they're used to seeing him like that. So it made it easier for him to just disguise himself. Now, as far as the disguises, I know they do things like paint their skin, they use wax, they use all different types of things. But at the same time, those are really more questions directly for the people who do that, because, I never put on the disguise, or I never had to do that. So therefore, that's why I'm starting to tell people, if we really want to get down to the source of this, if we really want to get the truth, 100% the truth, it's to contact all media, to push the issue and force the truth out, and have the ones that know these answers be accountable for answering them.
Absolutely. Very well put. Very well put. Question number 7. Is Whitney Houston your biological mom? Please explain this. Do you have photos? Now, I'm not answering any of these questions for Lydia, but I will say something. Whoever wrote that question obviously hasn't really followed Lydia's story, watched the interviews, nor really followed her channel, because it's been quite clear.
So you are answering the question for her.
Real clear with these kinds of questions, and if I'm wrong, just cut me off. Do you have photos? Now, Lydia was raised, as she has made very clear, with her words, with evidentiary proof in the course of her Telegram channel and her Twitter before that, and these interviews, that she was raised by an adoptive mother, an adoptive father, and that she is a trafficking victim. So I'm going to just go backwards. Do you have photos? Basically what they're asking is, do you have photos of you and Whitney Houston and her holding you as a baby?
No.
Right. Okay. It's sort of a rhetorical, sarcastic question for somebody who asked that. So basically, is Whitney Houston your bio mom? Can you kind of just give people a rough summary of an answer to that, please?
Like I said, it's from what I was told, that's who she is. So, and once again, I'm going to keep repeating the same thing. Whoever wants the truth, as so do I, about certain answers I don't have the answers to, let's make those who have these very answers and have the truth, that are also in charge of running this country and everything else and looked up to, let's hold them accountable for putting the truth out there and having to answer these very questions, because in return, everybody else will get their answers. Everybody else will get the truth. Everybody else will find out exactly what's going on in the country they live in the world they live in, as well as myself for the answers I don't have.
Right.
And that's the best thing I can do.
And that's actually a really good point that I want people to understand. It's been said by people who love you, Lydia, online, is people need to understand that if they don't understand everything about Lydia's case, neither does Lydia, neither do I, and neither do the people that are with Lydia. This is the world we live in, folks, and this is what Lydia is saying, okay? And if somebody's going to go off on me that I think this is about me, or I think I'm really all that, or whatever, this has nothing to do with me, except for the fact that my kids were trafficked too, my kids were seized as well, they are being held by a foreign government, and there are high-up officials who know, and I'm not name-dropping, I'm trying to save all of you from an absolute paradigm explosion right now. We're focusing on Lydia Durham, and this is the point, is that Lydia has a lot of questions too. And the fact that she's been so direct and upfront to A, volunteer for a DNA test, and B, saying, go to the media and go to these people. And why I've tried to use some of the contacts I have to help Lydia, because these people have either first or second degree direct contact with President Trump. Okay, question number 8. It says, Lydia said she married someone in 2010, and that's how she got the last name Durham. I wish you would go into more detail about that marriage, because she met MJ in 1996, I think she said. I just wondered about the timeline, and maybe I missed, but were her and MJ on and off? So that's when she married somebody else. I want you to answer that, Lydia, but before we go on, that's obviously a question from somebody who's not seen all the last interviews, for the simple reason that we published your divorce documents. Was it not? Do we not publish marriage or divorce certificate?
We published the marriage certificate and all that kind of stuff.
Right, with you, and it's Craig Durham. So what you'll need to do is you need to go back and look at the first 4 interviews, because that question's answered. So the next part of it, if you could just address that, it says, question number 8, you've got it in front of you anyway. So if you could address that issue, please.
Oh, okay. Yes, me and MJ were separated. We weren't together at that time. So,
So she married someone else, not MJ. I'm disappointed already.
How long were you married to Craig Durham?
2010 to, let's see, 2017.
Okay, so like 7 years.
Yeah.
Okay, and if people want to know more specifically, I'm not cutting Lydia off, I'm repeating this, and I'm not putting words in her mouth either. If people want to know more specifics, it's very important, again, to go back to her Telegram channel, because there's a whole thing with Lydia being poisoned during this marriage. There are a lot of very scary details, and to go into that would take an entire interview. And since this person's the only one that really asked that question, unless you want me to do a separate interview, Lydia, with you just for that, for one person out of tens of thousands of people, we're not going to do a separate interview, but your information is, the information you've disclosed it previously, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the question number 9, your youngest son is 15, so he would have been born in either 2006 or 2007?
2006.
Okay, that's Clifford. You never married MJ, but married someone else just a couple of years later. So you just confirmed, Clifford, your youngest son was born in 2006? The second part of that question says she never married MJ, but married someone else just a couple of years after. We just addressed Craig Durham, who you married.
Yes.
You were married to for 7 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We separated at like 2017, you know.
Okay, and separated in 2017.
Yes.
Okay. So again, question number 10 is another Whitney question. It says her mom is Whitney Houston. According to birth date, she would have had Lydia at 15. Is that right? Unless you want to address that further, I believe we've already addressed that and you've addressed that completely.
Right, because everything around me has been a complete lie. My whole existence in life is a complete lie. You know, nobody's who they say they are. They said this happened to me or this was going on. Meanwhile, something else happened, you know. So who knows if that's even really her real age? I don't know that. That's once again, this is stuff that they need to be accountable for, answering the questions. And the only way to do that is for us, you know, everybody who would like to know, to demand that it's not ignored.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree with you.
That makes sense.
Right.
Yes, please.
Yeah, and
crazy
I'm
bitch.
at home because of the fact that I'm not on here making this all up or whatever. And I'm also looking for answers to who I am, where I came from, how I wound up where I'm at, why everybody around me was not who they say they are, what's going on. And because I would like to just have a regular life with a family and move on from this and be able to not be destroyed from all this. Okay. I want the answers too. So I wouldn't be saying for everybody to go to the news medias and actually make these people accountable for answering something if it's a scam. I mean, really, I want the answers.
You'd be in a lot of legal trouble, and you'd be in, we've gone over this before, but you'd be in legal trouble. You'd be in probably big ass legal trouble, considering you're talking about some very high level people, especially the president of the United States.
Right.
And that's what people need to really suck up and swallow. Is that again, Lydia doesn't have all the answers to all the questions, and that for those of you out there that are
or any answers to any questions, got it.
For you're really interested, there's gonna be a little message that you probably are reading as you see this interview. That's on the bottom of the introduction. Some of you are probably annoyed on the way that I published this interview, but I did it to make sure that we have the serious people involved and the serious people ready to take action. Okay, so question number 11. Do you have any pictures of? And they're saying in quotes, George / Manson, George being and just to clarify, George is the name you were told of your adoptive father, who, from what you've explained, was in fact Charles Manson. So they're asking, do you have any pictures of George / Manson, of the adoptive father? That's question number 1. Do you have any pictures of him?
Not anymore, no.
Okay, what happened to the pictures?
Well, when we had to leave the 218 Runyon Avenue, where there was a whole bunch of the pictures in the basement and stuff like that, and then we left there and we didn't even get a chance to get back and get all the stuff that we had. So I'm pretty sure whoever moved in the house chucked everything, you know, threw it away, because we were in North Carolina at that time when that went down. And that also, you know, I had mistakenly invested with Jim Norris, aka Jeffrey Epstein, in his wonderful seed program, and was supposed to get money at that time back from him, which was then going to be able to be the money that I used for a U-Haul or something like that to go down back to Jersey, 218 Runyon Avenue, pack up that stuff or bring that stuff, load it, and then have a storage facility where I stored it. Well, being I didn't get that income because I invested my money with him and didn't get it back, I wasn't able to go back to Jersey and pick that stuff up. So many of the things that I would have had today that would have been extremely helpful, pictures, documents, I mean, certificates, it's gone.
Lydia, I want to say something, if I may, and this is the first time really that I've thought about this, but it's important for people to understand. And I'm not going to qualify and apologize to the people that think I talk too much, because I actually support Lydia. And I want to say something really important. When my ex-wife and I decided to save our 2 sons, who were 3 and 7 at the time, from Gilbert, Arizona, Maricopa County, after the nightmare that happened there, and bring them to Switzerland, we lost a lot of stuff too. And we came and we barely had anything with us. Bags were lost, pictures were lost, papers were lost, family memorabilia was lost. And unless somebody's lived the concept of what it's like to actually have to pick up
Makes sense.
us over here in Switzerland, or Lydia, however many times she's had.
I lost my shit, so because she lost her shit, that's a good story.
Losing things, and that does not discredit somebody. I had to have investigators and friends, old friends, the couple friends I had left in Arizona, actually go around and find old stuff just to authenticate my case in family court here. And so Lydia is now in front of a whole world having to authenticate, and she's been in this situation. So I'm just saying in your defense on that, Lydia, and you don't really need me defending you, but I'm just saying, as another parent who is involved in a CPS situation with missing kids and the whole thing, shit disappears. And life is not always super stable. And that's part of what that Child Protective Service machine does, is it destabilizes people. And I really want to compliment you too, because you've really kept your head together despite all of the challenges, and nobody can understand what it's like to live the life that you live. And the only next person or next group of people that could possibly understand are deeply empathetic people who have been through the same kind of thing, similar, nothing exactly like yours, but a similar kind of situation. So, so thank you on that. Do you, did George or your adoptive mother ever admit who he really was? You've addressed this question before, but if you could please address it again.
Right. Well, all I know, like I said, Lois, Ann, She used to walk around calling him Helter Skelter and Nansen. So, you know, if you want to say, you know, I called him it too, though. I mean, you know, but I kind of learned it like from watching the thing, and I said, that looks like George, you know, and then she's calling him it. So I figured, okay, well, I'm going to call him. So we used to call him, you know, Helter Skelter, Nansen, you know, and stuff like that. So, you know, she'd say you're worse than Hitler, you know, stuff like that. So, I mean, I don't know if that was her way of saying, hey, you know, what it is, but that's just what happened there.
I think that's really funny. I think there was a show, I don't know if you remember, there was a show, I think it came out in like the 90s or the early 2000s, and it was called like Liar, Liar, or Lies or something like that. And it was this guy who was like a human lie detector. And I remember in one of the shows, the guy was explaining how, and it's a real skill that people have, there are actual human lie detectors, now how they do, like, they can read people's faces and hear the tonality of their voice, the inflection and things like that. And that's the thing, when you talk about, when you answer the questions that are the most like freaking far out kind of questions, and I'm not a human lie detector, but I think about what he said, and it's like, you're willing to go in front of anybody. You're willing to go One American News, Newsmax, Fox, CNN, NBC, ABC, DNA test, and quite obviously they would look at your, you know, how you posture yourself and all that. So again, compliments to you on that, because these are some of these questions are really far out, but your life is far out, and we need to get this.
You got that right. Look, I say like this: for any news people that want to come this way, bring it on. Just bring it on. And, you know, not for nothing, also to Donald Trump and to whoever his team is that has been doing this, however they do what they do. Okay. They all could have kept me in the dark and not let me know any of this. They could have just completely kept me in the dark and I would have known nothing and went on about it, wondering why things are happening to me, but know nothing. You know, if you're going to go to this extent, you
basically know nothing right now.
Who I am, who I belong to, what, you know, little things here and there. And you're going to go through the extent of doing the same thing that Trump and the Q board was doing and how people decode that. And if they believe in Q and they decode that, I don't understand why it's so impossible to see what I'm talking about. But on a different note, if they're going to go to this extreme, and I'm speaking about Donald Trump and the rest of them, don't go through this extreme just to torture me and leave me out here begging for help from the enemies that they have or the people that are angry with them. Okay. Go, you know, don't ignore me, you know, because I didn't go to them asking them, hey, do I belong to you? Hey, did this I didn't do that. This is them flooding it every day my way. So at least have the decency and courtesy, you know, as to treat me as a human being with feelings and actual emotions for me and my children, that you do the right thing now. You know, you went through all this, so you have to want me to know this. So either A, you just want to break me down and hurt me and harm me and destroy my life completely and laugh at me, or you really want me to know who I am, and you're supposed to actually come and authenticate it and back me up now. You don't just leave.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Now's the time. We know what the hell is going on in the
Makes
world.
a lot more sense. She's waiting for someone else to come back her up.
I mean, the Antifa.
They're coming.
The Antifa BLM riots of last year in America. It's freaking Fisher Price, people, compared to what's going on in Europe now. Okay, I mean, Fisher Price. They're not just people lining up at the borders. They're beating the shit out of and assaulting women and children. The police in Germany are, and it's on video. And it's going the world, something big time is happening. We all know it is, but it's action time, because it's the bubbling, bursting point right now. And that's not just words like, let's wait till October and then September and then December. There's kids dying, there's kids being trafficked. Now there's old people and innocent people and kids being physically assaulted in the streets just for whatever. And, you know, sorry, I mean, this is my personal belief. And I think most of the people that watch this would agree with me. I have to be very careful how I say this, but we know what happened with BLM and Antifa last year and how they burned down and assaulted and killed people. And then the thing happens on January 6th, this insurrection, which was a total freaking setup and another fucking op against, pardon my French, really pardon my French, I might beat that out, an op against your father and an op against real good people. And then there's people that are covering that up too. You got cut out, sorry. What? Hold on, we're on mute?
Just froze.
I can't.
Now we're back.
You can't hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay, and I can hear you.
Okay, good. All right, that's very interesting that we just got cut out like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's just somebody going blah blah blah, but
yeah,
there was a lot of blah blah blah. So all right. So do you have any other siblings growing up, biological, adopted, like half siblings, half brothers?
They said he was adopted. I'm not going to name his name on here because I haven't spoken to him. I don't know if he wants to be brought into this. That's a decision up to him. When this all comes out or whatever, that's completely up to him. I'm not. You know, I'm not doing that to somebody. You know?
Okay, so it's you have an adopted brother that grew up in the same household with George and Lois Ann.
Right.
Is he older or younger? Because I'm going to get older. Okay. And is he still alive as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. All right, and that's nice. That's very actually nice and good of you. So please, people, refrain from bothering Lydia about that. She's made her position very clear on that. that she's actually respecting her adopted brother's position. So don't go looking for him and bothering him because he's probably not going to answer anything anyway. He probably doesn't want to be bothered, or else he would have already spoken publicly. And maybe, like you said, Lydia, maybe he's waiting for this thing to really break and then he'll make his own personal decision. So thank you for being a respectful human being that you are. And hopefully people will learn from your example. Do you know anything about the other kids who are
It also helps if you don't have any proof.
Paris, Prince, and forgive me, Biggie or Biggie? Are they his or are they actors?
Well, from what I know, see, I can't say. That's another thing. He needs to be accountable for answering that. But I did hear that they're not his, biological real kids and stuff. That they, somebody said everybody in Hollywood knows that they're not his kids, and they have these made up families and stuff like that. So in reality, like The Art of War, if that's the case and they're made up family and everything like that, because they're in California, meanwhile he's on the East Coast, his real kid's on the East Coast, so it's like a look here, not there thing. Right. I guess, but that's, like I said, they have to answer that. They have to start answering these questions, because if they really believe in transparency and truth and all that kind of stuff, then you know what? Moonwalk yourself back, do the right thing. Okay. Hey, do the right thing. He knows. He knows. He knows. I'm not shutting my mouth. Believe me, he knows. Moonwalk himself back and do the right thing. He wants to sing "Heal the World" and "Man in the Mirror." Make a change. Well, for once in your life, Michael, make the damn change already. Everybody's waiting.
Come on, Michael. Time to step up or step out.
Right. All right. Oh, real quick. Are you? I've seen this name before, but are you Mel Q? Somebody asked, are you Mel?
No, I wanted to, I want to know why they asked that though. I don't, no.
I don't even know who Mel Q is. I
don't either.
A name on social media, because you and I talked. I'm like, Mel Q, and then because we were talking about Mel K, who had interviewed me with Charlie Nicholas and those guys, and Jason Q. And I was like, Mel Q, I don't know. So I guess
Mel Q is supposedly the love child between Jason Q and Mel K.
Maybe you and I are a little out of the circle on all these hip hop, whatever Q people.
I know. Yeah,
you're actually living the real thing. You're not some, person out there who's just going, my name is Lydia Q. You're actually Lydia Durham.
Right.
You've proven that.
That's right.
All right. This is kind of a long question statement that somebody wrote. It says, for her mental well-being, why is she tormenting herself over being Trump's daughter? Mm-hmm. She's saying she's the Durham report. Yes, I believe her. Wouldn't she be able to rest in that knowledge without them saying Trump's not recognizing her? Why doesn't Michael pay her child support? And then again, you got that question in front of you. It's question number 13 that I'm reading, because I'm going to read it all, and then you can just kind of look down and go through the whole thing. Why doesn't Michael pay child support? Why love a man who is clearly in Trump's 10 but doesn't get money to her? No one is sending her money or supporting her. Doesn't seem right at all, allowing her to continue to suffer. Why can't they get her onto into witness protection? Trump and Michael aren't looking like great men here. So that's question 13. Can you just address all those points, please?
Absolutely. To tell you the truth, I love this.
Lydia, would you forgive me? I never smoke cigarettes in interviews, and you can't really come on a green screen thing, but I'm gonna have a cigarette while you're telling me this, because
God bless you, because you're gonna need one. Look, I actually really love this question. This one right here is a champion question. Why? Okay, let's go.
Oh yeah.
For her mental well-being. Why is she torturing herself? No. See, I'm not torturing myself. It's them torturing me. Why? Because they decided to wake up and send a whole bunch of cryptic-like messages the same exact way they do the Q board and start surrounding patriots on Twitter and this one and that one. Okay, they started doing that to anything I got on. They started doing that to me outside. They started doing it to me everywhere. Meanwhile, their enemies like Jeffrey Epstein, aka Jim Norris, moved in on me and started doing other things to me. Meanwhile, my cars are blowing up. Meanwhile, the children are getting trafficked. Meanwhile, I'm getting complaints where I live and told I got to get out. So without the truth coming out, see, they're torturing me. And that brings it back to what I said before. Why go through all of this surrounding me daily, which people on my chat, here it is. Every single person that gets on my chat line every night, the live chat where we're talking, has even answered the question yesterday when I said, how many people on here see them coding me every night and know for a fact that it's directly to me? They were all like, oh, we do. We see it all.
So every time they tweet, these people tweet or use social media or whatever, she tries to relate it to a secret code to her, and her crazy-ass followers believe it.
All the time. We say, yeah, why go through that to watch somebody lose everything, struggle, okay, cry out for help, wanting answers to something every normal human being would want answers to. I was a child. I was a baby. I don't think I put on my bib and took my bottle out of my mouth and said, I don't like you, Trump. I'm out of here.
It's coming, boys. It's coming. Get ready.
Regardless of what anybody's spiritual, religious, or faith beliefs are, I'm of the belief, regardless of past life contracts, I'm not getting into hokey pokey here, guys. I'm saying no baby, no kid. Okay, Lydia's 43 now. It doesn't matter. She was a kid once. No kid asked to be born. And it's quite clear based on the facts that Lydia Durham has presented long before she met me, but now in these 5 interviews, very clearly in the evidence, not just her words, but the evidence so far that she's been able to get together, physical evidence, because apparently she has to convince everybody, which is ridiculous that she would actually have to do this. She didn't ask to be born into this. She wasn't notified that Donald J. Trump was her father until somewhat kind of recently, that the whole thing kind of came together. And the question is, why is she torturing herself? It's quite clear that you're not the one torturing yourself. You're trying to get freaking questions answered. And fortunately, there's thousands of people that support you, and we're calling them to action at the end of this.
Right.
So,
and let me just say one thing.
Please.
Yes, I'm trying to get questions answered, and I'm also trying to get the right justice served, because these criminals, the criminals now, have completely destroyed every aspect of my being. Every aspect of my life. You know, when they traffic your children for no apparent reason, okay? When they sit there blowing up your cars, when they sit there attacking your finances, when they sit there setting you up, when they sit there gang stalking you, when they're trying to murder you all the time, okay? When you have PTSD like never before because of what they're doing on a daily basis to you, when you have no stability and no stable place to live, and you have to move around so much because, you know, now they're over here doing this, so let me get out of here, and now they're over here doing, it's not right. So somebody needs to be accountable for what has happened to me and my children. Somebody also needs to be accountable for answering these
questions. Makes sense.
I did not ask Donald Trump or Whitney or whoever to be here. I didn't ask them to be born. I didn't ask them to be placed with certain individuals. I didn't ask them to grow up with people with a cult that I didn't even know exists, slamming doors in my face everywhere I go because that's what they wanted to do, because they knew who I was. Okay. I didn't ask for any
because they know who you are. It's not the crazy lady.
They start surrounding me with nothing but
they know who you are.
Presence of trying to tell me who I belong to. Okay.
Here it comes, boys. Pay attention right here.
Begging for help. It's wrong.
Yeah.
So Donald Trump, and yes, I'm speaking to Donald Trump, needs to do the right thing. This is wrong. It is wrong for me to even have to go through this another minute, okay? Because all I'm asking for is the correct answers and the correct justice. You don't just hit somebody and leave them on the side of the road.
Right. And I want to say something, and please understand, I know you know this, but your audience is more, some of the people, the skeptics are even more defensive for you. I'm not cutting you off. You know that. I want to get, I want to get right to the point about, it says, why doesn't Michael pay child support? Why love a man who is clearly in Trump's time but doesn't get money to her? No one is sending her money. Why doesn't Trump get her money? You just answered that. And this is the thing about this torture, this prolonged kind of thing. Lydia, Lydia, do you know why Michael doesn't give you support and why President Trump doesn't give you financial support? That's to me, it's an asinine question that somebody asked, but please, if you know why, please tell them.
Like, no, the only thing I could think of, and like the one person said, reading between the lines, you know, for when I read between the lines, I'm saying, well, they want me to know all this, and they do this, and they do that. Is somebody threatening them? Is there sleeper cells in America that are threatened to be activated if they help or come near me in any way? Like, well, I mean, I don't know.
People understand, because Lydia's case is so pinnacle, and there's so many people involved, and so many alleged people involved as well. That's allegedly a very realistic hypothesis that's been put forward on your channel, that you're talking about this ransom concept. So Lydia mentioned, next question, number 14, Lydia mentioned that there was a connection to Kanye West. Can you explain that to us, please?
Well, from what I have been told.
A connection to who? I'm sorry, Lydia. Who is that? Who we got a connection to here? Another connection.
That's a very realistic hypothesis that's been put forward on your channel, that you're talking about this ransom concept. So Lydia mentioned, next question, number 14, Lydia mentioned that there was a connection to Kanye West. Can you explain that to us, please?
Well, from what I have been told, okay, and he's another one that used to use his Twitter to communicate and other things. From what I have been told, he's supposedly my brother. So I would like to ask Donald Trump and Kanye, what's up with that?
Okay, where did you get the information that he's supposedly your brother?
Okay, well,
I would like to ask Donald Trump and Kanye officially, quote, what's up with that?
So it started off,
end quote.
Started off in 2008.
Kanye West is her brother. Whitney Houston is her mother. Donald Trump is her father, and she's married to the dead Michael Jackson.
18, which the album's The Graduation, and the song was Flashing Lights, which was released a couple of years ago. So all of a sudden, I start hearing every single where I went. They were playing Flashing Lights like it was back on the top 10 rotation, okay? And I'm like, well, that's strange, you know, because that song's not, you know, that song's a little older. What the hell would they be playing it that much for? I mean, even if I'm sitting in the bleachers watching Clifford do something, a baseball game or something, somebody puts it on their cell phone. You know, it's just weird, man. So then, you know, the kids used to do certain things that relate to that album too, right? with the graduation. Then I said, something's up with that. And I didn't know what was up. I said, something's up with the Kanye West. And then next thing you know, Kanye was in the Oval Office with Trump, this and that, blah, blah, yada, yada. I said, okay. Then he's on an elevator with Trump. And I'm like, well, that's weird because all I hear is flashing lights from the graduate, so I'm saying, what the hell now was that, And that's at the same time when Mr. Wonderful Trump over there was tweeting everything that was going on. If I dropped a dish, he was tweeting something about a dish dropping, okay? That's how serious it was. Like, it was weird. It was just some strange crap, man. Certain commercials that came on, he'd be tweeting about it. It's an example, just to give you the if a comic commercial came on to do dishes, he's tweeting something with comic. Like it was every day he was doing this. It's just, who the hell does that? But anyway.
Every day, all these clothes, he's leaving.
Right. So then, July 19th.
Kanye hasn't helped a bit. I'd be mad as fuck at Kanye.
He announced on the 4th of July, I'm running for president.
Oh, right? 2000, what was it, 2009?
2000. Was it 2000? Well, no. It was 2020.
It was 2020, yeah. 2020, yeah.
I'm saying, anyway, so, okay, so, all of a sudden, and I already knew something's up with that because they keep forcing this down my throat, everywhere I go, So I'm saying, what the hell's up with that, right? So do you know that I was in South Carolina, Myrtle Beach area at the time. On July 19th, my birthday, he decides to do his one and only rally, okay, launching the birthday party. That's when I said, I'm like, all right, this is getting weirder. I said, this is getting weirder because I was in South Carolina. He's in South Carolina on July 19th, my birthday, launching the birthday party. It was the only rally he did.
That's rad. That's exactly.
Yeah, I posted it. It's all on my page. It's some weird stuff. So so my birthday's 7/19, right? Okay, July 19th. That's when he was doing the birthday party. Everybody could go look it up. They don't need my evidence. Go get it yourself because it's on the net. It was the birthday party. He did it. July 19th was his rally. Boom. Okay. Now, so I said, what? And I still didn't get it then, but I was like, what in the hell? I'm like, okay. And then him and Trump would do certain things together. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? And it would relate to my day. It was something to do with my day. And they would constantly, I said, what is going? So then on 9/17, so September 17th, I swear to God this happened. I can't make this shit up. Anyway, 9/17, which is mirror 7/19. So if you mirror that, like man in the mirror, 7/19, which is my birthday. So on 9/17, which this is all on my page too, the proof.
Yep.
I walk into a store, and I was in Alabama at this time. I walk into a store to get my soda or whatever I'm getting. A really big guy bumped into me, like on purpose. At first I was looking at him like, what, why are you, because he really was like, boom, he puts the front of his shirt like in front of my face and it said, proud brother of a graduate. And it didn't dawn on me at first because I'm like, graduate, proud brother. And I'm like, and I knew he was trying to tell me something because if I moved right, he was moving right. He goes, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Then I moved left, he was moving left. And go, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Duh.
That message in my face.
If you don't see how this all goes together now, you're not worth spending any more time on.
9/17, it says, he posted things, says La Familia. It's on my page. I got it all on my page. So I said, wait a minute. I said, is he trying? I said, wait, The Graduate. That's the album, Flashing Lights. Proud brother of a graduate. So what the hell? Him and Trump, Oval Office. The one time he put his hair blonde in front of the elevator, like Trump has the blonde, he put his hair blonde. They're standing in front of the elevator. And then I said, is he trying to say he's my brother? And when I said that, he tweeted something. But my phone flickered and it turned on to a song. It's a song from The Greatest Show on Earth. I think it's called The Greatest Show on Earth. Or The Greatest Showman. The Greatest Showman. I know Pink sings the song and there's somebody else that sings the song like, oh God, I can't remember what the song is. But it turned on to that song, and he's just tweeting away. And I'm like, what the hell? So don't ask me, man. But
okay,
this is the way.
This is the thing. This is the thing, people. This is the thing, okay? Is that you got hard evidence in the world, and then you got the irrefutable, there are no coincidences evidence. And this is the kind of stuff that shakes up Lydia and the people around her. Where if you look at the situations and what's happened around Lydia Durham, there are no coincidences. And she wants answers. And she's putting herself out there. And she could be arrested, or she could be locked up in a psych hospital, or locked up in prison if this is BS. And so she keeps going, and she's not stopping. And that's why I'm keeping digging, and why I want to talk to Lydia more. So, and this is why we're doing this. So, okay, we're running into almost an hour at this point. There's a few more questions, so I'm going to ask the short questions. There's a few more, and then there's one more long question. Real briefly, Lydia has said that Epstein and Maxwell are not in jail. I find that disturbing, that with all their destructive, evil, abusive behavior, why they aren't in jail to keep coming and tormenting Lydia. Trump's not looking good here with all these others executed, that that Epstein and Maxwell are free. It's not really a question for you, but just give me kind of a brief on that, because again, people, I'm not cutting Lydia off. I'm not here to talk. I'm here because I'm filtering in thousands of comments and down to just a few questions that have been asked. And we're asking all the questions. But can you give me your feedback on that? Lydia?
Yes. As far as the Jeffrey Epstein, from what I've learned with the whole faking the death thing, also you got to think double meanings, just like they teach you on the Q board. So if Q, if you believe Q, then I don't know what the problem is, but double meanings exist. So basically, when Trump talks about catch and release, he's speaking about, yes, the illegals coming in, they catch them, they release them, whatever. But if you think double meanings, were people really in jail? Were people cut deals? Are there criminals out on the street that have different identities? Okay, so all I'm going to say is when you look at it, why the hell somebody like Maxwell, who's wanted and so many people are going after or whatever, has impacted so many lives, somebody like Epstein, why weren't the cameras there to see them being arrested and taken away? That's number one. Number two, for people to think about, maybe DNA needs to be a part of things, because how do we know it's not a double since these people have 10, 20, 30 doubles, okay? How do we know it's not a double that's being taken in and why the real one's getting away and then something else and then they release that? Who knows? That one plays a role, is being paid off and plays a role and then they release them later on,
Right.
Okay, why is it that CNN was at Roger Stone's house and you could see the raid going on at 3 o'clock in the morning for Roger Stone, but we can't see Maxwell going to custody? We can't see Epstein going to custody? Oh, wait, though. Is that because Epstein really didn't look like Epstein because he's now under the name Jim Norris? Is that why? Why did they show a 2008 or 2005 or 6 mugshot for Epstein and not a recent mugshot? Why are some of those pictures of his little debt scene different? Why are there so many just unanswered questions?
Things that don't jive and don't make sense. And, yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, so we demand answers. So believe me, and people need to realize this, if they bust my story open, it's going to help a lot of people and get a lot of questions answered for a lot of other different things. So all I'm asking for is somebody to do the right thing, okay? Do what's right, do what God would want them to do, okay? And just step up to the plate and do what's right. That is it.
Absolutely. And we're going to, this is why we're doing this. And this is why we're going to ask these last questions, because these are the poignant questions. This is where we tell people what's up with the what's up, the people that need to see and need to hear this. There's a question in here. It says, if Charles Manson is her adoptive father, how is it possible if he was in jail? Lydia, may I ask you, I'm not answering that question for you, but you just addressed that kind of question. Doubles, people that are really not in jail, people that were released, people that cut deals. Is it okay if we just say that your last answer, is it the same kind of thing with Manson? Because
yes, absolutely it is. And we're also going to add Mockingbird Media to the list for anybody.
Trying to keep up with her story.
About that. You could look it up yourself, what Mockingbird Media is. Some of these things they're showing you live that's happening is actually
Mockingbird. So Mockingbird Media is a CIA ploy to control the news narrative.
Mockingbird Media program. So go look it up and have a good time. But absolutely, yes. Not everything, we've been, if people could agree, we've been lied to our whole entire lives. Why is this not a possibility then?
I don't think there's really a case for debunking this because there's nothing even close to it standing valid at any point anywhere in time or claims or space or anything. It's more just about sitting back and listening to it and then being like, God damn, people believe this?
Right.
That doesn't,
it's because it doesn't fit. The
I'm
feedback.
going right now back through our Telegram to find our evidence. I've been scrolling for almost an hour.
If you believe in, XYZ 1, 2, 3, 9, 16, if you all believe in any of this stuff, but why is it so out of the realm of possibility that this actually involves the woman on the screen right now, Lydia Durham, and that there are actually other people's lives that are affected when there's doubles and hiding lives and people that cut deals, all the things that we all know are true, all the things that you all believe in. Why is it? It's the most realistic to think that when these people have double lives, or if somebody goes into witness protection to make a deal that they're going to turn state's evidence on somebody else who's even a worse criminal, is that they meet other people, have other kids, and things happen. Somebody asked, did you ever file a missing persons report? They didn't say whose name, but I'm assuming they're talking about MJ. Did you ever file a missing persons report on MJ when he left, or the last time you guys left? Did you leave just because you said y'all were going to split?
No, he just I'm going to do this. I said, okay, whatever. Bye. You leave it again. Adios.
Right.
That's just the way we are. We argue, make up. For once, though, he needs to moonwalk his ass out into the public and just do what's right. I really, I have nothing else to say. He's the one.
Okay, I finally got to the bottom of her shit.
Have children and want a relationship.
She started her Telegram group on June the 3rd.
And want a family.
When was the first fucking interview then? Hold on just a second. This is the first interview. It was on June 14th, so her story had been out for 11 days.
And do this and try to be semi-normal. Well, damn. Don't make me have to clean up your shit. Don't make me have to clean up your whatever this is going on.
Right.
I shouldn't have. See, all the wrongs have been done to me and my children. Why am I here begging somebody to listen? Why am I here begging somebody to do the right thing? Why am I on here begging somebody to say, yes, this story is true? Why aren't the people who put me in this very position from a baby, okay, the ones that are responsible for my...
She gets done with her little testimony. We'll read through her evidence. Make fun of it, too.
No more abuse for my daughter. Why is MJ not stepping up and saying, you all are not going to keep abusing her just because you want to get at me? Trump and them should be saying the same thing. You're not going to keep abusing her and her children because you want to get at me. Enough. And they should be sitting here making it easy for me, not sitting here having me do their dirty work. They're the men.
Lydia, I agree. And I know a lot of other people as well. So question 22, who is Kitwana friend with 2 Fs? This is somebody's exact words. I'm sure they're watching this video. Okay. I see her children have the last name friend with 2 Fs. This has never come up, and I have been in touch with several people to try to open this wide up. So I hope her answers match what I've discovered. So there's a little tone of arrogance or something in that question. Who's Kitwana friend, briefly?
Okay. Well, let's put it this way. First of all, it has come up because it's on my page.
So
Second of all,
hold on, just so I'm clear. So I'm clear, so this person's clear and anybody else. What do you mean it's come up? You've addressed this, right?
I've addressed this. It's summary. Also on my page.
Okay, can you give this person just a brief summary?
Yes. Okay. I told them that's the birthday of the 319. Last interview or the interview before that with you. Remember, I brought up Kruger Avenue. He lived on Kruger Avenue, and I said, "Burn victim. Think about it. Burn victim." Okay. So yes, this has absolutely been brought up. So and I find the name even amusing because you got FFRIEND, which is Old English, right? Okay. And when you look at some of Michael's stuff for, the 8-8, you can link it to Daniel in 1997. But besides that, okay, Michael has several different aliases. He has decoys. It's like he plays twins. How exactly does he do this? Way beyond me, bro.
Right.
I just know
he needs to be asked, that this needs to come out.
Right. They need to be accountable. And I don't even know, he plays twins. He has decoys. So the one that might be living in such and such now under the name Kitwana friend or whatever you want to call it, okay, might not be actual Michael. You see what I mean? This is what they can do and what he can do. He can hop. I mean, it's just he needs to get on here and explain what he does. There is another lady though that does explain about his decoys.
She's passing all this. Who's responsible for this? Whose fault is it? Why people don't believe you? Blah blah. Everything's passed to a dead man, who she claims has to stay in hiding. Come on.
But I mean, I can't really go into how he does it. I just know he does it.
But here's the thing. I'm gonna say this time because I understand. Okay, and I swear, if one person says you're cutting her off, I'm not this time. I'm saying, you know what, Lydia? You don't have to explain yourself anymore, Lydia Durham. You don't have to justify yourself anymore. You don't need to be begging anymore. Because and if anybody thinks,
I think she does. There's no proof. It's just her speech.
I'm dropping names. Y'all have no idea what kind of names I could drop. The only reason I haven't is because I've been threatened by them. Threatened. And I have the text messages that actually shows that I was threatened by people that were right around Trump. If I ever mention and show all of their public stuff, I'm just letting you know, Lydia, you don't have to explain yourself anymore. You don't have to justify yourself anymore. We're going to answer I'm going to ask you a couple more questions that you can answer. And then I'm going to make a closing statement. You make a brief closing statement. And then this is in the hands of the people. Okay. At this point, but you don't need to be begging anymore. I'm not saying I'm cutting off because the last freaking thing I'm doing.
No, I know.
I'm saying I've come out as a journalist, and apparently there's no other journalists that have the actual balls who have massive audiences and gazillions of dollars behind them to actually take this and run with it. Hopefully this interview is going to kind of push them over the edge to finally do something, because if there is a big plan, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to put the plan into action. So, but it breaks my heart because, I can't empathize with you. I'm a man, you're a woman, but you're a mom, I'm a dad. We have quite a bit in common, and how you and I came together and why in the big scope of things, because we did not meet before. We were not friends before, and nobody, as I said in the last interview, could actually create a facade that, they've really been doing this and planning this, Neil and Lydia, for a long time. And sorry, folks, this is why even the coming together of Neil Suits and Lydia Durham, if nobody knows what my story is, I've written a book about it. There's a film about it. Garrett M. Ziegler, who worked for President Trump in the White House for a long time, who's huge on social media now. He's huge. He's a huge political figure, but non-official political, has tried to help my family and I. And that's why I think it is truly a God thing that even how Lydia and I's paths crossed. which is why I'm getting just irritable with a lot of people about this whole thing. So I'm really not irritable in general. I'm irritable with people that talk a lot and don't do anything. I'm irritable with kings of the keyboard and queens of the keyboard. I'm irritable with people that are looking to nitpick Lydia. And I'm irritable with people that live in the major cities across the United States, like Atlanta, where CNN is, Washington, D.C., and New York, where Fox is, Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, San Fran, where a lot of the thousands and thousands and thousands of people that see Lydia's interviews live. And instead of staying home and just posing questions and busting her balls or busting my balls, take all the interviews, walk into the local media stations. I've been on Fox myself, and I've been on CNN. I'm not name dropping or bragging. I'm saying it's pretty freaking easy to walk into the reception and the main secretary of any major network with a USB drive and some information. Lydia, I'm going to ask you a couple more questions, and we're going to have to wrap this up. And people who get angry, I'm sorry if you're all getting angry. It's just the people who this is going to, and the people that want to get to the bottom of it are not going to sit.
A few more questions. Here we go.
So one of the last questions is, what does your birth certificate say as far as your name, date of birth, parents' names, etc.? Can you just briefly tell us about that? Because you and I just discussed it.
It says Lydia, H-A-U-P, as in Peter, T as in Thomas, birthday of July 19, 1978. Parents are George Carl Haupt, H-A-U-P, as in Peter, T as in Thomas, Lois Ann Haupt, H-A-U-P-T, and her maiden name was Snable, and Newark, New Jersey.
Okay, if anybody asks, because again, nobody's really asked that question directly, you don't have a copy of your birth certificate right now, but you have told me that you're willing to take the steps to get it if somebody wants that. But I have seen, and we're putting a little clip of it on a government document that shows your actual legal name right now. So this is not something, just to be clear, this is not something you're avoiding. This is something that in the course of all the you moving and running. And yes, you have to order a copy of that, but you're obviously open to that, just like you're open to a DNA test, just like you're open to talking to any major journalist on the planet. Is that correct? Okay.
And if there's anybody that needs to help me get it, because I sent away for it. I spent money to get it, never got it. And then they told me, oh, well, we don't know. We couldn't find it in the system. I said, what do you mean you couldn't find it in the system? But I think now when I called again, apparently, because I did it online, I don't know if that was some fly-by-night company or whatever. I do have the email from the lady, but something, whatever. But also the office was closed because of COVID.
Okay. So you obviously know the city where
Newark, New Jersey. So if there's somebody on here, whether it's a lawyer or whatever it is, that is willing to help me get that, please, I'll please.
Okay.
It would be great because
I actually, because I have my official American birth certificate is, I was, born in the Bronx, born officially in the Riverdale Hospital, Bronx.
Hey, beer man.
But
what amazes me is this guy lost his kids to focus on this crazy bitch for clicks. Yeah, you think he would if I lost my kids for any reason, way, shape, or form, I'd be spending every waking moment getting my kids back, not fucking around with this crazy story.
I know who's a really, really good guy, who's a total shark. I mean,
thank you for that donation. I appreciate it.
Done a little bit of work for me in New York before. His name's Daniel. I'll leave it at that. And that was just kind of not a coincidence with considering one of your son's names. I'll call him and ask him if you can send a power of attorney or something like that, and he can just make the call or submit the paperwork that's necessary so we can get that. But it's not you need to freaking prove yourself. It's just that would be really handy as well for you to have your birth certificate. Because then
it does. I can't even renew my license. And obviously, think about it. I put my license on the page, and you have a copy of all that. Obviously, I had the birth certificate before to get the license. Obviously, I had what I needed because I have the license, but it's expired. And then due to the COVID and all this other stuff and the running and this and that, I don't have enough.
You mean wait, this is the point y'all need to understand, people. It's not like Lydia's got unlimited funds and resources and contacts that help her on really high levels. We're actually trying to get for her. So she needs.
But she would if she was Trump's daughter.
And that the simple life that a lot of people live is not so simple for Lydia Durham, born Lydia Haupt. And this is the point, people. And I'm gonna. There's the last question. I'm just gonna read the whole thing, and it's like 9 questions that one person asked. And I'm really sorry to the person that asked all these questions, but a lot of them are rather metaphorical. And it would take another full at least hour just to answer these person's questions. They seem to be just skeptical. Maybe they're being pleasant, but they're asking like 9 or 10 questions. This question, point 20 on the document that you have: where has MJ been throughout the years? His home was in California. He practiced for a lot of appearances. How did
Don't pause.
Lydia find out who her real parents were? From who? What exactly was she told? She married a Craig Durham. Who is that? Is he the father of her 3 children and the ones on the way? Does Lydia think Trump knew of her all along? Is Lydia still in contact with CPS about her children, and what are they telling her? Where's her oldest son, and does she have contact with him?
She's claiming that the only reason Trump's even involved in human trafficking, which there was less prosecutions under Trump for human trafficking in the last 3 presidents, going all the way back to fucking Bill Clinton. But, well, no, I guess... yeah, less prosecutions the last 3 presidents. But the only reason he even cares about it is because her. Okay.
And
sure.
know where he is. The backdrop photo behind Lydia is one of the videos. Does not look like the MJ I know. I followed him from a child. I've known that he had a darker skin, but his nose was smaller. Plus the bald head. Is that a true photo of MJ or in disguise? Lydia? Okay. I don't want you to even address any of this because this is somebody, because half the questions in here you've answered. Okay. Previous to this interview. Some of these questions you've answered.
You just said you weren't going to protect her. You weren't going to hold back. You weren't going to answer questions for her. That's how you started the interview. Now you're literally protecting her, telling her to refuse questions and answering questions for her. Jesus Christ.
In this interview. And for somebody to think that you have the time that you have to prove yourself. If you want, I'm going to say this live to everybody. If you want to take point number 20, which is all of those questions from one person who obviously hasn't seen, they haven't looked at your whole channel. There's no way they have because most of their questions would have been answered. They have not seen all the other 4 interviews. Would you agree? Because we answered a lot of that you did before. If you want to do an interview just to appease this person and you want me to take the time in the production to do that, we can. Otherwise, I think it's pointless to address that question. I will publish this document so people can see the questions. Do you want to take an hour at another time or more just to address that again?
Not at all. What I want is for this to be pushed out and the people that are responsible for all of this to be accountable for answering the questions. And not only accountable, I just want them all to do what's right by myself, my children, and all the people that have been watching, you know, all the fake stories or whatever it is they've been putting out for years, you know. So it's time that people do what's right. I shouldn't have to. And this is the point I'm at now. This is the point I'm at. I've done that page. I do chats every night and that's fine. You know, there's a lot of information on the page. This is the 5th interview with you. I have been calling out people and saying, you know, let's go, you know, let's get the news rolling. Let's have certain people answer stuff. Certain people need to come back and answer stuff. You know, certain people need to be accountable for answering stuff. Let's do the right thing. I'm not hiding. So therefore they shouldn't be hiding or rejecting me or ignoring me either when they're the ones who surrounded me with this in the first place for the last however many years. So bottom line is, you know, the questioning of me is done. It's time for the other side to answer the questions.
I think she just wants to be famous. I don't know what the guy wants. Probably a little bit of fame too. He's not going to get his kids back, especially doing shit like this.
They decided to surround me with this 24/7 for the last 4 years. It's not right. It's wrong. I would never do this to anybody. And I would never expect a young woman and her children to clean up the mess that I have made my entire life with the people that I have as enemies or the people that don't like me, whether I'm doing something good and they don't like me because I'm doing something good. It don't matter why. But I would never expect my daughter to clean up my mess like this. They have to answer it. I'm done answering stuff. I'm done. So I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I love everyone, but it is time that a reporter from mainstream media becomes a hero that actually is the one that steps up to the plate, just like Neil has.
A reporter from mainstream media is not going to take your story, though.
Some answers and helps a woman who was taken and her children who was taken, and that will in return help stop child trafficking and a lot of other things all over the world by breaking the story because of who I belong to. So I think it's time that the men, see, boys are of birth, men are of choices. These are grown, supposed to be men. Why is a woman begging on these interviews with you or begging on a page with lack of resources, lack of anything, health issues, whatever the case may be, running, no stability? Why is there a woman who's the victim of all of this because of their things that they've done in their life having to go through what I'm going through? Why are these grown men that are supposed to be running countries and responsible for
what I want to say it needs to be said, and we
love those grenades. Is that wrong?
The grenades are worth it, I think. The grenades are worth it. No, she doesn't push her own narrative towards the, thank you, by the way, American lady. She doesn't push her own narrative towards the media. Instead, she wants other people to take it to the media.
I need to cut this interview now because the production time is going to take a while. People don't understand. Lydia Durham has now answered all of the questions that have been posed. Okay. Everything, people, that has been posted online on my channel. If you've randomly posted things on YouTube, if you take a look at my life, and who I am and what's happened to my children and the fact that I'm in a totalitarian country with massive media lockdown. I'm the only American journalist talking from this country, unless there's a CNN reporter that comes here, or a Fox person that comes here, but it's very, very rare. I wanted to do my very best to get this out for Lydia, to answer all of your questions, but this is for Lydia and her children. And neither Lydia nor myself are here to appease anybody else. She's done her job, okay? And it's not name dropping, but I am taking this interview with the other 4 interviews now. And when this interview is published, you can see at the bottom of it, there is a name and there's an email address. Okay, I'm not saying it right now because you already have seen the little blurb at the bottom of this interview. That's his direct email address. Okay, I'm not going to say who it is. Y'all can see on the bottom of the note there who I'm talking about. It is perfectly legal that I distribute his email address because it was given to me by his secretary and then confirmed by himself last year when I was doing my investigation on the part of the November 3rd election situation. I'll put it that way. I would assume if he gets an email from every person who supports Lydia and copies in the email, not just random notes, but actual, you've been provided with links on multiple people on Lydia's channel have put links to all the interviews, including this one now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with dates. And he just gets thousands and thousands and thousands of email on his personal email. My guess is he's probably going to have one of his reporters look into it. And there's a little note there that explains the whole thing. And I told Lydia about a little why I'm doing that. If he's pissed at me for distributing his email address has been published elsewhere before. And I actually think he's a great guy. I think his dad's a great guy because they started their network, for President Trump and huge fans, and his dad's, a friend of Lydia's father. I thought it was only appropriate. So let's do all we can, people. Okay, let's just enough with Lydia having to beg. That's why I cut her off this time. I did. Okay, I admit it. I cut her off because she doesn't need to be.
She's not begging. She's still trying to justify her fucked up story.
But a lot of you aren't. And if you don't like me for saying that, I don't care because Lydia's in a bad situation. She is putting herself out there. If the whole thing ends up being a massive psyop and you've all been fooled and I've been fooled and then we're probably in some sort of matrix or something crazy anyway, because there's just no way. My point is, do something. You've got instructions, you've got emails. If you live in the major cities, take the interviews, download them to a little 7 or 8 or 10 gigabyte USB that you can buy at Walmart or Target or anywhere for like $10, and go to all the receptions of all the networks, your local TV, your local newspapers, and the major networks. If you live in a major city, go to their buildings, and don't say you can't go down there because you can do more than send emails and you can do more than phone calls. And I'm saying go, because it breaks my heart. It just freaking breaks my heart to see her having to beg, because I know what it's like to beg. After 4 years, started begging probably at like the 3-year point, and really started begging when Joe Flynn came to me, and then his brother, and then Sidney Powell, and then a bunch of people, and I exchanged a bunch of investigation information, and my family and I are still here, and we were forgotten. Okay, and I don't want to see it happen to somebody like Lydia, and this is why I do have these contacts. Okay, and Chuck Grassley, Senator Chuck Grassley, everybody says Q. They're saying Q says trust Grassley. Don't. Okay, because he buried the story about my family with people in the Senate Judiciary Committee and the Whistleblower Protection Caucus that he started, because I went to him as a whistleblower through a dear friend of mine who was basically raised by Chuck and his wife in New Hartford, Iowa. Okay, I don't want to see the same shit keep happening to Lydia Durham, because it's a different story, but it's the same story. And Lydia and I forgot, like I said, Lydia, I couldn't explain it with human words for whatever freaking reason. You and I connected, and people think my personality is rough and harsh. I think I'm all that. I really don't think I'm all that. I've never, ever gone into a story this deep, especially a CPS story, and especially a story. There is no other story like Lydia's, because it's not a freaking story, people. It's reality. And
because this is just getting so. He's true. He's never done a 5-part video on someone else's story like this, but he's never got the number of clicks either. It made the rest of his channel since then.
Hopefully there'll be health and peace and healing and you.
And yes, I know he's been on YouTube for like 10 years or whatever. He just sucked at it.
Unity for Lydia and for her family. And that's the most important thing, because whether it's the Trump family, the Houpt family, the Durham family, the Suits family, the Smith family, whatever family it is, any family that's been separated, any family that's had any parent or parents that have had their kids taken away unlawfully by Child Protective Services, in any kind of situation, deserves kindness and sympathy. And for people that bust people's balls, find somewhere else to go and bust people's balls. I can give you names of people that you can go bust their balls. Go bust Kirsten Wong's balls. Go bust Ann Vandersteel's balls, and find out why they're doing essentially mainstream media for their own egos, and everybody thinks they're heroes. I'm not busting their balls. I'm saying go find somebody else to criticize and get skeptical about, other than Lydia Durham. She's put everything out there.
Go find someone else.
Very soon. And
not the person making all these claims. Go find someone else. She doesn't have to defend herself for her crazy claims.
And I'm an advocate for you as much as I can be. And I hope somebody in the mainstream, or even mainstream is even considered One America or Newsmax too, because it's massive audience. It's the mainstream goes out. I hope those cats take it and run with it and contact you. And that of all the people I know who know President Trump, that one of them is willing to make sure that Donald Trump knows that you want this to be over, and that you're willing to take a DNA test to prove that you are who you say you are. And that
no one's going to take a DNA test with you.
illusion anyway at that point. And I'm just being a little sarcastic because
that's a big ass red herring.
Kid suffering is not an illusion. I've heard your daughter's voice on the phone because, like I said, she called 2 or 3 interviews ago when we were before we started recording. And for those of you that think the interview is too long, and for those of you that think I'm talking too much at the end, I don't care, because this is about Lydia, and it is actually about her, which is why at this end, this long diatribe I'm giving is actually in support of Lydia Durham. Okay, it's in support of her because she's being blown off not only by these people for whatever big plan they have, but she's being blown off by every other media outlet on the planet. And you give names and suggestions of other people, and I'm not even going to comment on that because Lydia, has anybody else called you since we started doing this? Any other journalist? Has Red Bull called you? Patrick Howley, Ann Vandersteel, Joe Flynn and his people? Has anybody? Okay. No. Radio silence means that we're over the target, folks, and that's not a freaking Q cliche. So Lydia Durham, God bless you. You stay safe and be well. And
oh yeah, you stay safe. You're a national treasure.
Bottom of this interview, and email that guy. Tell him who you are. Send him all the interviews. Don't just send him a message. Copy and paste the links to the interviews that have been provided for you by other followers on Lydia's channel. It's copy paste. It is, and I'm sorry if I'm sarcastic, but it just breaks my heart that Lydia's in this position and that she's having to beg so much. And Lydia Durham, I will not turn my back on you. I'm just saying it again, like I said at the end of the last interview, not because I'm some fake fucking altruist, but literally because I won't, because I've had it happen to me. And with all the people that are like, they're the big heroes of the Patriot movement, most of them are frauds. And if they don't like me saying that, then say something about me and come out against me. Okay. Because I don't like seeing another parent having to beg to get help when other situations are being resolved like that. Even with Biden supposedly running the country, whatever it is, there's still situations of horrible situations being resolved. Yours is not. It needs to be resolved. So people get to frickin' action and go. And if you don't like me, I'm not reading your comments. I'm not responding to any more critical comments. I don't think Lydia deserves to have any more critical comments at her. If you have other questions, start at her channel on June 3rd on her Telegram channel and work your way down and take the time. And don't be entitled that Lydia's here to solve your daily mystery. It's not a daily frickin' mystery. It's your life. So God bless you, Lydia Durham. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything else you want to say before we close this out? And I don't even care that we went way long. If they don't want to watch it, that's their problem. It's their loss.
No, I pray right now. I pray to the Lord above. I really do, that there's someone out there that cares enough about other people that will do the right thing. That's all I care about right now. I just want people to do the right thing. And I'm including Donald Trump, Michael, all of them. I just want them to do the right thing. What they know what has been done to me should have never been done to any human being ever. And I shouldn't be the one that has to prove who I am. They shouldn't be rejecting me or denying me. They shouldn't have surrounded me by this just to leave me to suffer in it, where to the point where if the truth don't come out, there's no hope for me or my children. This is wrong. It needs to be corrected. It should be corrected now. It should have been corrected a long, long time ago.
Amen.
And if any of them really truly care, at all, one speck about me and my children, or consider us even human, they should end this now. I should not have to come on here and prove who I am. They should be proud of who I am to them and who my children are to them. Enough's enough.
No way.
Lydia Durham.
No, I mean, even if your claim is true, anybody could make a crazy claim like this, and you're saying they should have to come out and just believe it.
Some of them, most of them are in English, some are in French, because over in Switzerland, there's multiple languages. We've interviewed the only doctor in the entire country of Switzerland who was suspended for talking about the reality of COVID, a medical doctor who had never been sanctioned. We interviewed Alan Sorel, who is a French-Swiss citizen, who is basically in exile in Switzerland because President Macron and his cronies, or whatever they're called, want to put him in prison for years for what's called malpensation, which is bad thinking. And he's a best-selling author and activist, very extreme person, very on the far right. I brought him on to have him explain to us the difference between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, because I'm half Jewish. And I was thinking, okay, cool. Let's see if we can prove that he's either an anti-Semite or an anti-Zionist and explain what the difference is. Bottom line is, ladies and gentlemen, this is transparency in media, and we are transparent. I'm transparent as how I am. I bring guests on. Lydia Durham is the most transparent guest I've ever brought on. And I urge you to share this, share it with everybody, and help Lydia Durham and help her children. God bless you all. Stay safe wherever you are in the world. And let's have some resolution for Lydia Durham. Go run and do it now.
No way. All right. So that was the end of their little interview. I just kind of let it play because there's not a whole lot of debunk. It's just her claims, her word, blah, blah, blah. But now let's go over to our Telegram channel, and that's where we're going to start. So our story came out at June 3rd. Here we go. So on June 3rd, she put, the communication means everything, or communication means everything. How Q communicates is real. She shared her driver's license that says her date of birth is 7/17, added up. You're going to say, but Will, that is, or I'm sorry, 7/19. You're going to say, well, but that's 16. Well, not the way they do math, because they do 7 plus 1 plus 9. That would be 17. Boom. There's a drop. Who am I? I'm Lydia Durham, birthday of 7/19. It all started with Donald Trump running for president. And then she's got this little infographic. The name is Jim Norris. We dug up Jeffrey Epstein's old science blog. It's as weird as you think. And it's got Jim Norris in it, of course. So that was the link she shared, or a Photoshop of a link she shared. So Jim Norris is Epstein. Let me show you something. Okay. Notice that the above posts that Epstein and Jim Norris have science in common. And also notice that Epstein wanted to seed the human race with his DNA. The article was on July 19th. No coincidence. Now look at the date of the Epstein cover-up video, 11/5/19. Well, if you just add 11 plus 5, you get 17. Oh, shit. Now you can see 7/19 out of that date. Yes, I am one of his main targets, and I have been the one exposing him as Jim Norris. So they code me all over? They code you all over? Okay. Notice in my picture below that there is a personal email from Jim to myself about a seed raise program. Okay. I guess that's one of the programs offered. Use seed, just like the seeding in the human race. Let's go on because there's more. Then she shares another screenshot. Oh, God. Please find the attached North Georgia Sports Medical Group Leadership Camp brochure. Thank you for your interest. Please feel free to contact me. Blah, blah, blah. Out of the seed race. So this was his little camp he put on or whatever for Jim Norris, a science camp. Jeffrey Epstein hoped to seed the human race. Epstein family gift enhances sports medicine research and care to the U.S. Care at USC. This above may not be about Jeffrey Epstein, but let's connect the dots on how they code everything. It's all the same, or it's all in the name and the game. What? The name of Still Epstein. The name is Still Epstein. Now let's see what else Jim Norris was into. I'm sorry, her grammar's crazy. It's hard to even read it. Below I will post. Let's keep going then. Then she posts like these screenshots, which start out with. Damn it, I skipped it. Somehow. There it is. Let me grab the control button right quick. Zoom in. This starts out with conclusions, strategies, techniques gathered with certain personnel, health information, partners, collabs. Damn it, I hate fucking Telegram. North Jersey Sports Medicine benefited from some type of donation from Epstein. That's not unusual. He donated all kinds of stuff. Let me read the setup for this next picture. Epstein family, blow that up and you will see he is into sports medicine. That was the only thing from it. Epstein family with gift above about sports medicine. No coincidence. Connect the dots. Let's move on. Jeffrey Epstein worked at Tower Financial. Stephen Hoffenberg, who committed the Ponzi scheme crimes in the 1980s and 90s. CBS News. So here is the Ponzi scheme connection as well. With note the date of that's 8/13. My daughter's birthday Mirror that, and you have my son's birthday of 3/18. Epstein was involved in having my children trafficked. I will get to that. So we have news clip on 7/19 of the Post-Human, or the name on the Post. The name is Jim Norris, which is my birthday, and this one here about the Ponzi schemes on my daughter's birthday mirror my son's birthday. So let's go on. Okay, if you say so, lady. Let's now connect some more dots. Well, the so-called Seed A raise was a Ponzi scheme. He was brought to the court for this, as I'm trying hard to sell the world. He is Epstein. Let's connect that now. So what this is, I'll blow it up so you guys can see it. This is an inquiry as a victim notification, using the victim notification system. And it says, Dear Lydia Durham, the enclosed information is provided by the United States Department of Justice Victim Notification System. As a victim or witness professional, my role is to assist you with information, and so I'm pretty sure this is just a form letter. If you go on and fill it out and claim that, you need assistance as a victim coming forward, you would automatically get this. That's why it says this is from a victim notification system. Not this is from, Joanne with a victim, blah, 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 and I need to speak with you. Email to me as a group of us reported him to the FBI, his Ponzi scheme. Jim and James, are the same name. Let's connect the numbers up, though. Case 3/18. My son's birthday, mirror daughter of 8/13. When was that other news posted about the Ponzi scheme? Oh, yeah, her birthday, 8/11. Oh, I'm sorry, 8/13. Let's even get deeper. Let's connect this court document with Jeffrey Epstein jail number. Let's go. Okay. 054 76 318 054. Bam, as you see 318 in there, like I get a lot deeper. Take a look at the whole number, because when you add 7 plus 6 plus 3, you get 16. Well, that makes 7 plus 18. And 7/18 turns into July 18. The day they took Cliffy in 2018. Well, 7/18 also turns into 88, which is my oldest son's birthday as well. 54 is 45 as well. Trump 88, bam. They code everything. Why me, you ask? I will get to that later. I am being used against Trump and Q as an insurance policy. What I want you to see here is, remember when people would bring up, like, who believes all this shit? And I'd be like, fucking legit crazy people. Like, legit crazy people. We would always get, no, I don't think so. These are the people they're trying to incite. These are the people, like, maybe not her, but a male version of her. They're trying to get them to show up somewhere with some hardware. They're trying to get them to show up with some extra spare magazines at a restaurant or somebody's house or this or that, and scream out in the name of Q and the name of Trump so they can shut everything down. I will drop the kids' birthdays for proof. State of North Carolina, age 12 and 17, but it doesn't. Oh, right there. 3/18/06, 8/13/2000 is the two birthdays. Sure. All right, what else do we have here? There are no coincidences. What's this one? 8/8/97, Daniel. Oh, this must be some of the stuff about Michael. I do not want his pic here, so I only put his birthday for him. You can now see the birthdays that line up in a lot of the stuff dropped between myself and my children. Let's move on. They think why would all this match? Jesus Christ. This is a ramble. Psychosis-induced ramble. Now remember I told you it's all in the name? Well, James Norris, a.k.a. Jim, same name, is also the name of the Epstein Island, isn't it? No, I thought it was something sound. Hell, it don't matter. What happened to Jeffrey Epstein's Islands? Well, James Norris, a.k.a. Jim, Little St. I guess Little St. James. That makes sense. Little St. James. Another bam. Let's move on. She's not even revealing anything. I have a voice recording of him about the seed program. Let's get to that really quick. Here you go. You guys can listen to this.
I would like to say this. I'm on here.
So that was supposed to be about the seed program, I suppose. I didn't hear a whole lot. It was hard to understand. It was hard to hear anything. Oh, please don't tell me you went all the way back to the bottom. Damn it. No, June 3rd. I didn't go that far. I guess I would just went to her next recorded video. Because she started on June the 3rd, right? Damn, she posted a lot on June 3rd, though. Another thing I hate about Telegram, it's really hard to search. Even if you know what you're doing, it's pretty hard. Here we go. We're back somewhere. Where was that last voice recording? Little St. James, whatever happened to me? It's probably going to take a while to debunk any of this. I would drop the kids' birthdays for proof. Okay, there it was. There's the voice recording. I just saw it. Let's move on. I will post a video about my children being trafficked by CPS to criminals. And I would like all of you to keep in mind that Epstein and cults are behind this. No coincidences. Let me see if I can play this just for the audio, just in case. I don't know what the hell it shows. And she doesn't seem like she can be trusted, so let's see what this is. Because it's not on an official YouTube link. It could have nudity or anything in it. Alright, here we go.
He's not a politician. He's one of us. Never, ever, ever give up.
Never stop fighting for what you believe in and for the people who care about you. Carry yourself with dignity and pride. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider. Embrace that label, because it's the outsiders who change the world.
This is just a hot video for 13 minutes. It has nothing to do with... Oh, wait. It might have something to do with it. Let me back up some, where the actual video starts, maybe.
Q-3173. Children used as shills. Manufactured crimes of perjury.
Kidnapping of Elizabeth Smart back in 2002 was one of the most notorious cases in American history. We all remember it. And in a shocking development, one of her captors is about to walk free. Wanda Barzee, who was convicted of helping her husband, Brian Mitchell, kidnap Elizabeth Smart, will be released in just 7 days. That's years ahead of the schedule.
This is an edited video version for the protection of the innocent. Where is Wanda Barzee now? In an interview with CBS on September the 19th of 2018, Smart told CBS co-host Gayle King she believes Wanda Barzee is still a danger and hopes her family will commit her to a mental institution. The now 30-year-old was abducted more than 16 years ago by Brian David Mitchell and Wanda Barzee. I received a message recently on Twitter by someone who goes by the handle @AintGets. She included an image of her young son with an image of Wanda Barzee, and she wrote, "Her and my son, this is facts. She's at it again. They trafficked him to her. She goes under the name Charlene in Florida. For privacy reasons, I will be calling her Charlene." Interestingly, when I put Charlene in the search, an image of Elizabeth Smart and her new book came up. What is even stranger is a quick search also revealed there is a Charlene about the same age as Wanda Barzee who lives with a CC senior. We'll get to him soon. Here, @AintGets tweeted the previously mentioned images along with this message. Anons are also great at cryptic messages. Just think, when I type in Charlene, why does Elizabeth Smart Hope book come up with her name all around? She's Wanda Barzee. Notice the map next to it with my son's name as well? They know where he is. The state of North Carolina is the last place of an issue for @AintGets with the CPS in a small town in North Carolina. CC the Third saw his mother for the last time. CPS took young CC the Third from the home on July the 18th of 2018. Here is little CC the Third singing at the age of 7.
Take away my only dreams.
Yeah. The video's still playing, babe. I'm letting this video play. What do you want me to do?
Through the music industry system? @AintGets informed me she has been instrumental in exposing
I don't think there's going to be any nudity in it. I wish it was a YouTube link.
a reason for her and her children being targets. Mad Angel's Army has a petition drive prepared to be sent to POTUS and 7 other politicians fighting to end the Title 4E and 4D. Accused sex offender Bill Clinton created this detrimental system via the Safe Family Acts of 1997, which I call it the unsafe.
The song.
In fact, these rogue agencies are actually awarded large sums of our tax dollars.
This is supposed to be specifically about her children. I haven't seen any of that.
Brenda Reed Jackson was the person responsible for removing CC III and his older autistic sister from the custody
This is the weirdest accent I've ever heard in my life.
Brenda Reed Jackson came under fire in 2010 for the disappearance and death of Shania Davis in 2009. But she was exonerated by the board of Cumberland County's Social Services Department.
The director of the Cumberland County DSS got a vote of confidence today from the board she answers to.
That 5-member board met this afternoon to discuss her handling of the Shania Davis case.
Jackson, the director who Grant has singled out in his news conference, had little to say.
I appreciate the support of the board and I'm proud of the staff and the work that we do. So thank you. Thank you for...
As I was reading through the documents @AintGets sent me, I noticed the CPS official reasoning for removing her children had to do with the mother being mentally unfit and the children being neglected. Then I read the mother was neglecting her mental health by refusing to take for herself and to administer to her daughter mind-altering medication. Furthermore, the papers claim the mother was suicidal. However, since her children have been in CPS custody, the mother has been under the care of a counselor for anxiety due to these circumstances. Who wouldn't be? Her current counselor has given a written statement that the mother has been a cooperating patient and is not suicidal. Without going too deep into everything, due to time constraints, a similar confiscation of her son, CC III, occurred previously in New Jersey, and CC III was able to return home after exposing the foster parents for molestation. However, possibly the same players were able to successfully and permanently remove the children at the direction of Brenda Reed Jackson in North Carolina. At Aunt Gitz and CC Jr. were both in a bitter dispute prior to CPS removing the children. At Aunt Gitz was the plaintiff against CC Jr. in an assault charge. The result was a restraining order against CC Jr., according to at Aunt Gitz. Once the term of the restraining order expired, CC Jr. took revenge. Here is another image posted by at Aunt Gitz and her plea to rescue her son from Wanda Barzee. Here is at Aunt Gitz' latest video of her son singing. The saddest part is hearing the pain in his voice. At Aunt Gitz writes this: 13-year-old phenomenal singer. This is my son that the deep state used child services to It sounds like he's crying in the song. This is what they do. QAnon needs to reunite the family now. Sadly, at Aunt Gitz's son is possibly living in a very dangerous situation. Here are some images of the man whose home this child may be living in. According to my research, Charlene and CC Sr. are living in the same home with at Aunt Gitz's son. I say let's all pray for the well-being of these children who have been fractured by the CPS system set in place by accused sex offender Bill Clinton. It is time for these atrocities to end now. Please sign the petition at the bottom of the description box to stop the federal funding to Child Protective Services that kidnap our children. Q 2987. Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Reagan. United we stand. Q.
Well, what you have really is an unfortunate and really devastating gap in the law. She was convicted of both federal and state crimes. But remember, she was also claiming to be incompetent. That time when she was in the mental hospital, unfortunately, is nearly 6 years that she is getting credit for, which really is bringing her out of the system much earlier, certainly much earlier than Elizabeth would ever want.
So 6 years, but she was supposed to be in federal prison for 10 years, right? And then serve state?
She was supposed to be, really, she could have been up to 30 years combining the state and federal system.
I'm asking my subscribers to recheck if you're still subscribed. And also remember, click the bell, and that way you can get notified. The best way you can support this channel at this time is to share each individual video link as often as possible. Even if you share the channel link, certain videos will not be seen. I'm asking my supporters to please share the specific link of your favorite videos.
Okay.
I appreciate each and every one of you, and I hope we will be able to continue providing Patriot videos for a long time. Many blessings to you all.
Treat the word.
All right, so that's the latest video she shared. The last video she shared from that. She claimed that was evidence for her own children. This explains the trafficking CPS has done as well as so please watch as I will move on with why they are doing this to me and my children. Let's actually skip to January 18th, 2021 real quick. I was asked to bring medicine to someone and was in their son's or as Another car ran a red light hitting me. Not by accident at all. Let me show you something. As you all know, I am known for exposing Epstein as being Jim Norris. I have been posting this for the last 2 years and screaming to the wife, screaming for help. As many watch, I said, I will be murdered if not helped. Let's move on. I'm the only person that screams at my wife. This is Jim Norris. Oh, it's the same post. I have been begging for help for a long time now. Many know I'm being attacked, stalked, and targeted daily. Many just sit. Even when it's spelled right and the words are right, it's hard to fucking read. The cadence to it is weird. Well, now I am hurt by an accident that is no coincidence. I was at a green light while someone ran a red light and hit me at full speed. Must not have been going very fast. I mean, that looks bad, but full speed. Now look at now that you all see the name Norris, let's look at the accident report. Ask yourself if you think it's a coincidence that the Owens name of the car who ran into me at full speed while running a red light is named Norris. Oh, owner's name. Also notice the address of 71. That's a 17 mirror. She's much crazier than Jason Q. This would be like if Jason Q had kids, maybe. Yeah. Now let's look at the witness name. James, no coincidence. So the government is so inept at picking out people, they accidentally peek out people that help you figure out the fucking setup when they have you come hit your car. Jesus Christ. I don't think that any of this shit's evidence. What's this?
Former federal prosecutor Jim Trusty. Okay, Jim, this story that we're talking about is about abuse of the secretive FISA court that's meant to catch terrorists. It was turned around to use against a political opposition campaign. Okay, these newly declassified documents show a major rebellion behind the scenes that the Justice Department and the FBI saying to Jim Comey and his team, stop running through the red lights, put the brakes on it, don't do it, there's no there. You're wiretapping.
All right, so the news said stop running through the red lights. So I'm sure she's going to say that Donald Trump made them say that for her.
Based on Democrat-financed opposition research. So why do they go ahead and do it anyway?
Is a car randomly on fire? I've told many people that they're trying to kill me, but it seems many won't listen. Let me show you why I know. My car from when Trump first got in office. Yes, me and my son had to jump out. These people are sick. Let's move on. Well, I've had a car burst into flames. That doesn't mean the government was trying to kill me. No, he's not. We'll stop it. Need more for P, probable cause, or PC, probable cause. A CFH agent attends and memorializes the results of the briefing. September 23rd, 2016. Who remembers this? Now he's not. No, he's not. We will stop it. 88. August 8th, my oldest son's birthday, I guess. 8897, Daniel for Friends. Remember now. This was between page and question mark. Yep. Why on my daughter's birthday did Trump announce Storks being fired? 813. Also remember 318. My children they stole using CPS. Oh, so she's lost custody of her children as well. I guess that's why she meant CPS was trafficking them. Another non-coincidence, huh? Remember, this was about the insurance policy to put Trump. That's also why she got that guy so good, because he thinks his kids have been stolen, even though it's just him. He's crazy, and his wife tried to kill herself to get away from him in a video game. July 19th, yep, 7/19. Biden will throw Trump out of the White House. My birthday, huh? So we have my children's birthdays and mine when speaking to getting Trump out. Why is that? You want to say the words? Let's find another video and then we'll wrap it up. She's got so much crazy. I don't know. We could go through this for hours. She believes she's a targeted individual, of course. They're the looniest of all loonies I've seen on the internet so far. Targeted individuals. I actually joined a group and had them convinced that my wife was a CIA agent, and it only took about 10 minutes. I was hoping there'd be a little video here. Nope. Not a video. Here's something. What's this?
System, and Lord knows what could have happened there. But my grandparents took me in and treated me probably better than their own kids. And George and Elsie gave me what I needed to survive and thrive, and made sure that I was doing the right thing. I think they wanted to get rid of the man.
What's this one?
You guys' memes are incredible. Incredible. I mean, come on. They can't possibly compete with that.
I met the guy who created the frog face. I love that guy.
Jesus Christ. You see that son of a bitch run across the screen? Look at that, scared the shit out of me.
Incredible. I mean, come on. They can't possibly compete with that.
I met the guy who created the frog face. I love that guy.
Jesus.
You guys.
All right, that's it. Well, I'll go through some more of this alleged evidence as we go and see what she's actually got, if she has anything worth showing. The problem is I scrolled for almost an hour to get here. There's just like too much of this bullshit. This is on our main page where she's the only one allowed to post too. It's not like on her group chat or nothing. She's the only, her and her mods are the only people allowed to post on this. So it's probably going to take a while. Anyways, guys, that's probably it for tonight. Thank you for joining us. We had American Lady with 30, Huntsman with 20, BB 72 with 20, Solitaire with 9, American Lady with 45, Solitaire with 30, and then 007 with 50. Oh, I'm sorry, that was from last night. Where did it start? Tab, that's the one I skipped. Solitaire with 9, Tab with 100. That's where I messed up. Thank you for those donations. Let me check out Buy Me a Coffee, guys. By the way, we're getting close to the dates and stuff and everything going on with the house. If you haven't or whatever, please share the GoFundMe link. We're trying to rally around that and get it set up. I've got some other fundraising ideas. If we have to go somewhere temporarily and raise some more money, that's what we got to do. I understand. We'll get something. John Frank sent 3 6-packs. Angler Management bought you a 6-pack. Patsy bought 5 6-packs, but that was from yesterday. Put this towards Mariah's therapy. That was when she was asleep and she didn't know all the shit you guys are talking about her. I'm glad she knows now. I'll make sure to tell her again when we go to bed. I'm gonna name you guys. They were talking about all kinds of weird shit like rubber sheets. It was bad, babe. Anyways, thank you guys. I do appreciate it. I'll play the outro music. We'll get out of here. Hoodies are on sale now. If you want a hoodie, you can go to cultclub.com/merch. We also got the GoFundMe. That would be coldbeer.fund. Anytime you lose me on social media, coldbeer.live. You guys know the links. You guys know what we got going on. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. And we will see you on the next one. Have a good night.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
Yeah, everybody asked for hoodies like in the merch shop, so we finally made some. Hopefully we'll be able to source them well too. I had to put up a disclaimer because shipping's taking so long on all the t-shirts, but it is what it is. It's COVID time.
And Mars in the house. Hey.
The jab. Pine needle tea.
Underground Doms save the children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel.
Medbed.
Martial law.
1745, 10 Days of Darkness. Digging tunnels. Dogecoin, the evergreen. 19. Vaseline. Boom. All right, here we go. Well, Johnny, you can go to Mommy's basement. The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
We are now the news.
You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit.
Where my true believer?
Y'all need Jesus.
Praise the Lord, head to the extreme.
All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like four in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is arms and alcohol. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first. 9th inning, 2nd string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit shit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set.
I hear you, Johnny. Thank you.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses.
Guys, thank you for the donations. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. It was a good night. Hope everybody else has a good night. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Hit me up on the Telegram if we need you. If you need me, the Discord, you can get a hold of me too. But thank you guys very much. Everyone have a good one.
But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the fork and balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fork and balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit.
Well, my true believer,
y'all need Jesus.
praise the Lord, head to the extreme.
All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like